Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. We hope that you found the stream again. Obviously, we had some technical difficulties, but we are back.
We're back, baby.
Donovan with Salt of the Streets.
I'm Colin.
And we are thrilled that you are here. We're having a great stream. Everything was going just fine. A little computer crash. It's no big deal. We're back. We're back at it. I want to thank everybody, obviously, for joining us. Thank Zeke for executive producing this segment. And, of course, remind you to like, subscribe, share this, especially now the stream dropped. Help people find it again.
Yes.
Share it. Tell everyone about it. Like it. You can follow us on our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at Alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is a Big Bird Offie on both of those things. And you can find all that at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon. Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. This is part 2. So we have a lot of stuff going on. We're going to talk about COVID updates first because we're going to end part 1 with that, and then obviously had the stream difficulties, but we are back. So we have it was a listener request to talk about what's going on with potential COVID whisperings, right? We talked a little bit about that last time. So far, the only enforcement that we have seen or like renewal of these mandates has again been with private industries. They've been with companies that are bringing them back in their own, whatever, in their own place of business.
Manner.
Yes. So the only governmental front that we've seen on this is Joe Biden when questioned about the new COVID vaccine, because there is a new vaccine that the pharmaceutical companies are claiming works on the new COVID variant.
Yep.
And Joe Biden has said that he's requested funding or is going to request funding from Congress for, obviously to cook up a shitload of batches of this vaccine. And then they're going to formally recommend everyone get this vaccine regardless of what they've done in the past. There is starting to be some evidence. I know Jimmy Dore was going over it just yesterday.
Yeah.
There is some evidence to solidify our suspicions or to kind of give some credence to our suspicions that if you got the COVID vaccine, you may be more likely to get COVID afterwards. If you got the early COVID vaccines, you may be more likely to get it on the back end. I know that anecdotally there were discussions of that for us, just in the last year or so. There's like, damn, I feel like the only people who are getting COVID right now are people that we know got vaxxed up early on. You know?
And then have had it multiple times.
Seems like maybe it makes a little bit of sense now.
Maybe a little bit. Like the anecdotal data seems to be adding up like a lot.
Yeah.
It's becoming less and less anecdotal, it seems to me.
Right.
But, people like me and you who got, I got the OG strain, you got that Delts. And we've just been dodging shit left and right since then. Finding out, like, you hang out with somebody and then all of a sudden they get sick and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm COVID positive. I'm like, well, I'm not. It's cool.
I'm chilling, bro.
I got a little sniffle going on now, but I'm pretty sure this is something that the old flight attendant brought back from her voyages. Yeah. She got sick for a couple days, and I think she even took a couple of COVID tests and was negative all the time. But just a little bit of the seasons are changing and people are starting to get sick again.
Well, I would advise everyone, obviously, the prediction that I made last time is that if there are going to be a renewed version of the COVID restrictions and mandates that we saw previously, I believe that they will be enforced through businesses by guidance and force from the federal government. So that's what I would look out for. Is kind of, if we see more and more of these things happening in more companies, I would then be concerned.
There's been a number of school districts around the country that have decided to already re-implement vax mandates or mask mandates for some fucking unknown reason, man.
Well, that's the vaccine mandates is something that's an issue in our own state. Seattle Now did an episode on it earlier this week, and they weren't talking about...
That was tough, dude.
They weren't talking about COVID vaccines. They were talking about all the other ones.
Yes.
And, the amount of religious exemptions that are coming into play now, and they're like, it's whatever percent higher than it was last year, and this is weird, and blah 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 blah. And I know when you take away people's ability to just opt out, of course you're going to see an uptick in religious exemptions, and because you can't mandate that they provide proof of their religion, that prohibits them from getting the vaccine. I mean, especially in 2023, I think the realm of religion is pretty expansive now. And
a little bit. I mean, you could be a Scientologist, bro.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a difficult time, depending on how angry I was, making the argument like, listen, my religion is dictated largely by my wife. She's not into the vaccines. So she's telling me that this is what, fucking... Hecate is telling us is not to get fucking jabbed up. So I'll take the bolt, good sir.
I'll take the bolt, good sir. It is really interesting because we've learned so much. Like, we went over this a little bit last episode, but we've learned so much about how these things work. And a new variant coming out during cold and flu and COVID season.
Yeah, y'all did this.
This should not have been a
get a glass.
Surprise that anybody is going through this and that COVID is spreading during this time. It's really not that big. It shouldn't be that big a shocker to anybody. The fact that a new variant has finally emerged is it's been circulating through the population for over a year, and so it's just like every single year there's the new flu virus is mutated from last year, and it'll probably, I would guess, that
it's coming and it's got a fucked up name.
It's coming. It's got a fucked up name.
Yeah, whatever the new variant is.
Oh, it was like BA.2538.374, some bullshit.
It's gonna get you.
I miss going back to I want to go back to the China virus. I want an old school kung flu type of thing. I want a nice colloquial name that we can use that just, it is what it is, man.
Even once we got to Omicron, we're like, this has gone a bit too far,
It's
Delta,
gone too far, bro.
I'll take Delta. That's fine. This is the Delta variant. This is the fourth one. I got it.
Yep.
I know how the alphabet works.
There we go.
I know what we're doing here. But
I think we should adopt the hurricane style and just start naming them after random people.
Yes.
That would be good. Good old Hurricane Hillary fucked up California.
Well, they go, the hurricane things, they go alphabetical order, and they switch back and forth from male to fememale.
Yeah.
So I think
and
that's
it's just some random name that starts with a C or a D. Or
and they're getting pretty crazy now.
Oh, yeah. Because you can't have Hurricane Andrew in 1965 and Hurricane Andrew in 1994.
Right.
You're fucking up. It's just, there's an episode of Rick and Morty that I think speaks to this a little bit. It's like, when are you going to stop naming planets instead of giving them numbers?
Yeah.
That makes more sense. All right, we've got our classic, Mars, Jupiter, all of our Roman and Greek names,
Right.
and whatever that is, but I think we need to stop that and just everything is like, it's the name of the galaxy plus numbers, whatever's closest to the nearest star.
Yeah.
We should do that with viruses.
Because now they're naming them after like who finds them and shit. You know? That's how they go about it now.
Yeah.
So whatever chucklehead says, hey, I saw that first.
That's
You
mine.
know? Yeah.
I'm planting my flag on that
Right.
burning piece of sun.
Who fucking knows? With all the damn stars in the sky, you're the first one to ever see this
Yeah.
one that's out there. I bet there's a ton of stars that have multiple names. And they're like, yeah, no. We know where all of them are for sure. Yeah, I fucking bet, dude. I fucking bet. There's millions of stars out there. You're telling me you know where they're all at. You can tell
All
me
of
where
them.
any one is at any time. Fuck out of my face. I just don't. Whatever. That's a bad take, but there's some of the shit that I just don't. What do you mean, bro? It's fucking space.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You have no idea. How do you? They're like, we sent a fucking thing out there that took pictures of a planet and it came back. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I bet.
I bet it did, dude. I
So-
bet it did.
to get back to the COVID stuff real quick.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry.
I don't know. That was my fault. I brought it to space. That was my bad. I just really like space. One of the things I think is helping to speak to that fucking Seattle Now podcast episode, which was atrocious, where they just kind of looked at the overall kind of falling trend of like just generalized vaccination and overall.
Yeah.
Perhaps through the COVID era, perhaps a great deal of distrust within the authority of the institution, big pharma, CDC, federal government. Maybe there's enough distrust sown just on a general level by how bad y'all fucked it up that people are just generally more skeptical about the entire thing altogether.
Yeah.
Never once would that dare to be mentioned on that show, obviously. But like that seems like a very commonsensical reason why there might be dips in even things like polio or measles, mumps, rubella, that whole thing.
Maybe RFK and friends have something going on.
Ooh, yeah, that's it certainly could be. His statistics that he talks about are very, very strange. The whole rise in autism thing, hitting kind of like right on with like the increased vaccinations and stuff. It's super. I don't get a warm fuzzy from it.
Well, and I know
It's very concerning to me to just, even if he's wrong, my mind starts to think that, and then I go, well, that just breeds skepticism overall.
Mm-hmm.
And then especially when me and you do what we do, where we sit here and just go over the lies of the powers that be over and over and over and over again.
And at this point, there's only speculation on like where it comes from, And Jordan does way more research into that stuff than I do because she's the stay-at-home parent. So I guess there's some speculation that it there could be genetic components. You know what I'm saying? That if you're autistic, like your kid is more likely to be autistic. There's obviously some people that have made the vaccine arguments, and I don't know. I combated that for a long time. I don't know at this point. I know that when we found out about Dax, you just question everything, because you don't know. You don't know how it happened. You don't know how any of it goes on. So,
and there's so many factors too. Like at least with like the autism rise, right? Mm-hmm. For one, there's a greater understanding of what that is in the various, for lack of a better term, spectrum.
An expansion even of what is considered autism.
Exactly, and then there's so many factors from diet, microplastics in our food and in our water, all the various chemicals that are flowing in our food and our water.
Could be
it could be any or all of them all put together.
All the endocrine disruptors. I don't even know what the fuck that means anymore.
But it sounds good.
Everybody's
It's
saying
provocative.
It's provocative. Everybody's saying it all the time. They're like, that's an endocrine disruptor. I'm like, well, I don't want that then.
Yeah, that sounds
not
bad.
Good. If
I
it's
like
disrupting my endocrines, then I don't want to be involved.
I like
with
my
it.
endocrine system, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
It seems like a good thing.
They're telling me that it's good, so I don't know. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
You can't have this.
Best thing in the world that I saw from the most recent COVID stuff. I'm going to try to find it. I know it's in a tab somewhere.
Brian asked if we're going to cover the new Category 5 off the East. Hadn't planned on it.
I haven't planned on it.
I don't know about it.
But it's certainly...
We can look into it and talk about it.
Yeah, this is
Anything
all
is open.
there.
We're here for 7 hours. So
Indeed. Yeah, I did see, just scrolling through Twitter, like a pretty big,
Pete Deuce.
that big ass fucking storm. I'm like, oh boy, that ain't good.
That's on the East Coast.
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, then again, when living through hurricane season multiple fucking times, all the storms that inevitably hit all start out as, you know, big ass storms out in the ocean, right? Because temperatures are much cooler, and then as they come in closer to land, they generally die off and they lose power. And so you can have a massive Cat 5 take out some of the outer islands, which is an issue. You know, do we want to do Puerto Rico 2.0 again? That was rough business. But yeah, I'll take an eye. We'll pull it up maybe in the next break and try to find it. But damn it, I had some really good. So regardless,
I was waiting for what you were.
I know I was trying to find it. There's one more. Let me just look one more
you got
time.
me hanging on fucking.
Because I would like to show the video, and ideally it's there. If I was smart, I just
Did you
bookmark
cover
it.
the New Mexico governor? Not yet, but we will be talking about
we
that.
will, though.
That's coming. We have some probably around the Jan. I'll tell you where it's at in my notes. Because I tacked it on at the end, so I got it after like Jan 6 stuff with Liberty Safe. It's part 2, so we're going to talk about Hawaii. We're doing this first because we didn't get it at the end of part 1. We're doing Hawaii. We're going to talk quickly about Hunter Biden. We're going to talk some about Jan 6 stuff, not in like specifics of the individual people because I haven't been following. It's all bad shit. So that sounds bad, but I haven't been following the individual cases and the deep details of the Jan 6 stuff because it's
bad.
It's all a gross miscarriage of justice.
Yes.
Is I feel an easy way to kind of paint a lot of that. So
100%.
So we're going to talk about that, Liberty Safe, and then New Mexico gun stuff. We have all that coming up in part 2.
And it's going to get spicy.
Yes. You got her here. This is
So on The View this past week, this was a big thing. Whoopi Goldberg was out, and I think it was Joy Behar or whatever. It's like, it's because, you know, she's got COVID. She tested positive for the Ronas.
and she definitely is vaxxed up.
Oh, to the hilt,
I
bro.
almost want a shirt that says
The boost.
I almost want a shirt that says vaxxed up just because that's
Vaxxed
lit.
up.
Like
I like it. I have a sticker that's going to go on my water bottle that's from a brewery called Woke AF.
I did relent, just to be clear. It was great.
You did relent?
From getting vaccinated.
Oh, word.
Not being vaccinated is lit.
It's pretty sweet. Especially years on now. I'm like,
Delta
bro.
was rough. Feeling good, dude.
Yep.
Feeling good
It's a
ever
good
since.
time.
That first time after the gym, rough. After that, good to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Whoopi Goldberg she's been out from The View because
COVID, right.
with the Ronas, and they were all saying, oh, it's back. It's time to start masking up.
Dude, abolish
And so,
The View.
so they checked in on Whoopi Goldberg at home, and she's at home feeling fine, but sporting a mask on.
I have COVID. I just have COVID. I'm still testing positive, apparently. I have to have a
Only
clear
to take
test
it down
before I
to
can
be. I
come.
don't understand.
She's at her house in her room by herself with a mask
The
on.
room looks really small. Whoopi, why is her house so small?
It's probably just a room.
Back. So,
probably an
I
extra
can't
bedroom.
wait to get back and hang out. But until then, it's me and my mask.
Why?
And I'm sort of confined to my room.
Small room. Whoop.
Because there's people working there. Because she's got people working in her house.
That would not surprise me.
That's why she's doing that. Because
Yeah.
she's got workers there.
And it's New York City too, so everything's.
So her house may be really small.
Yeah.
Or at least the room is very small.
Yeah, it's
but the
probably like
apartment
$5
might
million
be-
apartment, but
Right.
every room is super tiny. That would not surprise
That
me.
makes sense. Good
But
point.
this stuff,
You and Carolina both.
it's gotta stop, dude. It's
Yeah.
gotta stop. You can't be doing this
The
stuff.
theater of it is not good.
No, and we've gotten to the point now. Like I don't want to say like the studies are out there. Do you want to know the best study in the world? Put a mask on. Blow out some vape smoke through it.
Yeah.
You know what particles are way smaller than the vape smoke is? Fucking Rona.
Yeah.
It literally does absolutely nothing to you. And it's arguably more detrimental to your health to be sporting those things long term. Because they're not even, like, even for surgeons that those things are actually built for, that's to stop, like, breathing,
liquid from
liquid
your
droplets.
mouth into someone that you're working on.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a surgical mask.
Yes.
Like that's what they're. It's just to
And you're
stop
only
you from
supposed to
coughing
use
into
them-
an open chest cavity.
Yeah, or if you got a got a drippy nose or
Yeah.
something. Who knows? I mean, you're sitting there talking. Every time you talk, scalpel, you're putting out little spit particles when
Right.
you do that. That's what that's for, and it's only advised to be used like it's supposed to be changed like every 2 hours.
If you have a lisp, scalpel, you know what I'm saying? You're
Scalpel.
spitting all over the place.
I do kind of feel strangely more comfortable with a doctor with a lisp. I feel he's got more to work for, you know.
Really?
Yeah, he's had a harder time in life. He's hit the books harder, you know. That's what I think. But yeah, it's all just
Colin, that's mean. The mask does do something for you. It lets others know that you're stupid too. That's true. That is true.
I'm part of the club too.
We still see, Kevin, you might too because you're in California, depending on where you're at. We still see people around here driving by themselves in their car with masks on. Like this whoopee shit still happens here for real though.
Yeah. It's pretty wild shit, man.
It is wild. And I'm not
wild
lying
stuff.
to you. That really does happen.
Yeah. I saw
People at the fair with masks on. We're outside with a mask on. You're at the fair, dog. There's hundreds of people here.
although I will say, if there's going to be an event that you want to put a mask on because you don't want to catch any strange diseases,
That's true.
it's probably the state fair
I told you the fair was rough.
or the county
Yeah,
fair.
Joseph said they do too in Florida, really.
Hey, man.
It's everywhere, huh?
Yeah, there's no state lines that'll
Yep.
protect you from the brain virus that is the nonsense that comes from our dear political elite.
You just want to ask them sometimes, you know, like, what are you doing? What do you think you're like? Tell me, actually, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know?
Tell me.
Yep, driving their car with them by themselves with a mask on. It's really a odd thing to see.
I saw a dude, where was I the other day? He was a real, like, jittery looking guy. Looked like he didn't get out much and probably had, like, you know, the parasitic mind virus going on. But he came in, I think it was at the bar. Came in to, like, pick up some cans or something like that and was double masked. He had one of the white N95s and with a cloth mask over that.
Yeah.
And
so
I was
that
like,
way,
what is...
that became big for individuality, you know, like if you remember,
fashion statements.
everyone had all the different, and we had a bunch of different ones when you were forced to do it to go into fucking different establishments, you know.
People made a lot of fucking money that year.
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah.
So that became a huge thing. Yeah. As soon as they said double mask, people started wearing their cloth masks over N95s here.
Yeah,
Just
with
to
whatever cool logo, sports team.
Yep.
That was the whole thing, and it's still going, man. And it's not a fan of the whole situation, but you know, I like the Japanese model, like the Asian model of like, if you're sick and you want to like not, you know, spread your fucking flu or whatever, and you have to go do some shit.
There was a time.
That's a nice thing, man.
There was a time where I thought that was going to be okay, and we
Yeah,
talked
and it
about that
ruined
on
it,
here,
though.
where we were like, this might actually be kind of a good thing because less people will get sick in the future if
Mm-hmm.
we become cool with this. And it got so politicized and so bad that you can't.
Not
now.
happening.
You can't.
Nope.
You can't.
That mask is now a symbol of who you are.
Yeah.
What team you belong to.
When you should be able to fucking keep a box of surgicals or N95 in your house for any given reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I got that shit in my house. I got filters for gas masks in my house. I got
yeah.
these are things that you should have in your house, and that's not weird, you know.
Nope.
So if you're sick and you still want to go to the store, you need to go to the store.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be weird for you to put a mask on and go and do that.
Yeah.
But it is now because people think that you're fucking retarded. And
Yes.
really, you're trying to actually be considerate of what they were telling you were doing in 2021.
Exactly.
But it's
It's all fuckered down.
I don't like it. It took away like an extra ability to be nice.
Yeah,
you
because
know?
let's face it, bro. I see it all the time, like at work. There's a couple people, but just generally out in the public, go to the grocery store.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna cough in their hands. Somebody's gonna
Oh
fucking
yes.
just gonna do an open to the world sneeze.
Yeah.
I'm like, you people are fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. Like, that would not be an issue if they were sporting a mask. Like, it would not spread as far. You're not gonna get the 35-foot fucking distance on your
Right.
sneeze. But you know, whatever. That's fine. We'll take the extra germs. It helps build up the immunity. Just got to stay healthy, keep everything primed up,
If I'm in
get
public,
your vitamins going on.
a lot of times I go straight to the ground. Like I'll kind of bend over a little bit, sneeze straight to the ground.
Oh, yeah?
You know? Yeah.
I do the old shirt pull, tuck
Yeah.
in like that. if I have time. Otherwise, it's just like into the sleeve of the arm.
Yeah.
Just whatever to do to not be a fuck to reduce the blast radius.
Straight to the floor, dude.
Yeah, you don't want to be dicks. It is funny that a couple of years ago, you go out in public if you got a little tickle on your nose or something, you had to sneeze. Bro, the looks you would get for sneezing out in public, you were like a plague rat.
Yes.
People got to stay away from you. Nowadays, I was watching the football game the other day, and I was like looking up, and I like looked outside, and the sun was out, and I was like, they have a big white pop up outside, and like the reflection gets my eyes, and it makes me sneeze. And and I sneezed into my shirt, and I look around, and nobody gave two fucks, and I was like, we did it, we've graduated.
Past the time.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said before, there's localized school districts that are doing mask mandates in certain areas. There's a governor of South Carolina who just came out and made an announcement. I might even have a clip. Yeah, a real southern drawl on that brother too. It was real cool. Real just old looking standardized southern white guy. It was pretty hilarious. But he made an announcement that as far as the entire state goes, they won't be doing any kind of mandates for any kind of COVID going forward. So as we watch,
good for you, Carolina.
There's a lot of what's up. I can't read this comments, bro.
No, Carolina.
Oh, yee. Sorry.
Nope. And then immediately Carolina did say, "I truly hope airlines don't bring it back." That was pure coincidence.
Yeah. That was so funny.
We'll see. I think that's one of the.
That would be a big one.
And that's the one, that Alex Jones was claiming that it was going to be. Was going to be the TSA.
Yeah.
So we will see.
We will see.
If we're...
Because people will stop doing that. They're not going to put up with it.
And that's where the most federal enforcement lies, where one of the places is like in, air travel like that.
Because feds run that entire industry, dude.
And so it'll be very simple for them to... bring back those mandates and probably give a little more freedom to the attendants, to not have to enforce quite so harshly.
Yeah.
And you may end up in a
with discretion.
Right.
And, it'll be flight attendant discretion.
Because they got a bad treatment during that time. Flight attendants got a real bad during
You put
COVID.
those people in a tight spot, man.
It's not good. You
No.
shouldn't be putting little ladies in a situation where they got to tell dudes bigger than me that they have to wear a mask.
Yeah. Or give the angry older lady that's been there for fucking 30 years who just is not super into it, give her that power to be like, now fuck you. Sit down and put your fucking mask on.
You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
It should be like a strongly recommended, the same way you're going about the vaccine. Like, we strongly recommend you do this. Should be the same way you go about it in the airports.
Yeah.
We're not going to make you do it, but we strongly recommend that you fucking...
It's like voting changes, right? Tulsi Gabbard, when she was on with BJ Penn on the Rogies, one of the things I talked about was like the problems with voting and all that stuff. And Tulsi's like, I had an amendment, or I had a bill she put up to like, it was how the feds do all these things, which is why Tulsi's not nearly as base as everybody thinks she is. But it was like a block grant to the states that basically said, you can get this money to support your elections, however you run them, if you go with all paper ballots and have like paper receipts or whatever it was. And I was like, that's the wrong tact, bro. You don't be trying to just get up there on the bully pulpit as somebody that should be respected, ideally, and just plead your case to the people and say, hey, we have an idea. We think these are good ideas. Let's talk about these ideas. Here's some ideas that states we think are good ideas for you guys to implement.
Yeah.
And then kind of like proselytize for them and just get out there and rah, you guys should do this. This seems really safe. And try to convince people, or perhaps persuade them, if you will, to like go that direction with your words and get them to try it themselves.
Not be a fucking tyrant about it.
And that's as much power as the federal government technically should have.
Yeah.
The idea to put forth ideas and say, we all think this is good, you should probably adopt these, maybe.
You want to talk about New Deal era shit, sit around, like, this is what we got going on.
Yep.
This is why we're doing what we're doing.
Yep. Give us some nice classic fireside chats.
Yeah.
In a podcast, preferably. Or maybe some YouTube live streams.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Put it on X, too.
Yeah.
Just make sure don't crash our shit like fucking Brandy Cruz video. That bitch. I'm telling her. I'm gonna tell her when I
Brady,
see
you
her.
ruined me.
What the fuck, Brandy Cruz? We're an hour and a half into a stream and you crashed us. We were trying to compliment you and you fucked us.
Exactly. At least she comes out real hard in the first 30 seconds and gets the whole point across.
Yeah, she's good.
Yeah, she's real good. All right, so let's talk about Maui.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about Maui. I want to start off with some hopeful messages about Maui, right?
All right.
And this is some really cool stuff. This is Tom Segura, your mom's house. He had a message that he put out.
Hey, I wanted to give you an update on the shirt sales we did to raise money to help provide for the people.
If you remember that episode with Charo,
So good.
I want to talk about Hawaii. I just want to talk about Hawaii. And so they made that shirt, and then, yep, like we said before, they sold all of those and donated all the profit to charity.
Maui who have suffered from these devastating fires. The profit from the shirts was $37,555.
So in profit, $37,000, $555. $37,555. I don't know why I said dollars twice.
So we're donating that, and then I said I would match it. So I'm donating the equal amount. So now we are donating $75,110, and potential matches may come from other donors. So this donation is potentially worth over $150,000. We're donating all of it to the Maui Fund. I'm a Howard. I don't know how to say it correctly. It's going to Hawaii, specifically the island of Maui. Thank you again for getting a shirt.
So super awesome.
Yes.
Tens of thousands, if not more dollars. I haven't seen anybody else like on Twitter matching those things there. Theo Vaughn, he got wind of this guy for a Good Fight Foundation donating $10,000 to the Maui Food Bank.
Nice.
Theo decided he was going to match that with another $10K. Jelly Roll saw Theo's, and he also threw in another $10K to that.
Fuck yeah. Gang, he said.
Gang. So people are doing what the federal government has completely failed to do.
Just
They're raising
like-
tons of fucking money for these people, and it's awesome.
Which is a nice callback to the Barstool Small Business Fund during COVID.
Yeah.
When all the small businesses were being shut down and limited to pickup orders only. Barstool raised over $100 million that they were
Yep.
giving out individually to small businesses to help them stay alive during COVID.
But a lot of them were pizza shops.
Yes, they were. But a lot of it was restaurants like specifically
Yeah.
because those were some of the businesses that were impacted
Oh, yeah.
so like the worst.
Because Barstool's in New York, right?
They're based out of New York, yeah.
Okay.
And so that was a big thing, obviously, is like you can only pick up shit now. You know,
Yeah.
you can't go sit down anywhere. So yeah, there was businesses
Yeah.
all over the country, but it was a lot of restaurants.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rogan talks about it a lot whenever he talks about COVID and stuff like that from LA. 70% of restaurants in LA went under
Yep.
because of COVID, because of the mandates
Yeah.
that Newsom handed down.
And a lot of that shit happened here too. There was tons of businesses here that closed
Yep.
during COVID. That just restaurants in particular that just got them. They just couldn't make it through with trying to keep all their employees and
Yep.
also just doing pickup orders. You know.
Yeah.
Because the quality of the food also went down, not by any of their own fault, but if you're taking shit home, if you have
Doesn't
to
work the
drive it
same.
home, it's not as good.
No.
It's just not going to be as good, regardless of how
It's
you
not
present
fresh
it
out
and
the
how you-
kitchen, man.
No, so it's the experience is gone. You know.
Yeah, the part of the reason people go out to restaurants is to get the experience and sit down and have a nice time and then have
Yeah.
hot food brought out for you or whatever it is.
And few things are just as good when you get them home. you
That's
know?
right. That is right.
The things that are already delivered, Chinese food, fucking pizza,
Yes.
all of these things are just fine when they get to your house.
Because they're
you know?
kind of designed to do that.
Precisely.
Yep. Some other cool stuff that's going on. There's a guy, his name's Nick Sorter.
Okay.
And he was actually recently on an episode of Timcast.
Looks like it.
Hence his profile pic there. But
His Abby.
yeah, it was like right after that episode, he was flying out to Maui to start doing some on the ground reporting. And he's been, I got a bunch of his tweets here from reporting that he's done on the ground over there, interviewing locals, talking to people, trying to get access to places, trying to figure out what the fuck is actually going on because nobody is talking about what's going on.
I can attest to that in trying to just get Maui updates for this show. It's very difficult. If you just type in, you can type in Ukraine updates, and it will immediately give you.
All the things.
All of the news websites have dedicated pages where they just host all of the articles about Ukraine now that they're putting out, and so that's what comes up. If you type in Maui updates, The same thing does not happen.
No.
There is not an organized index for all of the different news websites for the copious amounts of reporting that should be being done on Maui.
Which
You have to
there's
look
red
into,
flags that kind of start flying when I start running into that
You
kind of
have to
stuff.
look into specific things to try and find information about whatever it is. So
Yeah.
I don't even have generalized updates of like they're doing pretty good. All I have is really bad shit because that's
Yeah.
what I have to look up. Is
Yeah.
these are questions that we got in the comments that I have to look up, and I don't know fucking anything else.
Right.
You know?
And luckily, we had an update, an official update from the actual governor himself,
Yeah.
which didn't really paint a big picture, but there were some timelines, there were some numbers, and then there was a lot of really questionable stuff that came from that. But one of the things that's going on here,
A lot of the information they're saying is like very confirmed is still mad sus, you know.
super sus,
Yeah,
dude.
because there's a lot of still contradicting numbers and stuff when they're saying this is the official number, but other groups are like, actually, it's not.
Exactly, and it's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
But Nick sort of here pointed out the dichotomy, and there's two different types of billionaires, right? One is Elon Musk, who shipped over 650 Starlink internet kits to 40 plus organizations across Maui in order to reconnect victims.
Which is a ton.
Yes, and the other is like Oprah, who's funneling money into one of her organizations from middle class folks on social media. So
Yep.
that's fun, and literally not doing almost anything for the people. I haven't met a single person here on Maui that's gotten a dime from Oprah, but I've met dozens that have benefited tremendously from SpaceX's internet connection. And so we've got a bunch of pictures here of the SpaceX organization handing out Starlinks, getting them set up.
That's pretty
getting the
fucking
people
cool.
connected. This is a cool. It's a because SpaceX will come out. I'm sure they have like some Tesla battery probably stuff too. And so
that's
they're
a list
offering
of the
charging and
places-
Wi-Fi.
That's a list of the places that are being covered by that particular Starlink connection.
Yeah, like you can go in and be able to get access at Starlink and a couple. These are like stores and
That's
different
fucking
things.
cool, dude.
Very, very cool stuff going on here. Again, private sector though. And then,
Starlink is sick as fuck. I know I've
Yeah.
talked about this a ton of times. I don't know if anybody has seen it before, but
but Buddy Matt's
just-
got one.
to see Starlink in the sky, like to see that
pretty
string of
cool.
satellites, is cooler than fuck.
It is pretty cool,
It's-
man.
You can't always see it with the naked eye. I've only seen it one time with my naked eye, but it is cool as shit.
Yeah.
It'll freak you out if you don't know what it is, but it's
Yeah.
cooler than hell.
And have you ever seen a Starlink uplink, like
No.
a dish? That's what they look like right there. They're just a white panel like that.
Because
on
you
a-
can get it at your house. You can just
Yeah.
buy one and have it at your house. Yeah.
when you're heading out today, there's that stretch on the highway that is just trees, and there's like the big deforested area over on the right hand side.
Yeah.
If you look on the left, there's a Starlink dish somebody's got out, propped up on the top of like the little
Really?
hill next to the ditch, and that's
That's fucking
he's
cool.
hitting his Starlink. Buddy Matt's got one at his house. It works real nice.
My neighbor's Starlink is smashing ass. That's fucking cool. Dude.
Yeah, dude, it's very cool. The only thing, because I was talking to Matt about it, and download speeds are pretty good. Upload speeds, rough. The Jeremy handling of the quartering, he has like 6 or 8 of them, I think, that he got, that you can actually chain together
To
in
make his
some kind of
shit
thing
better.
to get better. And so he's able to have a backup for actually uploading and doing live stuff. But
It's pretty fucking cool, dude.
yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, moral of the story here is
And the cost, I'm sorry to keep
a single
interrupting you.
person is doing really, really, really good shit for this.
Yeah.
Where a bunch of the famous people are just raising money
Right.
to not really do anything.
And the cost of Starlink is going down all the time, right?
Yeah.
Just the more shit that they make and sell, the less and less it's costing.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's kind of like any new technology.
Yeah.
When big screen TVs first came out, they were only for the very wealthy. And then the more they bought them, they were able to lower costs down, manufacture more. And that's how you get the $350 50-inch TV at Walmart. You know, get that shit on fake rollback for
Right.
$2.99.
Because with Starlink, do you buy the thing and then you just pay X amount monthly for the connection, or is
Yeah, it's like a standard internet provider. Like
Right.
you have to buy the package and the initial setup, which is hefty.
Yeah.
because you're buying all your own hardware. But then after that, you're just rolling.
that is damn cool?
Damn it, I have to pee again. So I have this is a little look at. I know it's problematic.
No, I want to talk about Oprah really quick. So
Oh,
don't worry
please.
about that. Okay,
Please.
because you brought it up, well, I have it anyway.
because fuck Oprah.
Yeah, so Oprah and The Rock, they are taking heat from a couple of different zones, right? One of them together is because they made that video in which Colin posted a screenshot from, in which they're advocating for, not even advocating, they're asking for people to donate to support Maui, right? And they donated, I think I have the numbers here. a decent amount of money depending on how you look at it. Compared to the amount of wealth that the two of them own collectively, it's an extremely small amount of money, especially considering the fact that they're asking other people who are struggling, as we covered in part 1, to pay their bills, to take money out of their own pockets to pay for these things. Of course, if you have extra money, you should donate to Maui. If you are in a position to do anything for the people that are struggling, you should be doing that. That goes for your everyday life. If you're in a position to help other people, you should be doing that, right? So I'm not at all saying that regular working class people shouldn't be donating and helping Maui. The critique that many people have of Oprah is the tone deaf nature in which this call for donations from the working class comes, especially in comparison to the relatively small amount of money they donated themselves. There are some other unverifiable criticisms coming on Oprah as well. And I'm trying to find the numbers really quick of what her and The Rock donated. And I have it here. I just had to find the article. So let's see. $10 million in relief funds for residents impacted by the wildfires. And there's someone that was talking about like what percentage of their income this was, because it's less than 1% of their donation. Oh, it's making their donation worth less than 1% of their total wealth, because they're worth nearly $3 billion combined.
Jesus. But
So again, $10 million is obviously a lot of money, but in
comparison,
whatever, I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, you guys aren't doing enough. I'm simply covering the criticisms that they're getting from other people, because
Donovan's out here like, pay your fair share, bitches.
I just don't. I don't feel comfortable saying shit like that. Like, of course. I don't know. I think it's a totally fair criticism, but $10 million is an awful lot of money, But I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get that for sure.
Yes. So I have another article here that is from the Atlanta Black Star that I will send to you, because it covers some allegations that Oprah Winfrey hired private
fire department
firefighters,
right?
yes, to cover her estate during the Maui fires.
I have heard such things.
Yes.
This blasphemous nonsense from that wonderful woman. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So to be totally full disclosure and everything, I don't have a ground news update for the Atlanta Black Star, so I don't have any background on that. It seems as though it is a reputable newspaper. We can Google it really quick and see what the deal is.
The News Guard or something like that.
Yeah, because I have some other shit. I had to look up Popular Mechanics because it sounded like it was legit, and I was like, oh, it's definitely legit.
Black Star.
Yeah, the Atlanta Black Star.
All sides, bias rating, they are showing a lean to the left, which is kind of your standard operating procedure for...
Okay, but they're reputable, yeah?
Yeah, and only -2, so it's not too shabby.
Okay, cool. That's all that I'm looking for,
Yep.
is just to make sure that they're not some weird fucking offshoot,
Yep.
Okay, so let's get to it. Oprah Winfrey faces accusations of hiring firefighters to protect her massive estate during Maui wildfire after requesting donations for displaced victims who lost their homes. Oprah Winfrey is being accused of doing everything she can to protect her Hawaii estate from the unprecedented wildfires that devastated the island of Maui in August. Multiple social media users have posted videos alleging that she hired a private team of firefighters to stave off the flames from damaging her 2,000 plus acres of land. Not to mention, many are still outraged that the former talk show host publicly visited shelters where the displaced residents sought refuge after losing their homes. That is true. She tried to bring camera crews in, and they turned her away.
Shut it down.
A widely shared TikTok video claims that Winfrey hired the team before the fires even started, and then instead of taking some of that land and housing even a small portion of those displaced people, you hired a private security team to keep them off of your land. Winfrey has been a part-time resident of Maui for more than 15 years. The video goes on to take aim at shady real estate deals that are targeting displaced residents. That's happening. We talked about that last episode. One ex-user alleges that those same deals helped the mogul purchase her massive plot of land for pennies on the dollar.
Oh, I'm sure.
Quote, "You're so concerned about Maui, but instead of taking what would amount to a year's salary for you and 4 or 5 of your billionaire friends, which would be used to rebuild the entire place in a matter of months, you're jumping on social media and asking the American public, most of whom can't afford to pay their rent right now, to do it for you." Continue the video. Like I said, completely fair criticism.
Yep.
Winfrey long has been criticized for taking up land ownership in the tourist hotspot. In the wake of the recent devastation, locals call on her and other notable wealthy people to help her with recovery efforts. Along with purchasing items for the displaced, she also partnered with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to launch the People's Fund of Maui. The megastars donated $5 million each, but also asked the public to help out. The money reportedly will go directly to residents impacted by the fires. Yeah, I bet. Allowing them to have agency over their own needs. In a video, Winfrey said each resident over the age of 18 will receive $1,200 a month for 6 months or until the relief fund is depleted. Still, critics have taken issue with the multimillionaire actor and billionaire mogul asking everyone to donate. If you two don't take your Hollywood elite behinds to other Hollywood elite friends and politician buddies that got millions like you do and help out Maui, you are out of your damn mind, said one woman. They could have just give them the money. The donation will be to raise money for a corrupt cause, thinly veiled as a good one, commented another critic. It's definitely a quote by a regular person.
Yeah.
Despite users suggesting that both celebs disable comments on Maui-related posts, I bet they do, users are still able to sound off beneath content both related and unrelated to the natural disaster. As shown in his own post, shared on September 1st, Johnson traveled to Maui to speak with locals about the heartbreak there enduring. The former WWE star is of Samoan descent, and his family ties to Hawaii, where her mother was born and raised.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
The former WWE star,
which
is
would be
of
The
Samoan
Rock,
descent and has family ties to Hawaii, where her mother was born and raised.
He also pledged to continue donating to the island as the island rebuilds. Come on, Black Star. On September 3rd, Winfrey shared an update regarding the fund, stating that 10,000 people already had donated and thousands of residents signed up to receive the much-needed financial assistance. There might not be a fucking dime that goes to anybody besides the fucking residents of Maui.
Because I bet you, somebody's got to operate and run the fund, right?
Yes.
There needs to be a team of people that are going to draw salaries.
And if their compensation is any more than $1,200 a month, then fuck them.
Yeah. That's rough, dude. And $1,200 a month is not much, by the way, especially living in fucking Hawaii.
No.
That's not much at all.
No. Okay, so as far as the private firefighter service, there is certainly a capitalist argument that if you have the money, you should be able to hire a private firefighter service when all things are set and equal, right? The complications to this particular discussion come with the water restrictions that people who owned houses couldn't use their own hoses to try and save their own houses, right? When that's the case, you shouldn't be able to hire entire firefighting services. And we can't fully verify this yet. And part of that is because of the limitation of information that is coming out of Maui.
The super shadiness?
We only are getting stories from people who live there, right? There is very little news coverage coming from this island since the fires are out.
We know way more every day about Ukraine and the goings-on of Ukraine than we do about what's going on in our own in one of our own states.
Hawaii is a hell of a lot closer than Ukraine.
Yeah, and it's fucking out there, but it's still not that far compared to Ukraine.
Yes.
And again, one of the 50 states of the United States. It's not even like a Puerto Rico thing where it's not taking place a
territory,
state.
right.
No, this is still
right.
This is our shit. These people have representatives and senators that vote in Congress.
There are also these accusations that the firefighting services were there before the fires even started, right? There are a lot of questions and whatever. I wish that we had a different term besides conspiracy theory, because that's been like soiled so much, you know, because so many conspiracy theories have borne out to be true that I don't want to label any new idea or accusation as conspiracy because that has such a negative connotation to it.
There's a new term being thrown around on the internet now about conspiracy theories, because so many of them do come true. We just start calling them spoiler alerts now. So it's just a new spoiler alert, but it's not exactly that fitting.
No, but we should, even as just a show, we should come up with something. A way that we're going to refer to this stuff, because we'll get to a really good example in a few minutes, right? But this is a good example that with all of the questions of the suspicious nature of the circumstances surrounding the fires on Hawaii or on Maui, I'm not going to discount anybody until we have more information. As crazy as anybody sounds, I'm not going to do that.
Because we know the depths that the government has done before.
I'm not going to bolster any ideas that I also can't confirm because I don't want to look like a fucking idiot if you guys turn out to be wrong and I said, well, it was a goddamn laser or something, you know?
The potential happenings, as Brian says.
Yes. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
We'll workshop it.
Yeah. So that's one thing. We'll have to see what goes on with these accusations, but it doesn't look good that someone's saying that.
Yeah.
You know.
Because even if it is true, right, that would be fine. The rich people have private.
I'm talking about if she had firefighters before the fire started. How do you know? Why do you have a private firefighting service if there's no fires yet on the island? Why are there firefighting services on your property? That's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
If that's true, then we have to wait to find out about that. I mean,
Yeah,
it certainly doesn't look good that someone's saying that we saw firefighters on your property before the fires were even burning the island.
Because I wonder if there's like a regular occurrence, if they do have relatively regular wildfires, just not as devastating.
Yeah.
That would explain you might want something like that, maybe, because she's up in the hills, up in the grasslands, and, very combustible area. There's some things that could make sense. But yeah, you'd have to look in to see how often that kind of stuff does happen. But even then, rich people having something like that, the real question in my mind would be like, that's fine and all. You can have your own fire department. You can have your own fucking thing. You could run your own fucking town. I don't give a shit.
Right.
But I do wonder, because water access is so important out there and it's so fought after, how do you, as this one person, have enough water access to have your own fire department?
Right.
So that would be my other next question. So let's see here. Here's from this University of Hawaii. Hawaii State Wildfire History. Summary. Wildfire Management Organization led a multi-year, multi-partner effort with a fire response agencies and resource managers to create compatible reporting among agencies. Oh my God. I just want a fucking chart that says how often they come.
You just Google that. Just Google frequency of Hawaii wildfires.
Yeah, let's do that. Frequency. Frequency of Hawaii wildfires. Hawaii went from an averaging one federally declared fire disaster every 9 years or so to one a year on average since 2004. The fires on Maui reminded native Hawaiians, so on and so forth. The state's largest ever fire which burned through his family. Okay, that's the stupidest thing I've ever read. So went from one every 9 years to on average one a year. And that's in the entire state combined.
Yeah. Which is not that many relative to some other, like California, like Kevin is saying. Like
that would not justify somebody having their own private fire department. But,
no.
But hey, I don't know.
So we'll have to see if more information comes out about that. Kevin, we will get to the umbrellas thing in just a few minutes because I will address that. I have some other things.
The umbrellas on the roofs? Is that...
There's a lot of questions about that I want to kind of address in like an umbrella topic, right?
Oh, okay.
In an umbrella fashion, because I think that'll be the easiest way to discuss it.
Okay.
So let me get to my Hawaii part of my...
Do you have anything on the kids?
Okay.
And
I do on the missing things. So insurance. There's been some claims about insurance that people are being denied insurance claims because of zoning infractions. I have not been able to find solid evidence of that. I'm just trying to be as fucking equitable as possible about the way that I'm reporting on this.
Gotcha.
The government is saying they are not receiving reports of insurance denials, right? I don't necessarily trust the things that the government is saying, but that is what they are saying. There is a website that I have here, and this doesn't necessarily mean anything because it's from a law office, from a law firm. We know some lawyers are shady as fuck. Some people are going to try and capitalize on a tragedy if it's there. However, I will send this to you so that we can look at it.
Let's go.
It is from Voss Law Firm. I don't know where the fuck they're based out of. I found this on the internet, right? So it could be fake. What my only point is that there are some people that, and at least they used a real photo. And this says insurance companies already denying Maui fire losses due to zoning infractions, navigating insurance claims amidst the aftermath of Maui fires, important insights for Maui policyholders. So this whole thing is just like a information about how to know if you're being fucked or not.
Okay.
Right. And then also we can help you at the bottom. And if you think you're being fucked, get a lawyer. Right. That's what this says. The only reason I'm bringing this up is to say that there is some information validating those claims that people's insurance claims are being denied.
Gotcha.
Even though the federal or the state government is saying that it's not happening. There are individual companies, law offices that are hearing about it enough. Whether or not they're valid claims, they're hearing enough about it, they're willing to make a whole fucking webpage about what to do if you're being fucked by your insurance company after the fires on Maui.
There you go.
And this is a real photo because this is
That
one
is.
that we've seen, like, you know, a laser come down on the roof when they're like, explain this.
Yeah.
And so this is a real photo from Maui.
Yeah.
So they've at least gone through a little bit of effort to make it look legitimate, you know? So again, because of the way the information is coming out there, I haven't been able to get actual proof that people's insurance claims are being denied for zoning infractions.
Yeah.
But there is some evidence of that based on web pages like this, that people are willing to go out of their way to put information up about it.
Yep. Yeah, because at the end of the day, they'll have like a consult, and then if there's a case to be had there, they will talk about taking on the case and
Yes.
so on and so forth, becoming a client. But
And it's possible because we
It's
talked
very
about
possible.
the fuckery with the land grabs the last time we were here. That there is bad shit going on there. There's already different insurance companies or different real estate companies and real estate brokers trying to come in and buy up land on the cheap to fuck people out of multi-million-dollar plots of land that they'll be able to develop into apartment complexes and whatnot. You know,
Yeah.
or even Airbnbs, vacation homes that they can sell.
yeah.
So this is happening. Let's hit some of these comments because Kevin asked about the umbrellas, so we'll talk about that in a minute. Tiffany said there's a bunch of videos where residents of Hawaii are saying their state won't be blue next election because they feel their reps have failed them. From what they're saying, they are PO'd at reps and Hollywood.
Yep.
1,000%. Brian says if insurance took money, they should pay regardless. The responsibility to determine if you will cover a customer is your before the contract is signed. Yes, not upon a claim. 100%. There is some other articles that I saw from the big mainstream media that's saying because wildfires are so infrequent, there's a lot of people who own homes that don't have fire insurance. Like they've cut that out of their policies because they didn't need it or they didn't feel like they needed it. And so they go to file a claim and they could be denied because they don't actually have fire coverage. So that is something that could be happening. I don't know. That's is kind of fucked up, you know, but
that's pretty standard for insurance companies. Though.
Right. And I also understand the argument from a consumer perspective that if I'm never going to fucking see a tornado, I don't need to pay for tornado insurance. I should be able to cut that out of my cost of my house insurance because it's not a risk, something I'm at risk of experiencing. You know, if you live on top of a mountain, you probably won't flood. You probably don't need flood insurance, you know?
Yeah.
So I understand that from a consumer perspective, even of like, we're going to help you cut costs out of your insurance by letting you cut pieces out. But people do get fucked over if they forget they did that 20 years ago and then fire happens, and
Yeah.
it's not necessarily your responsibility to remind them every year, like when they sign a new policy, do you want to add fire insurance back? But I don't know.
Yeah. And it's just the whole industry is pretty gross anyways, because it's
Right.
like, no, I just want like comprehensive coverage on, you know, if something out of my control destroys my house, I want my insurance to cover it.
It should be that simple.
But unfortunately it's not because
Yeah.
of how fucked it is.
Yeah, that would be an interesting. I don't know that much about insurance, so
It's like flood insurance.
Right.
Flooding insurance is mandated by the federal government at a certain, if you live at a certain elevation compared to the water level, so on
Like
and so
sea
forth.
level.
Yeah. And, you know, it's like in, Crystal Ball talks about it a lot on Breaking Points with Florida. A bunch of those places do not offer flood insurance because the motherfucker floods every year when the
Right.
hurricanes come.
And they'd be bankrupt just because,
Yeah, they can't be doing that.
Right. Because that's the only way that insurance works is like that's how you can pay a quote unquote small amount for your insurance. Because if you do have to be bought out for your whole house, they give you fucking 400 grand, you know, whatever your house is worth at that time after they try and fuck you out of, you know, whatever.
Everything.
But
Yeah.
you're only paying a couple $100 a month or whatever for your house insurance. It's, I don't know, it's rolled into your mortgage, so I don't know exactly what it is, but it's not had so much compared to what you would get paid out if you lost your house. You know.
Yeah.
So
It's a much better deal, I think. Especially like house insurance is a much better deal than say like medical insurance or even car insurance for that matter.
car insurance blows.
Car insurance super blows.
Yeah.
And good luck on that's a whole nother.
I don't know if
road
it's
to
like
go
this in
down.
every state, but here you like have to have insurance and you can get fucked. You can get a ticket for not having insurance if you're driving around.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's like that everywhere, but
I don't know. I would assume that it's like mandated federally for like low level liability insurance, I would imagine.
And if you have a loan on a car, you have to have full coverage on it so that if you wreck it, you can still get the money. They can get the money back for
they
it.
can
but-
get the money back.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna see much.
Right. Yeah.
It's not good.
It's an interesting deal. So so this is going on with the insurance with the fire. So I don't know totally what the deal is with that.
But there does there seems to be some validity because lawyers are offering their services.
Yes.
So that's an indicator that there is at least some, and it
Yes.
would almost be, because of the amount of people that were affected, it seems like it would be natural that at least some people would be going through an issue with their insurance company.
100%. Even like you said, even just with the amount of people, the cases that they're dealing with, I absolutely.
Yeah.
So we will have to kind of wait a little bit longer to see exactly what the deal is with that. Obviously, we'll keep our eye out for it. Let's talk just talking about the land grabs really quick because that's still happening. There are still people, even with the freezing of purchases, there are still people that are reaching out to be like, hey, when this blows over, we'll fucking buy your land from you for. It's still happening.
Let's get you
Corporations
on
are still trying to fuck
contract now.
people. It's bad.
Yeah.
At the end of all these things, I want to talk about the comments from the Hawaii video really quick. Readdress those just for quickly, but that'll be at the end. We have a couple things. Let's talk about the missing people, and then we'll talk about the tents and the umbrellas and that kind of stuff. So the missing people. This is something that is extremely difficult to get direct answers on from my experience. When I was trying to look into it last night, the FBI has put out a list that they say is a comprehensive list of the people that are missing, and there's like less than 400 people on it. There are schools that are saying we're missing 1,000 children.
Yeah.
You can't even confirm it because of the way that the information is being put out. Like they said, the FBI is like, no, this is it. These are all the missing persons reports that we have confirmed that we're putting out. The government in Hawaii is still strongly advocating for people to file missing persons reports, which means that there's still people who haven't been filed missing and they're still being looked for.
Yep.
When Jordan and I were talking about the kids in particular last night, it was like I have to like almost debunk a little bit because in my view, I think we're going to find out that a ton of these kids are dead.
Yes.
And I say that because there's tons of potential spoilers being spun up about the kids that are being missing because it's such large numbers, you know, that they're being funneled into fucking child slavery and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to say that that's not possible, especially in the wake of a disaster like this, when kids are by themselves roaming a fucking burned down island. Bad people are everywhere. They could get scooped up and stolen into sex slave. Like that is a thing. I'm not going to dispute that.
Yeah.
When we're talking about the fires happening, I don't think people were getting stolen in mass while the island was burning.
No.
That I don't think.
When the fire was coming towards you at 60 miles an hour,
Yes.
the odds to me just say that like you couldn't get out.
I know that a bunch of schools were supposed to start that day and then were canceled. So kids went home. They went to go to school and then got turned back. Parents were at work. It's a very much working class area. So if you have two parents, if you have one parent, they're both at work. You may or may not have someone at home to watch you while your parents were at work. They may or may not even have known at that time that you were sent home. So there was a ton of kids who were sitting at home. If you're a child and there's a wildfire happening, you don't know what the fuck to do. You probably don't do anything. You hide somewhere, and then you get burned in a fire. So I think that we're going to find that a ton of these kids are dead.
That's what I think.
And we just don't know that yet because they're still combing the island to find everything that they can. You know?
And this yesterday marked 1 month since the fire.
Jesus
just to add
Christ.
a date to that because this is how bad things have gotten. This here is an article from the Honolulu Civil Beat. Department of Education, number of students missing, killed in Maui fires is, quote, too small to release, they say. Parents demanding more
weird.
Very much. There's so much sus activity going on here with the government involvement, which is it just adds fire to all of the potential spoilers being put out there.
Yeah.
Parents demand more transparency from education officials at meeting Thursday. This was just this past week. The Department of Education says the number of students listed as missing or killed in the Lahaina fire is so small that releasing it would violate their privacy. This comes as the department announced it has been unable to make contact with nearly 500 families in its system more than a month after the disaster that killed at least 115 people and displaced thousands. So already you got some numbers being thrown around there. They said the number is too small to release because privacy concerns. Okay, that's weird. But then they also say that they failed to make contact with nearly 500 families this school year. And that there could be a number of reasons for that.
I think nobody wants to be the person to say, listen, there's 300 dead kids on the island and it's fucking bad.
Yeah.
Like, I think no one wants to be that person. Yeah. I told Jordan, like I said, we were talking about it last night, and this is obviously very facetious, you know. It was like the Hawaiian government needs to find the most autistic person that they have employed there and walk that fucker out and just be like,
let it go.
Listen, no one wants to say this. There's a ton of dead kids on the island, and we don't know what to do about it, and we don't know how to handle it. We don't know how to fucking tell you about it. We don't even know what the number is now because shit's so bad. But the reality is, the potential likely reality is that
that's probably true.
This is what's going on.
Yeah.
And I get it. I get that's fucked up. I get nobody wants to say that. But to, like you said, to do this for the next however many weeks is only going to make their attempts to tamp down disinformation more and more difficult. It only seeds more accusations and more conspiracy to throw out fucking numbers like this when you're saying it's too small for us to announce it, but also we haven't even spoken to 500 fucking families.
Which is, and this, as we go further and further down this road, the biggest issue I keep running into in my own mind is that it feels to me like just a feeling that because ultimately the way the blame's going to get pushed around is going to fall onto the government and the failure of their utility workers and stuff like this, they are doing everything possible to avert the blame.
Yes.
Because there's only going to be one entity to blame for this at the end of the day, and it's going to be the government.
Right, because they're trying to come at the utility companies, but you can't untwine their cooperation.
No.
You know, that's probably not a word, but
I mean, it was Gavin Newsom. They should call Gavin Newsom because he did it pretty well during the campfire, and he was just able to be like, no, it's the utility workers' fault. It's their fault. They screwed everything up. Blah blah blah. And he was able to get away pretty much scot free from that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This is all just looking worse and worse and worse the farther you go down the road, and it's. The incompetence level is either the highest I've ever seen in my entire life, or the cover-up is worse than anything I've ever seen.
Negligence, right?
I mean, yeah, the negligence and the attempted cover-up of that, because the best way to kind of cover up your faults if you're a government that failed to do what it needs to do is just to act retarded like governments do. And it feels like to me that's what's going on here. It's really hard to tell.
Brian says, as of September 3rd, the education department has not heard from the parents of over 1,800 kids. And I don't even know, you know.
It's a lot. I don't even know.
It's a fucking island. It's surrounded by fucking water.
It's not that big either.
You can only go so many places.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, here's another one even saying, like, not one child should be unaccounted for after Maui wildfire. School enrollment suffers. Because, yes, if these people are displaced or deceased, they won't be enrolling in school.
No.
It's
We
a
don't
very-
have a house, but we're still going to send you to fucking school today.
Yeah, and that's the other aspect I really wanted to kind of drill home, is that just because these 500 families haven't like checked into school or whatever doesn't
Yeah.
mean that they're not there and okay. That just means they're probably they're essentially like disaster refugees at this point. I
Yeah.
mean, they're probably in fucking some kind of camp, or ideally maybe living with some other kind of family or something
Could
like
be
that.
in a whole different part of the island.
Exactly. And maybe they're just not into trying to get the kid off to school right away, and then they can all deal with their family trauma and try to get their lives back together or something like that.
Right. If you
know?
lost family members in the fire,
Yeah.
I'm not going to rush my kids back to school. You know?
Not even a little bit. Sorry, I'm leaking from
You're
the
good.
nose here.
I'm good.
Let's see, one of the other aspects here. This was the governor actually spoke yesterday, a 1 month anniversary from it. In speech marking 1 month since Lahaina disaster, governor says number of missing stands at 66.
Which
this
the
is
FBI
bullshit.
list is almost 400.
Exactly. And so now you have multiple inputs of communication from multiple government agencies, and none of them are agreeing with each other. So Governor Josh Green on Friday sought to reassure Lahaina residents that the community will rebuild when they are ready, and with them steering the efforts, as he also stressed that wraparound government and private aid for survivors will continue for years to come. The address was delivered as Hawaii marks 1 month since flames tore through historic Lahaina town, leaving at least 115 people dead and raising more than 2,200 structures. In addition, the unthinkable death toll the fire has devastated Maui's economy and left 7,500 people displaced. In the address Friday, from his ceremonial room, Green said that Hawaii continues to grieve with families who have lost loved ones. He also offered an update on the number of missing, saying that the number now stands at 66, which seems to indicate that
Down
it's
from 385 last week. That's the FBI number.
Oh, so that was from last week. Okay.
I don't fucking know, dude.
Yeah. And more than 3,000 originally. Maui police subsequently released the list of 66 unaccounted for individuals, but cautioned the situation remains fluid as identifications continue. Officials said that in addition to the 66 names on the vetted list, there are 80 additional missing persons reports that are still being vetted. Because just because you file a missing persons report doesn't mean that it's a legitimate one. They have to vet it and then confirm that this is indeed a true missing persons case. So there's still potentially another 80 waiting on the list to be added to that. Green noted that ongoing search for the missing means grieving has not even begun for many. Today marks 1 month since deadly fires devastated Lahaina and other areas of Maui, the governor said, and since then we have been working constantly to shelter survivors, deliver supplies and medical care, and locate the missing and unite them with their families. Green stressed that support for Lahaina residents would continue, saying that as thousands remain in hotels or vacation rentals, the state is looking to develop long-term housing solutions. He said FEMA is working with the state to offer direct leases and rental assistance grants to ensure people stay housed.
Building FEMA tents.
Dude. Well into 2025. So costs will be covered by federal and state
damn.
aid and private donation. He said the state will also contract with up to 5 hotels for long-term housing.
Yeah, I'm
this
sure
part is
there
important
won't
too.
be any fucking waste or fraud involved in renting out 5 hotels at government rates for years.
In like the #1 vacation destination
Jesus
in the country.
Christ.
Yeah.
Like,
That's-
well, our fucking primetime rates are, $700 a night. So that's really what we should be charging because we're going to be fucked at
That's
all this
right.
money all year round.
Yep. Green
get
also
wet fucking
acknowledged
dry.
this part was really interesting to me. The recovery includes allowing people to return to Lahaina to survey devastated properties. Quote, in the coming weeks, we will begin to schedule supervised visits for displaced people to return and view their property under safe conditions. Yeah, the ash we are told is quite toxic, so we need to be careful. Green also said that
Almost as
once
toxic as depleted uranium.
yeah, or whatever is sitting in the fucking ground in East Palestine.
Yeah.
Once the EPA completes its work of removing toxic materials, a project expected to take up to 3 months, crews will begin removing debris from Lahaina. The governor said the project will cost at least $1 billion and take the better part of a year to complete. We have engaged 25 cultural practitioners to help guide this effort and ensure the Hawaii traditions are respected during this process, and we will make every effort to use local workers and local companies to complete the work, Green said. So their cleanup efforts.
Got Howley as governor over here.
Oh yeah, super. He is a piece of shit.
I've been reading his new book, The Overthrow one, and that one, the first part of it is about Hawaii and like the United States.
Overthrew their kingdom?
Dude.
It was bad.
I'm only like halfway through this chapter. I'm like, well, no fucking wonder they hate us. No fucking wonder they don't like us being there.
And why did we do it?
Sugar, bro.
Strategic resources too. I mean, that's another reason why we'll never let it go, because we can't get rid of the naval base there.
Right.
A huge deal. But yeah, I think this is the guy that BJ Penn was running against. And yeah, he's just another fucking
Pen for
dumb. Pen for Gov. So yeah, recovery efforts, supervised visitation at a specific time so you can go back to your own fucking property.
Your own house.
Because apparently there's so much toxicity around there. When people lived there the day before the fires, maybe it's all the gas and the oil and from the vehicles, or I don't understand.
I don't know that much about fires.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, it seems it's just adding to the pile of suspicious behavior, and none of that seems good at all. But Nick Sorton down on the ground there, he's got some pictures of the DHS employee. These are all DHS agents, Department of Homeland Security, that have closed the roads off, rolling around in fucking natty guard trucks, just checkpoints up there to make sure nobody gets in. It says, good morning again from Hawaii, where residents are being royally screwed by local, state, and federal governments. There are countless important issues to note, but here are just a handful. The dude's been on the ground now, I think, for 2 weeks over there, and is just reporting out shit every day. He's a good Twitter follow for all this stuff. The town of Lahaina is being increasingly fortified, and there are police and military checkpoints at literally every corner. Residents are starting to become literally, using that too much, impoverished due to all the shutdowns. The government has put tens of thousands of people out of work, and countless people are about to be forced into bankruptcy. Federal aid is almost impossible to get. The government still won't disclose the amount of children missing or dead. The official number of people missing keeps changing and seems to be based on total lies.
Yes.
Residents are literally being arrested for attempting to visit their own homes.
Stop saying literally. Get the fuck out of here. We get it.
Mark my words. Yeah, we don't need to hear that. But here's some more pictures of the devastation, which is really fucked up, because you can just see like there's this area over on the left where everything seemed to be fine and everything just blew through. Fire does that sometimes, though.
It's an interesting beast, fire.
It is indeed. But yeah, lots of roadblocks, lots of like fucked up stuff. This is that clip of Karine Jean-Pierre.
Let's hear it.
Let's do it.
Fuck you, KJP.
Okay, and it seems like the hurricane response so far is robust.
Robust.
Yes, because this is after the hurricane blew through Florida.
Okay.
A couple weeks ago, and he makes a point to distinguish that from Maui.
Did you guys realize that the initial Hawaii wildfire response was not that good? Or is it just easier for people to get help from the White House when the president is not on vacation?
She did not appreciate that at all.
Dude, he's funny.
I love him, dude.
He is.
So
He's
the
good.
premise of your question and the way you pose your question, I disagree, just for the record. So if you were to do your reporting and speak to the governor of Hawaii, the senators of Hawaii, the folks on the ground, they would say that the president reacted in record time when it
No,
came
they
to
wouldn't. They absolutely wouldn't say that at all.
Well, you
because
know.
all the quotes that we have from people on the ground is "fuck Joe Biden, tell him to eat his $700, shove it up his ass." I'd like,
But if you talk to the corrupt governor and the senators, I bet you they would say that.
the people
because
who led the response who had to resign because they fucked up so bad.
to dealing with the wildfires, when it came to dealing and making sure that they got everything that they need on the federal level to deal with what was going on the ground. Let's not forget there were more than 600 federal employees on the ground already to assist with the wildfires in Maui. So
Why?
your question is
Do you know how
wrong.
many employees the federal government should have? None. 600 of all across the whole country. There's 600 federal employees on the island of Maui to deal with this one thing.
It's too many.
It's flawed in many, many ways, and I would advise you to go speak to the governor and the local and state officials in Hawaii.
She did not appreciate that question. This I loved because
This is real?
this is real. So this is from Clean Fuel Washington, right? This is our local bullshit fucking basically the Green New Deal organization of the state in Washington here. They decided to put this out August 21st. Fight climate change every time you pay at the pump, trying to get that extra gas tax that we've all been subject to lately. And what do they show? A picture of Lahaina burnout. Hashtag clean fuels, hashtag fight climate change.
Oh my God.
These people are sick and twisted, dude. Sick and fucking twisted. Yeah.
Okay, so I got two more things to talk about on Maui. One of them is kind of this umbrella of the topic that I want to talk about, which is regarding some of the potential spoilers that are super unconfirmable for me, right?
Okay.
That I kind of struggled with a little bit last night when I was trying to put my notes together. I had to talk to Jordan a lot about it because I just having a difficult time with the way that I wanted to present it and how I want to talk about it. Because we've got some questions about like shit that I can't confirm, you know, things that I have no way to confirm at all because they're allegations, they're pictures, they're videos, they're like, so I want to start there, right? As far as pictures and videos of Maui, of anything really, I have a very difficult time immediately assuming anything that I'm seeing is correct with as far as initial technology has gone and then AI on top of that. I'm not going to take any video from anywhere and tell you that that's real. I'm not going to do that until we're able to confirm that for some way. So I'm also not going to tell you that you're wrong because I can't, the same way that I handle fucking Jesus, I'm doing all this other stuff. I cannot tell you that you're wrong. So I will not do that. I will not prop this up on my show, on our show, as the truth when I also can't confirm that. I'm not going to do it. I will address it. I'll discuss it, but I'm not going to hoist it up as the truth or as something that we need to like, you know, fucking tap in and do all the research because I don't know. And I'm not going to take pictures and videos as evidence of that.
Yeah.
So
especially these days, you can't just run with that.
right. So some of the stuff is like, and I'm not shitting on you, Kevin. It's not. This is totally a personal thing because it's the fucking show, and I have to be careful about the way that I'm presenting shit on here. So a lot of questions about certain objects that were not burned on Maui, or like cars that were burned and shit that's like fires can't burn this hot. It's the same shit that happened in 9/11. You know. I'm not a fucking scientist. I don't know. I'm not going to sit and argue with you about whether or not tires or cement or fucking cars should melt. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm not going to argue with you. I don't know what did melt or didn't melt. I'm not on
fire
Maui.
chemist.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong, but I'm not going to argue with you about it, right? There's videos and shit that I've seen people that I know share when they're talking about like lasers being the potential start for this, right? So that to me is the most interesting thing of the potential spoilers, right? I wanted to dissuade something immediately. It's like there's a big thing going about the color blue. Have you seen this?
Yes.
There that goes with this of like lasers can't burn the color blue, that they can go on. I swear to God.
Yeah, I know.
Swear
I've
to
seen
God.
this.
Of,
I've
like,
seen this.
Yeah, they can burn all the different spectrums, but for some reason
Can't
they
do
can't burn blue shit. I'm not gonna do this. No. I'm not gonna fucking, because that's what we started to get like some comments on the Hawaii videos. Like, why aren't you talking about this? Why aren't you addressing this? Because I can't fucking tell you that lasers can't burn blue shit. Like,
Yeah.
I don't have any way to prove that to you or dissuade you from this notion. So I'm not going to do that here.
I have
you
a
know?
really simple way to dissuade you from that notion is whether or not a laser can burn something blue or not. We know fire burns blue things very, very well because of all the tarp drug encampments over in Seattle that go up in flames every other fucking day.
Like-
and they're loaded with blue tarps that instantly get shriveled and fucking burn.
Right. So I'm not going to do this. Right. The one thing that I'm sorry.
Lasers can't burn blue.
Pinching my shoulder really quick. The one thing that I'm willing to entertain is the discussion about lasers, right? And
Yeah.
I will tell you why. And fucking Jimmy Dore, I'm starting to get irritated with this guy because he's fucking biting our swag so hard. I don't remember what it was on Friday that I was like, oh, Jimmy Dore saying the same thing that we said last time. But then I got this article here and I was watching YouTube this morning and Jimmy Dore's posting a fucking segment about, like, oh, United States has military or has lasers. Eat my dick, Jimmy Dore. I'm fucking going live in 7 hours to talk about this. Eat my dick. So, okay. The lasers thing, right?
Yes.
Something we showed on the show a couple episodes ago.
The laser.
We have seen visual lasers make contact with the island of Hawaii,
Yes.
right? So, one thing we can confirm, lasers from space can touch the island of Hawaii,
Check.
right? And we questioned this last time we were here. Is this possible? I don't know. Can it burn hot enough to burn an island? I got no fucking idea. We know for a fact a visible laser from space can touch a physical structure on the planet.
Yes.
We know that,
Yep.
right? Another thing that we know for sure, I have an article here that I can
Or
send
it's
you.
aliens.
Sure. That's either way, it came from space and we saw it,
Yeah.
right? So this article is from Popular Mechanics and it's from 3 fucking years ago. So I'm going to send this to you.
Let's go.
So we can take a look at it. And this is, I'm not a scientist, so I had to look up Popular Mechanics. I was like, all right, it's definitely legit. So Popular Mechanics is very legitimate, right?
They are. Good outlet.
They are. So this is from April 9th of 2020. So it's from over 3 years ago. The Air Force mobilizes its laser and microwave weapons abroad. Okay. So you can see pictures here. You can see this. They're talking to Bail by Raytheon. They're like, we're going to use these to knock down drones and
Drones.
shit, right?
Yep.
We're going to shoot drones with a fucking laser. You may or may not be able to see, but it's going to fry the stuff inside of it, and it's going to go down, and everything's going to be cool.
Yep.
Right? Okay. I can confirm for a fact, based off of this article and many others, there is in fact laser technology that can burn shit that you can shoot from a fucking truck, and also by that same logic from a plane, from a jet, from a something, right, that can destroy shit,
Yes.
right? These are all things that I am willing to cede and to confirm and to validate on this show.
Those are possible.
All of this is real, right?
Yes.
Whether or not a laser was used to start the fire on Maui, I don't know. I don't know about all that,
Yeah.
right? Because when we start talking about this, I have to ask why. What is there to gain from using a laser? Because we have to encompass the full plan, right? What is there to gain from the powers that be, a specific group of people using a laser to start a wildfire that destroys most of an island, that it seems as though most people are going to get their land back? So there's some other things that go with this. Like Jordan was telling me, there was a fucking meeting with all these rich people who happened to own land on Maui that happened like a month before this fire. I can't find any articles, anything to confirm this. So I don't know. And I'm not going to take a leap to make a connection between a bunch of rich people getting together on an island and
Conspiring
they're
to
making
burn down half an island.
not going to do this.
Yeah.
I don't.
Rich people to get together all the time to scheme and do whatever it is to make more money generally. But I don't know how you would ever tie that to the actual fire.
Is it possible? Totally.
Especially
It's
when we saw the
certainly-
video of the live wires on the ground burning. But hey,
So I understand,
Yep.
right? I get it. The government lies all the time.
what they're
All of
good
the
at.
time. I get
the
it.
one thing they're
right?
good at.
I am begging everybody who is watching this show, who's watching this as a potential clip, who is listening to this, take a fucking step back. Use actual literal critical thinking, right? Not woke ass critical thinking. Think about it critically. Ask, why would this happen?
Yeah.
This is my theory. Why? think yourself through it. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm telling you, don't fucking grab onto something because the government doesn't want you to talk about it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that it's the truth just because they don't want you to talk about it. They're also assholes. They're also retards. And if there's anything that scares them or they think a bunch of other retards are going to grab onto, they're just going to shut it down. It's worked for them. They're going to keep doing that.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that that's the truth because they're tamping it down. It's just shit they don't want to deal with.
Yes. And I would say the closest, and I'll just say conspiracy theory at this point because it would mean conspiring individuals to push forth a message. One of the easiest things to latch onto, I feel like, would be the overall climate change agenda. You cause one wildfire by using a laser, to use their argument. The one thing that they could have to gain is this is just yet another example of something they can use to push for, their climate change agenda further.
Okay.
That's a possibility. Again, that is, I would label that a conspiracy theory because it would take a number of people to conspire to do
Right.
this, and it would be, whether or not that would be legitimate is a fucking who goddamn knows. There's a one in God knows how many chances that's possible. Who knows? The depths of depravity of these people pushing the climate change agenda seems to have no end. So you
Right.
couldn't necessarily put it past them, but that would about to be the only semi-legitimate tie I feel like one could make about a why. And that, again, stretchy. That's a stretchy one.
And because of the crazy shit that we've seen, if you fucking even hit me up 10 years ago with the Epstein stuff, I'd be like, you're smoking crack. There's no way that that's happening.
Yeah.
And it's real. So,
Who knows?
far be it for me to tell anybody that they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So that's not what I'm doing. What I am doing is telling you there's limitations on what I'm willing to promote on the show.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you and imploring you to fucking take a second, dude.
Take a second.
Just chill
Think
for
about
a
it.
second.
Yeah.
I am right there with you, right? I'm there.
Mm-hmm.
Take a second, dude.
It's getting a bit much.
Yeah,
Especially when you're bringing in space lasers.
Talking about barrels of accelerants like hidden around the island and shit, and I'm like, I don't know, dude. I don't.
Yeah. I believe pallets of bricks in New York City
I-
faster than, barrels of explosives and accelerant hidden around Maui in a strategic area.
It is possible. I just don't know about that.
Yeah.
And
Especially
so-
factor in the fact that part of the reason the fire spread at the speed and the direction it did is because there was hurricane force winds coming on from a storm front that was offshore. You can't necessarily predict that
Yeah.
unless you go down the rabbit hole of also they control the weather too.
Yeah.
Which then you start to get a little weird looking, don't you? When you really think about that. So you just always have to really, like you just said, just take a step back and just let's think about this for a minute.
Just chill for a second.
Just hold up one.
Yeah. So there's Hawaii for us.
There's Hawaii for us.
So Hunter Biden, really quick update because it's not really anything yet.
Okay.
It's just that he is supposedly going to be fucking what's the word that I'm looking for? Indicted. Thank you. Yeah, supposedly he's going to be indicted in the coming weeks because the plea deal that he had organized has fallen apart. I have an article here. I just got to pull it up. I have my Hawaii shit on one page. Let's see. Air Force, New Mexico. Hunter Biden to be indicted this month. Prosecutor says. Hunter Biden's lawyer says that they're still operating under the rules set out by the, Hunter Biden's lawyer, Abe Lowell, said in a written statement that his legal team believes the diversion agreement, quote, remains valid and prevents any additional charges from being filed against Mr. Biden, who has been abiding by the conditions of release under that agreement for the last several weeks, including regular visits by the probation office. Lowell says he expects a fair resolution of the case based on the evidence and law, not outside political pressure, and will do what is necessary on behalf of Mr. Biden to achieve that. So they're still trying to argue that the diversion agreement is still active, even though the judge said something is
throwing
wrong
this
here.
out.
We're not doing this.
Yeah.
And he's going to be fucking indicted. So
Yeah, we'll see.
And this, they're not totally clear on what the charges are going to be because supposedly there was some accusation or prosecutors previously have signaled that the proper place to file any tax charges against the younger Biden would not be in Delaware, but in D.C. and California. It is not clear whether Wednesday's filing, if one or more indictments in this jurisdictions may land at the same time as the gun charge, because that could happen, I believe, in D.C., but Delaware probably because that's where it happened.
Yeah. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
There's no end to the fuckery involved in this particular case either. It's pretty gross. But it will be interesting because, there's supposed to be an indictment coming down soon.
Yes. This
month, I think, right?
Yes. He filed papers on Wednesday saying he intends to seek an indictment in the case before the end of the month.
Okay.
So before the end of September.
Yeah, and then we'll play this whole fucking game again where the indictment comes out and then...
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see.
And really, I present this so that I can present the following in contrast. We want to talk about the Jan 6 sentencing, right? So this week, Enrique Tarrio, who is the head of the Proud Boys, was the head of the Proud Boys, former head of the Proud Boys.
Former head of the Proud Boys and also FBI informant.
Sentenced to 22 years in federal prison under seditious conspiracy charges and a few other things. He was not present in D.C. on the day of January 6th. He was in Baltimore, correct? But he was having communications with people in D.C. And this is some of the evidence that they used against him of him being like, don't fucking leave and whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Right?
From the understanding that. And that's even the one text message they got at that point was, that's been made public from my understanding is that, you guys can't leave.
Right.
Was sent or something like that, which could indicate a number of things. Including like you guys just can't leave DC, you have to stay there, or some people are I believe the judge at that point was insinuating that was meant to when you're in the Capitol you can't leave,
right?
Which also does beg a number of questions, considering if they were there for seditious conspiracy to overthrow the U.S. government, why didn't they have their guns on them? But that's fine.
Oh well, the quick reaction force was just across the river in Baltimore.
Oh,
and like 3 people had pistols on them.
This is a fucking frame job, 1,000%, dude.
Yes.
These people are having their lives ruined for this. There was a guy that called into the Timcast after show the other day who's a member of the Proud Boys and who was talking about us and them. And, he wasn't there at that point, but the fact that because he's in the Proud Boys, I guess he has pretty tight communications with some of these people, or he's getting it gleaned down from Lord knows how it works. But
that's a strong goatee that he has.
Oh yeah, dude. It's Puerto Rican, I believe.
I didn't know what he looked like till yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I don't give a shit about these guys.
Nah.
I don't give a fuck about any of these guys.
Nah, it's kind of a joke.
We went camping before Reason was born, so like 2 years ago probably, maybe even 3, because Jordan I don't think was pregnant. She might have been early pregnant, and we were down in Duato, and there was some Proud Boys that were camping there also, and they had like a flag up of the symbol, and I had to look it up because I didn't know what the symbol was.
I remember talking about that.
And eventually, they were fucking some of the coolest guys there. They were the least disruptive people that I experienced in the whole fucking campsite.
Yep.
And that was a shit show of a camp trip.
Sure
those
sounded
people,
like it,
those people were chill. Of all the people, the Proud Boys were chill. Isn't it weird?
That's hilarious.
I'm not here fucking touting the Proud Boys, but in my experience, they were the chillest of all the assholes in Duato that day. Okay, so this is from Microsoft, or Politico via Microsoft, because Microsoft and Yahoo stay ballin'.
That's right.
Enrique Tarrio, the former top leader of the Proud Boys. Oh, so the top line is here: the longest Jan 6 prison sentence is handed down so far.
To a guy that wasn't even there.
Yep. Enrique Tarrio, the former top leader of the Proud Boys, was sentenced to 22 years in prison on Tuesday, the latest in a series of hearings for members of the far-right group over their roles in the Jan 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol. Close to 1,100 people have been arrested in connection with the Jan 6 riot so far, and more than 300 have been sentenced to periods of incarceration. More arrests continue to roll in more than 30 months after the attack. We'll talk about another one a little bit later when we talk about Liberty Safe. Tarrio is the last to be sentenced among a group of Proud Boys who were convicted of seditious conspiracy in May, and his sentence is the longest of any Jan 6 defendant so far. Here are the longest prison sentences they've received. Tarrio's sentence, I had an article that I lost that was in regards to his particular sentence. And the judge who handed down the sentence said that it could have been longer because they could have applied terrorism charges, but they didn't feel like that's what was going on, which cuts directly against the fucking Jan 6th whole narrative to begin with. But he said the reason he was giving him a 22 was partially as a deterrent because they wanted to make sure that nobody else tried to carry out these actions in the future.
Okay.
To deter other people from trying to, seditiously conspire to overthrow the government. That's why they're doing it. 22 years. Enrique Tarrio, former chair of the Proud Boys, sentenced to 22 years in prison on Tuesday for masterminding a seditious conspiracy aimed at keeping then-President Donald Trump in power. Tarrio has been in jail since his arrest in February of 2022. Prosecutors wanted Tarrio to be sentenced to 33 years in prison. That's with the terrorism charges. And that's because the judge was like, well, that seems more like a violent deal, and they didn't really attack anybody,
You weren't even there, bud.
Yeah, Tarrio wasn't president of the Capitol on Jan 6 because he had been ordered to stay away from Washington after being arrested and charged with setting fire to Black Lives Matter banner. However, prosecutors say Tarrio continued to rally his men from afar, urging them to remain in the Capitol. Tarrio was convicted in May. Stuart Rhodes, 18 years. Stuart Rhodes was the leader of the far-right Oath Keepers, was sentenced last week to 18 years in prison for seditious conspiracy. Prosecutors say Rhodes planned a weeks-long effort to derail the transfer of power from Trump to Joe Biden, leading to the organization of dozens of allies to descend on Washington on Jan 6. Rhodes was convicted in November. Rhodes, a Yale Law graduate and military veteran, was the first of 14 Jan 6 defendants, including 9 Oath Keepers, to face sentencing after being convicted of seditious conspiracy. Kelly Meggs, Florida chapter leader of Oath Keepers, was sentenced alongside Rhodes to 12 years behind bars. Joe Biggs, 17 years. A Florida leader of the Proud Boys on Jan 6 was sentenced last week to 17 years in prison for conspiring to derail the peaceful transfer of power. Prosecutors had asked for a 33-year sentence. Prosecutors say Biggs was part of driving force behind the violence on Jan 6 by facilitating breaches at police lines and helping crowds advance into the Capitol. Biggs is an Army veteran who sustained a head injury in Iraq and then was correspondent for the conspiracy website InfoWars. Zach Rail, 15 years. Another leader of the Proud Boys was sentenced to 15 years in prison alongside Biggs last week for conspiring I've done that 3 times. For conspiring to derail the peaceful transfer of power. Prosecutors had asked for a 30-year sentence for Rail. Rail has seen on video spraying a chemical irritant at police officers outside the Capitol on Jan 6, but lied about the assault when he testified. Rail also led at least 3 other men into the Capitol and into a senator's office to smoke and pose for photos. Peter Schwartz, 14 years. Schwartz of Pennsylvania was sentenced in May to just over 14 years in prison. He was found guilty in December on 10 charges, including 4 felony charges of assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers while using a dangerous weapon. A jury convicted Schwartz on assault and civil disorder charges for throwing a chair at officers and spraying them with pepper spray. He has a prior criminal history of 38 felony convictions dating back to 91.
Woo!
Daniel Rodriguez, 12 years, drove a stun gun into a police officer's neck on Jan 6 and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. Former D.C. police officer Michael Fanone's body camera showed the officer screaming in pain after Rodriguez shocked him with a stun gun. Rodriguez also deployed a fire extinguisher at police officers and shoved a wooden pole at the police line. As Rodriguez was led out of the courtroom after his sentence, and he yelled, "Trump won." That's awesome. Dominic Pizzola, 10 years. A New York Proud Boy was sentenced to 10 years in prison last week for triggering the Jan 6 attack on the Capitol when he smashed a window with a stolen police riot shield. Pizzola also filmed himself inside the Capitol smoking a cigar and celebrating the Capitol breach. Pizzola, unlike other Proud Boy members, was a newcomer who didn't write violent online messages leading up to Jan 6 attack, according to the Associated Press. However, the judge urged that Pizzola was still the tip of the spear. The judge said, "You were in many ways quite literally the tip of the spear." That's actually the quote. In allowing rioters into the Capitol on Jan 6th. Thomas Webster, 10 years, a retired New York City police officer who assaulted a D.C. officer on the front lines of the Capitol riot, was sentenced to 10 years in prison last week. Webster was the first defendant to present a self-defense argument, though a jury rejected that claim because he tackled a D.C. officer and grabbed his gas mask. Webster has said he wishes he had never gone to Washington.
Whew, that's a lot of weight, dude.
So these are just a few of, like I said, the 1,100 people that have been arrested and 300 that have been sentenced to periods of incarceration regarding January 6th. We've talked about this many times here. I have
You been seeing them?
some generalized thoughts about Jan 6th, if you will.
Allow you?
Yeah, I was trying to think of something else better, though. If you will indulge me.
And there we go.
Okay, so as far as the comparison to Hunter Biden, right? The important thing to remember is even though the cases are very, very different, the important thing to remember is the starkly different scales in which justice is being supposedly sought, depending on who you are and who your victim is, right? And how well your crimes and your guilt play politically. These are very important things in the comparison of these two cases, right?
Yep. It helps if it helps the narrative, we boost it.
When it comes to January 6th, we have to remember that for these charges to be anywhere near valid, there is kind of a line of thinking that we have to accept, right? First, we need to accept that these people stood a real chance of toppling the government, right? That they really actually could have stopped the transfer of power.
Which is a tough stretch.
Right? Otherwise, they deserve the same treatment as the people who attacked the federal courthouses for 100 plus days. For anybody who did actual damage, who tried to impede on, because if you're attacking a courthouse, you're trying to impede justice. That is what you're doing.
That's
right?
like, it feels pretty definitional.
That's precisely what you're doing. When you're trying to breach a courthouse, you are trying
to stop the justice system from being able to operate.
And you're also,
on the federal level.
Yes, you are also breaking into a federal building, right? You're trespassing. Sorry, that's a word I'm looking for. Trespassing in a federal building, which is what these people were doing, right? They were trespassing. That's what a ton of them have been charged with, is trespassing. That's whatever, forcing your way into a federal building, assaulting police officers. All of these things are valid charges for what you did this day, right? This seditious conspiracy shit that's landing them with 20 years in prison, for that to be true, you have to accept that they actually stood chance of doing what you're claiming they were trying to do, right? Which they didn't. Right. Let me continue. Then we'll go on more. For us to believe that, we also must believe that the most powerful government in the world, right? Because that's what we have here, could be toppled by a few hundred fucking retards without guns in the Capitol that day, right? For that to happen, the government has to let it happen. There's no way the government is toppled by those Jan 6 rioters without them letting it happen, right? Which is what they did on January 6th. We've covered that many times, okay? The leadership in D.C. and both parties worked to create the circumstances that allowed the Capitol riots to take place and to imprison the planners with decades with the express intent of dissuading these same actions in the future, right? Because that's precisely what we've seen here. It completes the cycle of corruption and deception that is January 6th. You created the circumstances, you led people there, you had informers within the groups there, you had people on the ground, you chose to hold back the forces that could have stopped these things from happening. You then force these people into prison and charge them with deterrent levels of sentencing to stop it from ever happening again. Something that you created. You manufactured this circumstance.
It's a circle.
Yes.
It's a circle. It goes round. What movie is that from?
That's from Chuck and Larry.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle.
Yeah.
And
it's a circle and never ends.
It is literally, and yes, I think that analogy holds apt because we've seen this 100 times over. This is just the biggest we've ever seen it.
Even if you take another step back to the election, you contrived a circumstance where people didn't believe what you put out.
Yes.
The people that believed in Donald Trump were never going to believe those election results because of the way that you conducted it, right? You contrived this from the very beginning. You then led to these Jan 6 riots. You contrived with malicious intent circumstances in which people could attack the Capitol, which they could storm the Capitol, which they could get into the building. You chose to withhold the forces, like I said, that could stop them from doing it, even though you had informers on the ground in the very groups that you're now charging with conspiring to seditiously overthrow the government.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Over
then you're
100
taking
feds
them
on the ground.
Yes. Then you're taking them and locking them in prison, and then putting them in prison for decades, like I said, with the express intent to deter these same actions in the future.
Yeah, with a timeline that doesn't really make sense either, because why would you wait 3 years to be charging these people when you had them dead to rights from the beginning?
Yeah.
It doesn't take 3 years to run this investigation. It takes one dude with Google and a couple subpoenas to be able to do all this stuff.
I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong, right? I'm not saying they didn't fuck up. That's
no, but
not
the
what I'm
timeline
saying.
of when you're charging these people and then the
Doesn't make
charges
any sense.
involved.
No.
Unless you wait until right around a fucking election year And it makes a lot of sense.
The most direct comparison is either going to be the shit that happened in the church, right, when they were outside of the White House, or what happened in Portland with the federal building, because they attacked it for 100 days.
Yeah.
Those people did not get 22 years in prison.
Including multiple attempts of arson.
Those people did not get 22 years in prison.
No. And a lot of times they were
released almost immediately.
Yeah.
So I'm unconvinced by this.
Nancy
to say
Pelosi had a
the
fucking
least,
film
you
crew
know.
there that day.
To say the least, I'm unconvinced by what's going on here.
Yeah.
And it is, to me, open and easy to decipher, like I said, cycle of corruption that I think is going to continue to happen. It worked. It worked. They were able to spin enough
That's
people
proof
up,
positive,
and now they're
baby.
in prison. 300 of them are in prison.
And I don't even know, does that count the people that haven't been charged yet?
No. Those are the people that have been sentenced to periods of incarceration.
And that's a fraction.
Yes.
That's a fraction. I mean, it might be a large fraction, but maybe a third or maybe even 50%.
There's
but
one
there's still a
thing-
gang of people that haven't been charged for anything yet.
One of the people who caught a huge sentence was this guy that they're calling what the fuck is his name? The zip tie guy. He was in the Capitol building and he had like big zip ties on his kit. And that
As
guy,
one should have on your kit.
That guy, right? Okay, so one of the reasons I brought my kit today was because
You got zip ties?
they said that these were to detain people. That that's why you have these zip tie things. Okay, well I have fucking in one of these pockets I have flex cuffs in here. Like I made my own with a couple of zip ties put together.
Yeah.
In the very rare circumstance in which I would have to fucking use it to detain somebody. That's
That's what it's for. Yep. Right there. Here we go. Big camera.
that's why they're here.
Yeah.
This is not a bad idea to have. If there's somebody who you don't want to be dangerous anymore, but you don't want to use lethal force on them, this is a really good way to do that.
I mean, yeah. There's no
I'm
argument
not
there.
storming the Capitol. I didn't plan this. This is it. You can see the way they're folded. They've been in here for a while.
Yep.
This is part of my kit. This is not a bad idea. I know I need bigger ones. I got it. I got it. Okay?
Getting hemmed up by the
I
chat,
know
bud.
that. I know that. There's multiple in here. I get it. There's 3
He's
in
doing
here.
layers, bro. He's doing layers. One at a
There's-
time.
yes.
There you go.
There's 3 in here. I got it. I will get bigger ones. The point being,
I
it's
got some pretty
not-
bulky ones out in the garage I can give you if you
Not a
want.
bad idea to have them on your kit.
No.
But
Well,
this guy-
especially for multiple reasons, too. One, for like the FlexiCut purpose.
Yeah.
And then 2, it's a very handy tool to be
And
used in tons of situations.
In the
Something
admin
on your
pocket
on
of-
your gun brakes or
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the admin pocket of my plate carrier, I have just regular zip ties that are unsecured, they're unzipped, they're just regular for that exact purpose.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. And that's why I have multiple. Joseph, eat my ass. I got it. That's why I have 3. I'll fucking throw all 3 on there.
There
If
you
there's
go.
more than
Zip,
one
zip,
person
zip,
I
zip,
need
zip.
to detain, then hopefully I'm not by myself.
Indeed.
So
we got the animal man with you.
yeah, in which place I'm more than willing to threaten lethal force on those people. Everyone get the fuck on the ground or I will shoot you in the back. I don't give a fuck. Come, get out of here. No, so I saw that and I was like, well, fuck them. Like I have fucking flex cuffs on my kit. I know this
Exactly.
is not a bad thing to have on your kit if you're
No.
going to have a fucking kit. You know?
Should seem like a standard.
Yeah. And here's the carrier, and I have some in here.
In the utility pouch.
Yeah.
Look at that. Some binos. More. Those are some thick boys right there.
For all kinds of stuff. And this is what my fucking flex cuffs are made out of, Joseph. Eat my asshole. No, so that's what Brian said, no detainment. I'm right there with you. I know there's
There you
very limited circumstances in which someone's going to wear those cuffs.
Yes.
Unless maybe I'm like, hey, put those on that guy. Now I'll put them on the body. You know, so we got to make sure that something.
It was coming right at us.
Yeah.
Dude, that's funny.
Yeah. So I was disturbed by the idea that he caught additional charges because he had flex
fucking
cuffs,
flex
on, his
cuffs
kid.
on him.
Because to me they seem like a very reasonable thing to have
Yeah.
if you're gonna have a kid.
It's like the whole, like the hang Mike Pence narrative that's been going on.
Yeah.
Because it was like they had the guillotine out front, and
Right.
there was like one dude that had a sign or something that said that, and
They were gonna kill him.
exactly. It's like his life was threatened that day. I mean, this entire thing has gotten so. I think it has something to do, I think, with the length of time that they've been kind of presenting it. It's allowed them to kind of like really cherry pick portions of the narrative that really
over
work
2
for
years,
them or
man.
not. And it's all in my eyes, it's all towards like one end. And it's to like label essentially Donald Trump and anybody that is semi
Fuck you doing here, Cat?
close to Donald Trump as a a threat to democracy and be able to just usher in another 8 years of democratic rule. And it's so blatant these days. I don't understand. I mean, every turn they've taken with the Jan 6 narrative has been totally blatant. I'm surprised anybody believes it, but people are so fucking. That's really adorable.
She's got things to say.
Yeah, she does. Meow. That's funny. She's becoming a much. She's still a demon, but
Chilling out a
she
little
likes
bit.
to hang out. She likes to hang out
She's
sometimes.
getting a little bit older.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good time. Meow.
So there was one more thing. Are
It's
we
like, why am I
too
gonna
good
fuck
on
up?
Jan 6th?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's one more thing I wanted to say about Hawaii that I forgot about.
Oh.
Because I took a bunch of fucking shit in the comments for like, how dare you judge the people on this island for looting
yeah.
and blah, 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 blah. Okay. First of all, I spent the first minute of the clip couching my statement with, I'm not judging you, I understand, I blah, blah, blah. So you're an idiot. You obviously listened to 2 seconds and got upset and left. You're an asshole.
Yes.
Second of all, I'll readdress looting for you, right? Yes, if my family was in dire need, I would loot from somebody. I would steal from you if I had to. Does that make it? Let me continue. I am not faulting anybody for doing what they feel like they have to do to survive, right? I'm not in your situation. I'm not judging you. I don't have the room to judge you. I'm not faulting you. I understand why you would do what you did. I understand why I would do the same thing that you did if I was in your circumstance. That doesn't justify that action morally.
Yes.
That doesn't make it okay. And I'm not going to advocate for you to carry out an immoral action because I'm not in your circumstance. I'm not going to do that. I get that you think that's hypocritical. You don't like that. That's what morals are. Morals are an ideal that you aim to uphold in your life. This is a line I don't cross. I get it. There are exceptions to every fucking rule. I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to advocate or defend you carrying out an immoral action because you're in a dire circumstances. I don't care. I'm not going to judge you for it. I understand it. That's what I fucking said, you dumb bitch. I'm not going to defend it. I won't do it. I'm not going to justify it. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it moral. It makes it understandable. I'm not going to fault you for it. Doesn't make it okay. I'm not going to tell you that it's fine because you're in a bad circumstance. I'm not going to shit on you for it, but I'm not going to tell you that's okay.
Yep.
It doesn't justify you violating somebody else's rights, somebody else's property because you fucked up or because you're in a bad stance. That's why I talked about preparation. And then someone else, well,
Yeah.
what do you do when your house burns down? We covered that too, you dumb bitch. We said that. You're a dumb bitch. We said that also. I get it. When you're talking about your house burning down, when I'm talking about prep, I'm saying if your house burned down, if your house is on fire, do you even know what you're going to grab when you leave? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Do you know where your fucking documents are? Do you know where your ammunition is? Am I going to take it with me? Probably not. I'm going to try and drag it out of the house because I don't want 1,000 rounds of live ammunition popping off in the middle of a fucking fire. This shit matters. This is what I'm talking about with preparation, right? I'm not telling you that you should have a year of food in case your house burns down, fucking buried in your backyard. Get out of my fucking face. That's not what I'm saying to you. I don't have that. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that my guns, the shit that I need to leave my house in a short amount of time is in one place, and I know where it's at, and I know how to get it out quickly.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to need assistance from the government, they're going to want to see your social security card. Even if they can validate who you are through another means, it's going to expedite the process for you to have those documents.
Yeah.
If you have documents on you that prove that you own this land, it will expedite your process.
Yep.
Can all of the companies that you deal with prove that you own that land without those documents? Of course they can. Of course.
Yep.
It's going to take time, though. It's
Yep.
going to take you longer to get your money than it will me because I got my documents. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care what you have to say. I'm not wrong for saying this. This is all totally valid and totally correct. You're an idiot and you got triggered and I don't give a fuck. This is all fine. Like you're dumb.
Yep.
I don't care about that. It was so hilarious to fucking hear all of these people say this shit. You're dumb. I'm not gonna justify your immoral actions because you're in a bad spot. I'm not gonna do it. I'm also not gonna tell you you're wrong, but I'm not gonna fucking tell you it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's like Kevin says. I mean, he says, "Good for you, Donovan. We should all have ideals, even if we don't live up to them."
Thank you.
100%.
100%. That's what I'm talking about. Do I believe that taking a life is wrong? Yes. I carry a fucking gun every day with the knowledge that it kills people. That's what it does. That's what the tool does, is takes a life.
Yes.
I got it. I get it. Am I going to cross that bridge if I have to come to it one day? Yes, I will. I will then deal with that and will live with it on the back end because I fucking killed somebody. That doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it right. That's not... That's what you deal with on the back end, is the contradiction of morals that you have just lived out in your life.
Yeah.
It's wrong for me to take a life, but I just did that.
Yeah, we talked about a little bit about that yesterday afternoon.
Yeah. Even if I'm justified because I'm defending my own life, I still fucking killed somebody.
Yep.
Like that's...
You'll deal with it on the back end.
I'm not gonna do this for you
No.
because you're sensitive. I don't care. I'm sorry that your moral base is so loose that you don't feel comfortable making a statement like that. I'm not gonna apologize. That's wrong. That's okay. I don't care. I'm not. You're a dick, and I'm not gonna own that for you. Like,
I love that.
That's I think one of the only things that bothered me is like that, because like, I'm not wrong about this.
Nope.
That is immoral. I don't.
Shouldn't loot for people.
It is justified. It's still immoral. It's still wrong. I'm not gonna own that for you. Sorry. So.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, G Unit fucking full force right there. We run practice drills for emergency as part of homeschool. We even go so far as to who can and will carry what animal.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
No, and I feel that, Kevin, with the big videos that we had this week, we had a conversation about this. There was, especially Breaking Points one, just tons of fucking hate, tons of shit talking, tons of all kinds of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And it started to get to me too, like at a certain point, that it was happening, right? I wasn't deeply bothered by it, but it was occupying space in my mind. I was thinking about it consistently, the bad shit that people were saying, but it was quickly defeated by this same thing that I just said. Like, I know who we are. I know who we are. I know what we stand for. I know what we say. I know how careful we are about the things that we do. I don't care. I'm not. So these things it didn't bother me to a personal perspective that somebody was questioning my thing, but it bothers me. Maybe bother isn't even the right word. It makes me sad that like I said, your moral base is so loose and so unconstructed that you can't even understand the truth in what I'm saying, that this is immoral. It is wrong. It is okay. And that's why I spent a full minute qualifying the statement before I said it for people just like you who I thought probably wouldn't understand it. That's why I also said, at the risk of sounding off base and like a fucking dick, these are things I said before I expressed my opinion. So, like, I don't, that it makes me sad that you don't have any morals to that point. You can't, don't have anything to back up to say, you're right, it is wrong, but also I understand why they did it. The same fucking thing that I said in the video,
Well,
So, no, I wasn't personally bothered by it because, like I said, I know who we are. I know what we're doing. I know where I'm at, and I know that that's right. So I'm fine with that, But it was
funny.
good. The videos were very good. It's a good thing for us this week.
Yes, it was very good.
Yeah.
I was fucking here for it.
Don't let someone who doesn't have morals or ideals make you feel bad for having 100%, 1000%. No, it's a tool. Maybe it kills a deer. Maybe it starts a fire. Maybe it sends a signal. 1000%. It's a tool. It's a tool.
Just like a chainsaw.
Jesus Christ, Joseph. You know what the fuck I'm saying. If you use the tool on a person, they're probably going to die. That's what I'm saying.
Just fire them up, bud. Fire them up.
Yes. And while the tool in my pants could be used for many different things, its intent is to kill people. Got him.
Now I don't know whether you're talking about your gun or your rifle.
Ah.
There it is.
Yes. Okay, so that's the last thing that I have to say about
That.
yes, about Hawaii. I think the only other thing for this segment is the bitch in New Mexico. Liberty Safe in the bitch in New Mexico. Okay, so Liberty Safes happened this week.
Let me just introduce this with the greatest meme that I saw
Oh God.
from the whole deal. Wait for it. This is what happens when you look inside a Liberty Safe. The Fed boy. The Fed boy. Oh. So do you want to hit Liberty first or the governor first?
Let's hit Liberty Safes first.
Because that's quicker, I think. I think that's a quick in and out. I have their statements. This one was fantastic because this is the tweet from the quartering here. He had just ordered a $7,000 Liberty Safe on Saturday, a Lincoln 50 with all the fixings, and I am making a call tomorrow to cancel. And so this was after Liberty Safe came out with their statement. On August 30th, 2023, Liberty Safe was contacted by the FBI requesting the access code to the safe of an individual for whom they had a warrant to search their property. Our company protocol is to provide access codes to law enforcement if a warrant grants them access to the property. After receiving the request, we received proof of the valid warrant, and only then did we provide them with the access code. Liberty Safe had no knowledge of any of the details surrounding the investigation at the time. Liberty Safe is devoted to protecting the personal property and Second Amendment rights of our customers and has repeatedly denied requests for access codes without a warrant in the past. We do not give out combinations without proper legal documentation being provided by authorities. We regularly update our policies to ensure both compliance with federal and state law and reasonable consumer privacy protections within the law. First and foremost, Liberty Safe is committed to preserving our customers' rights, and we will remain unwavering in those values. And then the pile-on came, because a bunch of people realized a bunch of things all at once, right? First of all, you got a shill of a company that is named Liberty, for God's sakes, and specializes in safes. So that is a big metal fucking box that you get to keep all your valuable stuff in, and only you and who you decide can have access to that.
That's the idea.
But then they blew their fucking load when they we'll start with the fact that the FBI came to them with a search warrant. Okay.
Said they had a warrant for the dude's house.
Yes, and they were able to at least get somehow they were able to validate the warrant to search his property.
It's Gen 6 stuff.
Yes,
why.
it is Gen 6 stuff. Continuing 3 fucking years later. So Tim Pool made a really good argument about the fact that anybody can have a warrant for almost anything at this point. So why the fuck would a warrant be good enough for you? You as a company should wait for
Did he commit a violent crime? Like, is there something that regards to this? Is firearm ownership relevant to this warrant?
And as far as I'm concerned, you would need to subpoena my company, and then our lawyers will take it to court, and then if the court orders you to hand over said data, then only then you would begrudgingly have to do it, I suppose, or suffer the legal consequences. But a cop or an FBI, a Fed showing up with a warrant that says we're going to search his property, but like, well, that's cool. That the safe is his property. What's inside the safe is none of our fucking business.
Right.
And then on top of that, then it got into the fact that, wait a minute, this entire company has the ability to tap into your access code and unlock your safe.
Yeah, reset it, or they have a backdoor code, or whatever the deal
They
is.
have
It sounds like it's a
some
backdoor
way-
code. Yeah.
Yeah, they have some way to access your
Master
safe.
code,
Which
yeah.
means that anybody that ever bought a Liberty safe potentially is compromised.
A digital one.
A digital one, yes. That way, for any number of reasons, it could be, like I said, like a rogue employee gets pissed off the company, somebody gets in a bad way and wants to get access to a safe nearby or something like that. They can get the codes that way and then break into the house, get into the safe. There's any number of issues that could arise from this, because the idea is that if you get a safe, you control access to it, and you're the only one that can control access to it.
Right.
Nobody else gets to the feds need to get a goddamn blowtorch or a plasma cutter or something to tap into that shit for themselves. They need to do the hard work. But with Liberty Safes, apparently the companies just say, that's fine, we'll allow access to that safe. Here's the code, go for it. So, not a secure company. anybody that has a Liberty Safe at this point, I would be looking. I'd be looking away to either be able to find a manual override or something like that if you can get around the digital access or something like that, or just offload it because it's not safe anymore.
Right.
There's multiple ways that can be backdoored in, and if the company can do it, what's to say some fucking hacker can't do it or something like that? Your shit that's in your safe is not safe anymore, period. So they got lit up really, really hard for making that statement. Lots of the memes were great. The pushback was fantastic. Another company called Security Gun Storage came out with a statement essentially just shitting on Liberty, saying, like, we don't do none of that shit. If we sell you a safe, we sell you a safe. Recently, Security was made aware of and asked to comment on the situation involving the FBI and a well-known safe manufacturer. The FBI requested the access code to the safe of an individual for whom they had a warrant to search their property. Their company protocol is to provide these access codes to law enforcement if a warrant grants them access to a property. It is Security's belief and protocol that the protection of personal property and Second Amendment rights of American citizens are paramount. Our full line of fast access modular safes are not built with any overriding system, giving our customers full control. The freedom and liberty to possess firearms is the right of every American citizen. Security will always put these same rights of our current and future customers first. So they took advantage of that, and I'm sure they made a lot of fucking money that day. And then, so this was the original message came out
August 30th.
Yeah, we'll actually click the post. Yeah, August 30th. Or September 5th is when they dropped their post.
On the 30th is when they did.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then the following day, Security made their comment, and then they came out with another comment. Essentially backtracking. Now, unfortunately, people are giving a lot of props for doing this, and I still, at this point, my trust has been broken, but we'll talk about it in a minute. At Liberty Safe, we are dedicated to safeguarding the rights and privacy of all of our customers, unless the feds ask for it. It is a promise that remains deeply personal to our employees and leadership. Our company, one of America's oldest and largest safe manufacturers, was founded on the belief that Americans should have the fundamental right to protect and safeguard their valuables and property. As a courtesy to our customers, Liberty Safe has long adhered to industry standards by maintaining a secure database of factory-set combinations. This practice helps customers regain access to their safe for a wide range of reasons, including loss of the original combination, service requests, and warranty issues. Liberty Safe provides over 4,000 processes over 4,000 requests of this type annually, and provides combinations to safe owners only once they provide clear documentation of their identity and their ownership of the safe. Seems semi-reasonable right there.
Yeah, like Joseph said, probably started an innocent program to offer a way into a safe if you get locked out without damaging the safe, and without a thoughtful rebuttal.
Indeed. We listen to our customers and update our products and practices in response to their evolving needs. Today, we are announcing a change that empowers our customers with great control over their information. Effective immediately, in big bold letters, existing customers can visit their website, liberty.com/pages/combination removal, and fill out the form to have records of their access code expunged. In the coming weeks, we will be releasing a feature that gives every new customer this option when registering their safe. This change allows customers to take control of how their information is stored and protected. We understand that many of our customers are willing to assume the responsibility of safeguarding their own combination, while those who opt out of our data storage process will have limited recourse in case of a loss of combination. We respect their choice and are here to support them in the way that's best for them. So, new policy says if you want to opt out of this system, we can do that, and we promise we'll expunge your information so that if you get locked out, tough tits, we can't help you. But then also we can't give that info to the feds. I don't know if I trust that, considering it's just a policy change, and the actual backdoor, I would assume, would still exist in some capacity.
Yeah.
So I you know, they got a lot of props for like, oh yeah, they made the right decision. A lot of comparisons to like Bud Light should have learned something from you. But I still don't trust this. I feel like they saw what they did. They saw the blowback for what happened. They were starting to pay the recourse and had to do something to stem the bleeding. And change of policy will do it. We'll offer people, as far as I'm concerned, I feel like everybody that has one of these safes should file a class action lawsuit, and we should take this entire fucking company down.
So Kevin says, as for the Liberty Safe situation, what worries me more is that people can be locked out, not just that they have a backdoor access. What would happen if companies locked citizens out of their safes if at the government's request? I'm getting rid of my digital safe and going old school. There being a backdoor is dangerous, but what's more dangerous is what can the company block people from opening their safes? No one knows now.
That I have not heard that point of view yet, and that's a really good point of view.
Yeah, and don't fucking say shit about it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, because even if they don't have the access code, maybe the feds come to them and say, hey, we need to, and then they'll just make it so that you can't get at it because maybe that's where you keep your guns.
And no one knows if they can do that or not.
Yeah. And I don't trust these people as far as I can throw them at this point because you've already shown that you have a very cushy relationship with the feds.
And as far as, okay, so let me start here. Yesterday, Lucas Botkin, CEO of T-Rex Arms, posted a video regarding the situation where he's like, obviously, I don't approve what's going on here, but he raised an interesting point of like, they also receive these type of requests for information about people who buy products from them, from the government, right? So an example he gave of they got a request from the government in Canada about somebody who bought a holster and some other stuff from them. And so after a bunch of back and forth, they tried to find out like why, give us reason, you need some information. They got U.S. law enforcement involved, and apparently that guy was like involved with ISIS. So they're just trying to gather as much information as possible. So Lucas's deal was, you know, how far should a company go to defend its customers who are potentially guilty of, you know, being a terrorist or being a pedophile or being he said even a communist or, you know, whatever the fuck, right? Like how far should we go to defend people who don't believe in what we believe in? Which I think is a fair question, right? As far as this example, because this guy is Jan 6 stuff, right? I don't think any company should be going out of their way to help the federal government infringe on anybody's rights unless they are guilty of something that's relevant to this, right? If this guy's a violent criminal, if he's using these guns to violate people's rights and murder them on a daily basis, it might be relevant for them to gain access to the thing, right? I understand, like, I don't agree with it. I understand this justification, right?
I understand that. I don't agree with it, but I understand it.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I understand that justification. If you're talking about a fucking pedophile, something like this, and not even a safe company, whatever company that you're talking about that can give you information relevant to these crimes, a fucking computer company, right?
Yeah, pedo, that's what I was thinking. Pedo with some CP.
Right. I understand this. This is a thing that I understand outside of this. You shouldn't be helping the government violate people's rights to privacy, to self-defense, to information, to any of that type of shit, right?
Shout out social media companies.
This is where I believe that the civil disobedience to the government comes into play on a corporate standpoint, right? A very good example, I find, Apple during San Bernardino.
Yes.
Okay? These were terrorists that killed American citizens, right? Apple said, we're not doing that. We're not going to create a way for you to get into a phone when we have built our shit on security this entire time, right? I'm not here fucking touting Apple. I use this as an example of you don't have to do what the government says. Even if they show up with a subpoena, you don't have to do what they say. You don't have to listen to them. You have a choice. You have the opportunity. You have the option. You're choosing to make this decision. You don't have to do that. So I don't agree with this. I'm very much obviously against the idea of a company aiding the government infringing on people's rights. Yeah, and I don't buy the argument of fucking subpoenas and blah blah blah. No, Apple received a court order from the government to open the phone, and they still said we're not doing that. We're not going to do that. And the federal government got very, very upset. What are they going to do? They have to try and find a legal recourse to compel you to do something they don't have a reason to do. And you don't have to do this.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in Apple's case, they're too big for the government to fuck with them too bad. In a Liberty Safes thing, they could ruin the entire company overnight if they wanted to.
Yeah,
and that is the problem, because I don't I have like a similar argument running through my head when it comes to like gun manufacturers or even the, gun dealers that just sell a weapon to somebody that they turn around and now they're looking to like hold these people liable for
Right.
stuff that their customers do. I don't like if you're a safe company like that, man, you got to just not comply. You cannot play this fucking game. If they want to do that, they can go search the dude's house. They can do if they got a safe here. Well, do you have like a safe cracker? Do you have something? Does the FBI have the ability to open that safe without the assistance of the company?
Yeah.
I'm sure they do.
They definitely
They will
can.
probably damage it. They're going to damage everything else in that house when they fucking search it.
Right.
You've seen how they fucking toss houses.
They're not nice about it.
No.
Even if you're the president, they're not nice about it.
No,
They
dude.
just be tossing shit.
Yeah, like I can understand it again, but tell these people to fucking kick rocks, man. You're a private company. You have no responsibility to open up somebody's fucking safe for the feds.
No.
Go handle that shit yourself. You're
Yeah.
the most powerful government in the world, right? Go handle your shit.
Right.
Leave
And
us out of it.
Rejecting requests like this is precisely how you stop the growth of the government. But the more that you comply with this, the bigger and bigger it gets. You set the precedent there, and they use this to lean in other companies. Like, well, fucking Liberty Safe does it all the time. What do you mean you're not going to open us back up? You want this fucking terrorist to kill more American citizens?
Yeah.
Fuck that shit. You're the feds. You figure the shit out. This is not my fucking job that you can't find out that he's guilty. You're telling me he's guilty. Prove it then.
Yeah.
Fucking prove it. This don't have nothing to do with me.
Nope.
If he didn't shoot anybody in the Capitol, this has nothing to do with me.
Yep. And even then, I would still take the
If he
stance
didn't
that,
use
like,
this safe to beat someone to death, that has nothing to do with me.
and see, even then, I would still have the same
I'm just
recourse.
fucking
It's
around.
like, even if he hulked up and was out there fucking smashing people with his safe, the company is not liable for none of that
No.
shit. They sold him a product. If you want access to it, go get it. You're not going to get it from us. Go get it from him. I bet you, if you fucking hold that dude in the cell and you're talking to him, he might give you the code. I mean, maybe not, but that's
Right.
your own fucking problem, man. Like you just said, yeah. The wider this stuff spreads and it becomes more and more commonplace, the more it's just going to be the way people do shit, and that is a dangerous road to go down with such a totalitarian government. It's not good. Not good. But so I will be very curious over the next weeks and months if this company ever bounces back.
yeah.
I mean, they tried to stem the bleeding with that other statement to say we're not going to do that no more. But
I think they might just see a difference in the products that people buy. They might just see more manual safe be purchased than electronic ones,
Certainly could be.
If you have just a standard fucking tumbler safe, no one can get into it unless you're tumbling it,
Yeah.
So that's what's called, right? Tumbler style?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the little spinny one.
Yeah.
Or even like, there's like you can do it just with like a keypad. Type in a code on a simple, non-connected to the internet type of situation. It just
Yeah, and I
beep,
guess
beep,
I don't
boop,
know
boop.
what kind of digital they're talking about, so I don't know,
Yeah.
like, because I have like a digital pistol safe that doesn't connect to the internet or anything, but there's a code that there's on it, there's a key, and then there's like a card you can use too that like scans on the front and like a little key fob. There's like 4 different ways you can get into
Yeah,
it.
it's probably some kind of common access code that. Sorry, my ears is hurting. That is probably tied to like a serial number or a model number or something like that. That is like a blatant override. You type it. A standard combination. Maybe it's like 6 numbers or something like that. But if you punch in these like 24 numbers, then this model or this serial number will open or something like that.
Yeah.
It could be all done algorithmically at random, and then they can just pull it up and then be able to get in that way. But either way, if your whole line of business is security and property, that is a loophole you probably should not have built into the
Yeah.
system. But I do get the customer service aspect of, well, I locked myself out of my safe. What can you guys do for me? Nobody wants to hear you say literally nothing.
Find a
I can't do
locksmith,
it.
bitch. Don't just tell you.
Yeah, I got some numbers I can. What's your zip code? I'll see who's around that we can recommend. But it's gonna cost you. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't buy anything from them. That would be my. I don't know what kind of products they have, but. And it sucks too because from what I understand, they're one of like the best in the game. Like not a lot of people will keep like a nice electronic safe that is also capable of withstanding like a house fire or flooding
Right.
and like the whole 9 yards. And so it sounds like they're one of the best in the game, and that kind of sucks. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
They're the largest safe manufacturer in the United States.
That's big. Which, I would imagine too, once you're dealing with something like that, the government's going to be in your business big time because
Tell
you're
them
the
to fuck
biggest
off.
people and you make stuff that we can't get into. We don't like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so closing out with some New Mexico governor.
Yes.
Let's start off with her statement
Okay.
because we have the video.
On any street corner.
Why
we
would
should
you do
say
that?
because
On any-
yesterday the governor of New Mexico
Mm-hmm.
used her emergency powers to place, I believe, a public health
Emergency
in
order.
emergency order in which she suspended the open and concealed carry of firearms regardless of your permit status. So even if you have a concealed carry permit, you are no longer allowed to carry a firearm in public for the next 30 days. And this was her statement, part of her statement following the announcement.
On any street corner in too many cities in New Mexico, there is someone with a gun sticking out of their waist or their belt. And I'll tell you, if you're a young person, you're not allowed to have a handgun.
Well, it's a crime already.
I got it, but we won't be able to arrest all of them. So imagine, just in a perfect
Even if we
world,
see you openly committing a crime, which is what I described, we can't arrest all of you.
Mm-hmm.
if this was upheld, it gives all of these police officers the ability to focus on the real criminals.
Last follow-up.
Yeah.
You took
But your
it.
point is
Instead
valid.
of, okay, so is she saying that we're focused on law-abiding citizens who are openly carrying guns? We have to stop and ask them if they're committing crimes?
It seems very stop and frisky,
Yeah.
if you ask me.
Like, is that's what you're saying? Is you're having to spend too much time asking people if they're allowed to carry firearms?
Because it's constitutionally allowed in that state. Not just by, it's a constitutional carry
You
state.
can open carry.
Yeah. And in the state constitution, it also backs that up. The same thing. It is a literal, when they say constitutional carry, it's in their state constitution that you can openly carry. Period, full stop.
You took an oath to the Constitution. Isn't it unconstitutional to say you cannot exercise your carry license?
With one exception, and that is if there's an emergency, and I've declared an emergency for a temporary amount of time, I can invoke additional powers. No
That override your
constitutional right.
constitutional rights from the state.
Yes.
That's what she's saying. My emergency powers override your constitutional rights from the state.
This is exactly the same arguments that they made during COVID. It doesn't matter.
Keep with the rest of it.
Okay.
She says more.
In my view, including my oath, is intended to be absolute.
Go back a little
There are
bit.
restrictions on free speech. No constitutional right, in my view, including my oath, is intended to be absolute. There are restrictions on free speech. There are restrictions on my freedoms.
No, there's not. They're only there when you say they are. The Constitution, the constitutionality of this is pretty fucking clear, and you're just choosing to say it's a living document. It ebbs, it flows, it changes with the situation.
So I shared this clip on our story earlier today, or maybe last night, and I said, this is a Karen who has no understanding of what rights are or where they come from, right? When you're talking about within the governmental framework of the United States, yes, they have constructed limitations on the way that you can express the freedoms that they have very little power to amend at all. Yes, that has happened. Do I, as a human being, have a limitation on my right to free speech? No, I don't.
Nope.
Are there legal consequences for some of the things that I might say? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
There-
seems like an infringement.
my rights as a human being are absolute. And you, as a co-human being on this planet, have no ability, no right, no power to curtail them at all. That is part of the abject immorality that exists within the United States government and all governments around the globe, that no other human being has the right or the power to infringe or limit your rights. That's what a right is. Regardless of who you believe the creator to be, that is where your rights come from. They are bestowed upon you with the sheer fact that you are a living being on this planet. No human being, this woman, me, Colin, nobody else has the ability, the power, the right to limit your rights, because we don't give them to you. They are only realized upon your birth on this planet. That is when you get them. No one has the power to infringe on them past that. That is why it is a crime against humanity for someone to do so, right? That's why we sit and we struggle so much with the idea of abortion, is that you are infringing on another human being's rights, regardless of their age, their status, their whatever, right? This woman doesn't have any concept of what a right is. She has no fucking idea. To her, a right is granted to you by the government. That is not what a right is. She doesn't even understand what the Constitution says, because as we've gone over dozens of times on this show, the very document lays out for you. The Bill of Rights is a list of things the government cannot do, ways they cannot impact your life. That's what that is. So this nonsense, this bullshit she's spinning up about rights having limitations and her oath having limitations, it does not. It does not. It is a complete fabrication based on absolutely nothing other than her own personal ideology that is backed by, again, nothing. There's no religious context to back it. There's no personal context other than this is just what I think. Mm-hmm. That doesn't dictate your rights. Fuck this woman. Fuck this emergency order that she claims overrides your constitutionally protected rights. Fuck her. Fuck this. Carry guns. Like Brian said, carry 2 guns. Show them to everybody. Fuck her. You know who's exempt from this? Police officers. The agents of the state who are supposed to protect you, who have a horrific track record of impinging on those very rights, those people are exempt. They'll protect you. Don't worry about it. Everything will be fine in New Mexico.
It'll be great.
For the next 30 days, it'll all be great because you can't carry a gun now.
Yeah. Albuquerque is going to be it's going to be fantastic because all those criminals out there that do carry guns illegally that are going to use them to commit crimes are still going to do that.
Yep.
And I think I don't know how you do this, but at this point, it's completely abdicated her entire role in government.
1,000%.
She has just done that. Why? Okay, so every politician in the state of New Mexico needs to be filing impeachment against her right now.
She said she invites the legal debate about what's going to happen, but she's for it because it's a bold action and someone's got to do something.
Petty tyrants, man. Petty tyrants. This is what this is. This is disgusting. Oh, yeah, it's really gross because well, let me pull this up because this kind of talks a little bit about what the actual order
Fuck
is.
This woman.
So governor bans
She's
carrying guns. Absolutely. In Albuquerque after 11-year-old killed. So there was a kid that got killed, which stemmed this whole thing.
There's a series of gun violence that's happening here, and I think we could...
Well, Albuquerque is not a safe
horrible.
city.
No.
It is a rough town.
They fucking set Breaking Bad there for a reason. Not just because it's fucking cool. Because shit's bad there. Because it's really fucking bad there.
Yep. Run by Democrats all the time, by the way.
Yeah. No, I think that it would be good. We could even start part 3 with it about like a generalized... We could do it now. It doesn't matter. Fucking, it's all one show.
It's all just one show now, baby.
A generalized discussion about guns because I popped up like 5 different articles that are all chained to the one that I had that are all different CBS articles about like different gun violence crimes that are happening in Albuquerque that have led to this decision, right?
Oh, okay.
So one of them is like...
it's the same justification why we go to assault weapon ban in our state, right?
1,000%, right? So one of them, I think, is this kid that was shot outside of like a baseball game. That there's a drive outside of a baseball game. Kid gets shot in the crossfire. There's a girl, 14-year-old girl, who was shot by her boyfriend or some other kid that she was in the house with him. Couldn't find out the details of that particular incident, but his dad had an unsecured firearm, and this kid killed this girl and then tried to like drag her out to the yard. And the cop and the dad and the kid were in the house for like 30 minutes resisting arrest. So there's a series of these things, that they're putting under the umbrella of like the scourge of gun violence that's happening there. That's like, this is 9,000 other crimes that are leading into this where someone happened to die, right? This shit outside the baseball game, you're talking about gun violence. You're talking about gun violence gang violence between 2 warring factions in your city that you can't quell. You're unable to create peace in this city, and that is the result. That is why this child is dead. Not because there are guns in the streets. That's not why he's dead.
No.
It's because people who have no morals are existing in a city where you can't control the chaos, and they are allowed to kill other people in fucking open gunfights. That's what's happening here. In this case, in which the kid shot his girlfriend, you're talking about a guy who has zero responsible firearms ownership. He has loaded guns out where he has a fucking 15-year-old when he's not home. This is not gun violence happening in the streets.
Yeah.
This is a horrific gun owner and an irresponsible parent who's allowing his teenage child access to a firearm that is loaded so he can use it on somebody else.
But you know what though? It's going to go down in the same statistical column, isn't it?
It's all adolescent gun violence. That's what it is, right? So all these things that are other crimes are funneled under the same umbrella because it's a convenient way to package it.
Yeah.
Right?
And
I'm not saying this is right. These are all wrong and morally incorrect individual crimes, right?
Yes.
It is not the gun that is the problem here.
I was going to say, all you need to do is go, okay, Governor, do Chicago. How did that work out? Because they don't have, there's no guns allowed in Chicago, in the city of Chicago, essentially. How's that working out? Is that gonna solve the problem? Is your emergency order in 30 days going to fix the problem? It's the equivalent of, we want to arrest all the bad guys so everybody doesn't commit crime, stay in your house, and then we'll go around. Anybody that goes outside we'll arrest because they're all the bad guys.
They're bad. We know that now.
This is the most idiotic, it's an idealistic grab at power.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Because if you're willing to carry a gun during this, then you're bad anyway because you're not following the rules. So no matter what.
You're all criminals now.
Everyone's a bad guy.
The government is real good at making criminals out of innocent people, aren't they? Not fucking cool.
Oh, Kevin, you bet if this gets any legal legs on it, Newsom's doing the exact same damn thing.
Oh,
you
for
bet
sure.
your ass.
It's the test case. It's just another test case,
And
right?
it's the same shit. You got fucking cucked ass guns just like we have here. And then they still will tell you can't carry that shit.
Yes. Now, here's a question for you. There was the sheriff of that county made a statement.
Let's see.
And I read through it a few times. I would like you to read this and
take a drink of water first.
Yes, I understand that.
Well, I've been getting after it too. I always get.
I appreciate that.
After it.
I'm running on like fumes right now. But I read this a couple times over, and I didn't really understand exactly what he was trying to say.
Okay.
So you give it a shot and tell me what you're gleaning from this.
Today, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham issued an emergency order temporarily suspending open and concealed carry laws in Albuquerque and throughout Bernalillo County for the next 30 days. This move has been positioned as a response to the alarming and tragic rise in gun violence, particularly the heart-wrenching death of an 11-year-old boy this past week. That's outside the baseball game we're talking about.
Yep.
First and foremost, every lost life is a tragedy, and the well-being of our community is of paramount concern in the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office. We share in the collective grief and urgency to address this issue. However, as the elected sheriff, I have reservations regarding this order. While I understand and appreciate the urgency, the temporary ban challenges the foundation of our Constitution, which I swore an oath to uphold. I am wary of placing my deputies in positions that could lead to civil liability conflicts, as well as the potential risk posed by prohibiting law-abiding citizens from their constitutional right to self-defense. Also, people who carry guns, you tell them they can't, and might fucking shoot the cops. I was elected to represent and safeguard all constituents and to ensure the balance between our rights and public safety is maintained. That means we must critically evaluate any proposed solution to the deeply rooted issue of gun violence, ensuring we both protect our community and uphold the values that define us as a nation.
So he's already undermining we need to balance between rights and public safety.
Right. That's how it works.
You're already going against your oath.
Those who would trade Jesus Christ. Those I don't.
You gonna quote it again?
No, because I can't. I don't know what the fucking.
Those who
paraphrase. Those who would trade liberty for safety deserve neither.
There you go.
That's precisely what he's doing here.
Yep.
To proactively address gun violence, the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office has implemented and is currently executing several initiatives: extreme risk protection orders, identifying and addressing threats before they escalate, which is like red flag laws, I think.
I think so.
Behavioral health unit, addressing underlying health issues that often intersect with violent incidents. Youth and gun violence initiative, focus programs to curb youth involvement in gun-related crimes. Felon firearm possession intervention, targeting felons illegally in possession of firearms. Crime Commission Initiative, zeroing in on cases where firearms are used in the commission of crimes. I know, interagency collaboration, partnering with state, local, and federal entities to create a unified front against gun violence. Creation of a violence intervention program, intervening in gun violence before crimes happen through intel and interagency collaboration. In conclusion, while we might not be in complete alignment with the governor's recent order, we remain steadfast in our commitment to work collaboratively both with her office and with the community to find sustainable solutions to the gun violence epidemic plaguing our county. It is through robust dialogues, open-mindedness, and shared goal of a safer Bernalillo County that we will find our way forward. Thank you for your understanding and continued support. Sheriff John Allen, Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office.
So that seemed like a whole lot of...
It sounds to
Nothing.
me like he's on the fence about whether he's going to enforce this order, but is not willing to come out and say yet, I'm not going to enforce this. Like, I kind of think that he's opening it up to input from the community about their feelings on that order. And if he gets, this is all speculation. If he gets like an overwhelming negative response, he's unlikely to enforce it. That's very hopeful. I don't know this man, so that's all just conjecture, but that's what it sounds like to me.
And that's why I was asking for, like, what are you getting from this? Because
That's
there's
what it
nothing
sounds like to me.
specifically said other than the fact that he already gives away the fact that he believes rights are not absolute. And
Right.
so he's willing to go down
Willing
this
to
road,
do it, yeah, but
which already tells me why are you taking an oath? Why are you going to
Right.
bring up your oath to the
What's the point?
Constitution if you're just going to shit all over it? Just because, there's bad stuff happening, so we're going to suspend rights because there's bad stuff happening. That's not how any of this
No.
fucking works, man. When he put this out, I was starting to read it. I was like, all right. Nice little build up. And then it just was like, so you're not, it sounds like you're just going to work with the government. That sounds like what you're going to do. Got it.
yeah.
I'm not here for it.
Carolina says the lack of gun safety and education, it's like never giving a ladle to a person because they burnt themselves while making soup. Taking that right away, own a gun for self-defense doesn't solve anything. They should provide gun ownership education to people who want to lawfully own guns. And I support that. I support a government-sponsored gun education program. If you want to come here, you want to buy a gun,
Into it.
come here, get a free class on how to fucking shoot it.
That's right.
We'll do that. That's what the government's for. Fucking be safe about it and own a gun. We're
Yep.
here for it.
Held every Tuesdays and Thursdays at
Yeah.
at the YMCA
Right.
at 7:00 from
Right.
7 to 8. That way anybody that works can go. Maybe a morning class too.
Because you don't even have to do live fire for that class. Like, that's a very basic sitting down classroom class. Bring your gun, no ammunition. Bring it in a case. We're all going to sit down. We're going to take our guns apart. We're going to talk about different ways to carry it.
Yep.
We're going to do all this stuff. We have a gun in a holster that you can all wear in your pants, and we'll fucking wipe it down and make it clean and do whatever. And then also, we host open fire classes that you can sign up for here if you want to continue this education under this supervision. If you feel fine, go buy some ammo, head out the range, do your fucking thing.
Yep.
But at least we know that you know how to clean your gun, you know how to carry it, you know how to be safe about it.
Yep.
Now put your fucking finger on the trigger, and you're good.
Don't point
You know?
anything you don't want to shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still have the CMP. That's can you move that heart?
I cannot.
That's what's its entire purpose.
That
The
was its entire
We still have the
purpose.
CMP. What is the CMP?
Ooh, what is the CMP? Let's just Google CMP, see what happens.
Civilian Marksmanship Program.
Oh, there you
Okay.
go. Look at that.
Is a national organization dedicated to training and educating U.S. citizens on responsible use of firearms and air guns through gun safety training. Well, I like it.
Dig it. Yeah, it should be ubiquitous. There should be a CMP
Yeah, because I
office on
literally
every
didn't
fucking
know
corner.
literally didn't know what that was.
Yeah, that's cool. Oy. But again, if the government wanted to get involved with gun safety, all they need to do is advocate for gun safety and
Yeah.
enable programs like that, boost the visibility of them. try to persuade people that this is the best way to go do things.
Try and curb the other fucking crime that's happening in your city. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's the worst thing about it is, again, we talked about this. You talked about the circular nature of all this stuff lately. It's hard not to really start, stringing things together when you say what these Democrat-run cities with the continually failing policies that lead to more and more crime and the widespread, the spread of gang violence and all this stuff. You feel like maybe what you're doing is definitely not working, obviously, because it continues to get worse. Maybe you would address that, unless, of course, your intention is to have a problem that the only way to solve it is by taking people's rights away.
Let's try more restriction where nobody can defend themselves except for criminals.
Yeah, because that seems like the apt way to do it. So yeah, well, I'm curious to see what's going to happen, because she conveniently put it out on a Friday because, of course, that's the best way to do this, because then you just
they literally sell us surplus firearms like M1. I did not know that.
Ooh,
I've literally never heard of this organization before.
I've always wanted one of those, just for the opportunity to hear that ping. That's the fucking the actual clip.
Yeah.
Ejects.
My Uncle Del Brico has like a World War II M1 Grand. The stock and everything is original. The internals are new, but everything else
Seems like a good decision.
Yeah, everything else is OG.
Shoutout Del Brico.
And it's heavier than balls, that thing.
Man.
That's just the whole thing made of fucking wood, is like, it's super fucking heavy. I didn't realize.
I had to, in boot camp, we had to carry those around. They were decommissioned, so there's no fire pins or anything like that, but you had to fucking march with that thing everywhere. And
They're heavy, dude.
Yeah. And, you'd be going on like a 5-mile march, right? And you have to carry it a certain way, and like one of the ways you carry it is just by like the little C grip like that.
Oh my God.
Dude, arm on fire.
Oh, I bet.
And then you'd be just praying to God the drill instructor would yell like a new position, and then you'd get, ready carry like that. You're like, oh, thank God. And then he'd be like, all right, now drop on the left or whatever. And then you're carrying it with your other hand. And it's like, oh my God. Or having to do the up, out, up. It's not fun, dude. Them things are heavy as balls.
Yeah, fuck that.
And them fucking real men brought them things into battle like nobody's business.
Like savages, dude.
Dude, back when men were men.
Big old bullets, too, just blowing people's heads off.
Was it 308? Yeah.
Just blowing people's heads off, yeah.
Dude. Fucking. I've been meaning to watch Band of Brothers again. I haven't yet. It's been too long. Oh, man.
What a beast of a gun.
Oh, it's glorious, too, man. One of a kind. One of a kind. I think that you got any more?
No.
On the bad governor? Another bad governor trying to come after your rights.
She's the fucking worst.
So
30-06 too. Stiff Woodstock, hardware. I love fucking Brian so much. Know your protection,
Woodstock.
just bow louder than shit.
Man, I can't imagine. Fucking Chads, bro. Chads.
Yes, every one of them.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get a little break skis, and then we'll come back and we'll see what happens next.
All right, boys, everybody, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 3 of Salted Streets. Again, thank you for joining us here. Part 2 was long for a successful part 2 stream, of course. This has been fantastic. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
You can find us at our own social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Zeke for the executive producer. Go to the Patreon if you want to also become an executive producer.
Got some good articles out this month.
Yeah. Feel good about those
An
ones.
article and a story, baby.
That's right. Article and a story. So
good shit.
We'll be back. If you shoot indoors, you need hearing protection. Well, you should wear hearing protection anyway. Brian is talking about the dudes in World War II that shot the M1 Grands.
Yeah.
You definitely should wear hearing protection.
How about the fucking BAR, bro? Fully automatic. Whoa.
Yeah. If you're shooting anything like, over 22, you should wear hearing protection.
Yeah.
And if you probably should wear with 22 anyway. But if you're outside, it's pretty chill. It's fine. But,
Tink.
Yeah. Suppressed 9mm, that's fine.
Hey, for slight spoiler alert, we got a nice 22 weapon video in the grab bag.
Nice.
That I'm very curious to get your take on.
Nice.
So hang around. We'll be back.
Thank you very much.
We're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons Podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the Salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why Salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 3 of Salt of the Streets, episode 156.
Woo!
We are out here. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are thrilled to have you all here. Of course, make sure that you like, subscribe, and share this video with everybody, especially since we had the stream drop. We want to make sure that everyone finds this video because it's the one with the biggest content.
Let's go.
I want everyone to see this. So tell everyone that you know about it. Also, go to our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find all of it at saltofthestreets.com, including Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. So you can also be an executive producer, just like Zeke.
The man, the myth, the legend himself.
Yes. Fantastic. So, with that, part 3, internationals. We're going to talk about Ukraine. That's like pretty much all that we have for internationals. But it's going to be a big one this week. There's been quite a few updates. So we'll kind of go through some of these updates, talk about them as we want to, and then we'll have kind of an open discussion at the end for some different stuff that went on. So the Ukraine defense minister was ousted for corruption within the last 2 weeks.
Surprise,
This
surprise.
is not the first time this has happened. He has been in there since before the offensive happened in Ukraine, but this is not the first reshuffling we've seen in the Ukrainian government related to corruption.
There's been a lot.
This is not something we should feel very good about. In this particular time, it appears as though he was just funneling military funds through his own offshore accounts into his own bank accounts. The
Like
very
all the
thing-
money that we send them?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay. Got it.
The
got
money
it.
that they are supposedly sent to buy weapons that goes back to American companies, and then they get the things and all that. Yeah, a bunch of that money he was funneling out into his own accounts. The same thing that we're saying, I bet this is happening, and Zelensky's like, that's definitely not happening. This guy just quit
You gotta go,
because
Bo.
that's
You
what he
gotta
was
go.
doing.
You gotta go.
Yeah.
You're bringing too much smoke, bro. Get out of here.
So that's nice. There's one thing I'm going to talk about at the end that happened in the middle, but we're going to talk about it at the end because I think it'll be best to open up the discussion with.
Okay.
On the 6th, Anthony Blinken was in Kiev and he announced $101 billion in new funding for financial, humanitarian, and military aid. The very next day, the White House announced $600 million in funding for humanitarian and other things. Zelensky, of course, is always asking for more. He has said since the last time we were here that he's willing to hold the elections if the U.S. will pay for it. If we can give him more money so that they can afford all this infrastructure and all these things, then he's willing to keep up all the regular functions, but he just needs more money. He can't afford to operate the government on the meager salary that they're being given by us now. They need more money.
Aren't they supposed to be like a bastion of democracy in the East? And that's why we're defending them so much? Is that the whole deal?
Democracy isn't free, okay?
You got to pay for it.
Yeah.
A lot, apparently.
With blood and cash.
And lots of cash. Yeah, and the blood of your own citizens, which is just really getting disgusting.
We have Heard that depleted uranium munitions are to be sent to Ukraine for the Abrams tanks over there.
Yep.
Depleted uranium rounds are...
Putin has already said that if there's depleted uranium rounds, he'll consider that nuclear. Those are some form of nuclear weapon.
Well, and we've used those munitions in the Middle East and in many other countries, and of course, fucking children pick them up and they get fucking poisoned because they're extremely toxic.
Yep.
Even if they're not radioactive, they're extremely toxic.
Oh, dude.
They can make you
Not
very
good.
sick. They can kill you. If a fucking child picks it up and puts it in their mouth, because that's what 4-year-olds do. Here we go. If it's a rock, my daughter puts rocks in her mouth all the time. She's 1.5. This is what children do.
This is what they do, bro.
Does she know she shouldn't eat rocks? Of course she does. She's still going to put a fucking rock in her mouth.
Yep.
So if you're a child in the desert and there are broken up, depleted uranium munitions that are littering the ground because tank battles happened there 10 years ago.
Or a blown up house that we had to, blow up on the battlefield or something like that.
Yeah.
There's plenty of reasons for this. Kids like to go play around in like blown up tanks after, because it's fun. We'll go
Look
see
at
the
adults
tank.
like to do that shit.
So I'd like to do that.
So it's not good. It's getting bad. Cluster munitions, depleted uranium rounds. It's slowly devolving into some of the lower forms of warfare that we tend to have a stomach for. It's not good.
No,
Not
we
looking good.
don't talk about.
Plus another 1.6 billion going over there in a week.
It's just endless supply of cash.
Yeah, what's that we talked about Maui earlier? I don't.
They have enough. The federal government, Kareem Jean-Pierre said, the federal government has given them everything they need.
Everything.
They were right there. They had over 600 federal employees on the ground from day one. All
They
right,
got checks for $700.
that's still such a fucking. Just hearing that just makes me want to vomit.
It's all they can do, Colin. That's the most the FEMA legislation allows them to send out in emergency funding. $700.
Thank God for overseas wars. Otherwise, how would the government spend all this cash?
Fuck this dystopia. It's horrific.
It's so bad. It's getting real bad. And depending on not how much you believe them or not, Tucker Carlson did a good interview with, was it General McGregor, Douglas McGregor or something like that? And he's very much of the mindset that this whole new Ukrainian counteroffensive has been a total and abject failure.
That's what it's seeming like.
And looking at some of the maps here that we'll bring up a little later,
They don't seem to be gaining much ground.
No, it kind of seems like things are at where they're at, and this is kind of going to be where it's going to be until Russia makes the next move somewhere.
Yeah.
But it does. I still don't have any idea where the hell this is going. It just seems to continue to escalate.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We got F-16. We got the F-16 program up and running.
Mm-hmm.
We're working those guys through training.
Abrams are getting slapped together.
That's right. We got depleted uranium rounds. Take out the rest of those tanks.
Bringing the old fucks in back to Raytheon to teach the new fucks how to make old missiles. It's great. Everyone's getting paid. It's awesome.
And bringing people out of retirement, bro. We're helping
Overtime,
the economy,
baby, overtime.
baby. We're stimulating the economy.
You got 70-year-olds teaching fucking 30-year-olds how to make old missiles. It's awesome. It's the best time in the world. The economy is doing good. Aren't you feeling good?
Man, I understand that we'll never be able to see this because of how classified everything is and protected and all that. But
Give it 75
I
years.
want to know what 2x25 and we'll be fine. But I want to know what does a missile assembly line look like?
Would be cool.
That would be super cool. I want to see a missile get slapped together from the start to the finish.
Let me see that how it's made.
Yeah.
How it's made that shit,
Let's
CBS.
go.
Let's go.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
And then we had Elon Musk, right? You have this thing up here.
Yeah, Elon Musk.
That Elon Musk says that you tell the story.
Okay.
You had a better rap on it than I did.
So this is a nice little Reuters, and there's a little bit of a take on this. So I want to read the article about this and then actually get into the tweets of what actually happened because Elon Musk is not afraid to speak his own mind about everything that happened. So Musk says he refused Kiev request for Starlink use in an attack on Russia. So Washington, Elon Musk said he refused a Ukrainian request to activate his Starlink satellite network in Crimea's port city of Sevastopol last year to aid an attack on Russia's fleet there, saying he feared complicity in a major act of war. The billionaire businessman made the comment on his social media platform X after CNN cited an excerpt from the new biography of Musk that says he ordered the Starlink network turned off near the Crimean coast last year to disrupt the Ukrainian sneak attack.
Oh, shit.
So CNN accused him of turning off the Starlink system so that they could not carry out their successful attack. Well, he's got a separate take because he was actually there. So this guy is Mario Nawful. He is pretty awful, in my opinion.
You didn't just do that.
I did. He's like a huge Elon shill and likes to do a lot of reporting around Starlink and everything Elon Musk, right?
All right.
And he's kind of got an inside track with him somehow. He knows him, but some of the things that he reports on are false, right? And so this was really interesting. So he just put a provocative title on the front: "Elon prevents nuclear war?" ? It's Elon Musk.
Typed it in bold on Twitter too. How the fuck do you do that?
By being a G, apparently. One of the what do you call them? The verifieds. I think you get all sorts of little extra features and stuff. But yeah, Elon Musk covertly instructed his engineers to deactivate Starlink's satellite communication network during a major Ukrainian offensive. This action was taken to intentionally thwart a surprise attack by Ukraine against the Russian naval fleet. The Ukrainian submarine drones armed with explosives mysteriously lost connectivity as they advanced towards the Russian warships.
What kind of bitch-ass nation doesn't have its own internet?
Well,
What kind of
Ukraine.
bitch-ass country don't have its own fucking internet?
Maybe a super corrupt one.
Pussies.
Now we know that Musk intentionally deactivated Starlink. Ukrainian officials pleaded for the reactivation of the satellites. However, Musk was concerned the attack could trigger a nuclear response from Russia. This fear was not baseless, as Musk had opened discussion with high-ranking Russian officials not long before the attack.
Shit.
I've posted heavily about the dangerous rhetoric from Russia relating to a possible nuclear attack in Ukraine, with Crimea being considered a red line. No matter which side of the war you're on, we all want to avoid a nuclear conflict, and Elon's actions may have prevented just that. Do you think Elon did the right thing? So already, he got the report from CNN that said Elon deactivated this thing once the government asked him to activate it. And so he's getting his facts wrong because he's getting them from CNN, making a abrupt statement, and then trying to just carry on with something else. Do you think Elon did a good job by doing this?
Right.
Well, Elon had something to say about that. He said the Starlink regions in question were not activated. SpaceX did not deactivate anything. They just didn't have a presence in Sevastopol at that time.
Okay.
Both sides should agree to a truce. Starts talking about what they think about Ukraine. Every day that passes, more Ukrainian and Russian youth die to gain and lose small pieces of land with borders barely changing. This is not worth these lives. But right there, he had to correct this boy and say, bro, you're wrong. We didn't deactivate shit. It just was never activated. This is later down that thread. It's easier when somebody screen capped it. But there was an emergency request from government authorities to activate Starlink all the way to Sevastopol, the obvious intent being to sink most of the Russian fleet at anchor. If I had agreed to their request, then SpaceX would be explicitly complicit in a major act of war and conflict escalation. And there's that both sides tweet. So the whole concept here was they're trying to blame him for deactivating Starlink in that area when it was never active to begin with, and he just refused to do it.
Right.
Because he's like, I'm not getting involved, bro. I'm not doing that. And I mean,
which is probably the right move.
That's what I would think. You know, I'm not one to, how would I put this? I'm not one to advocate for a lot of like elite control in world affairs, if you will. But at the end of the day, the elites are what they do, just by the sheer nature of who they are, will change world affairs. And for a guy who was hesitant enough, I mean, he was pretty good right out the gate of getting Starlink to the battlefield so that they can connect to drones and do all that kind of stuff and be able to communicate and have satellite communications and, you know, do what they can on the ground. But when he had this opportunity to essentially sink probably a good amount of the Russian fleet, at least in the Black Sea. And he was like, I'm not going to participate in this. This is on you guys. And if you can't do it, then again, that's on you guys. I'm not going to help you start this fucking war. Well, escalate this war even more.
Because if he does, SpaceX is effectively no different than Raytheon, Halliburton. I mean, any of these companies that are, like you said, explicitly complicit in that Raytheon does not fire the missiles that they create, but they create missiles that are fired at human beings that take lives. You know, it's fucking Tony Stark. You know, that he's like, I was fucking in the desert and I saw the people that I killed with my missiles, and now I don't want to make missiles anymore. Like it's the same idea. You know, so I don't. Obviously, whatever. Trying to be objective. I understand the questioning of his decision, but I don't question that at all, because if I owned a company like that, I'm like, I don't want to be involved in this at all. I don't want to help with this. If I understand what you're doing and, you know, whatever, it's bold, and if democratic and fine, but I don't want to have anything to do with this, you know. When the guy on the other side has a knack for fucking murdering people that he doesn't like, I don't really want to be involved in that, you know. I just saw him fucking shoot down a plane that had 11 people in it to kill one guy. I don't really want to fucking do that when I got 30 kids that I roll with all the time.
Well, it's funny you bring up that Prigozhin being downed by Putin, right?
Yeah.
CNN is running this story now. Zelensky dismisses compromise with Putin, pointing to Prigozhin's death. He says, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that the death of Yevgeny Prigozhin, the Russian mercenary leader whose plane crashed, quote unquote, crashed weeks after he led a mutiny against Moscow's military leadership, shows what happens when people make deals with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. As Ukraine's counteroffensive moves into the fourth month with only modest gains so far. I mean, yeah, we'll see about that. Zelensky told CNN's Farhad Zakaria he rejected suggestions it was time to negotiate peace with the Kremlin. Quote, when you want to have a compromise or a dialogue with somebody, you cannot do it with a liar, Volodymyr Zelensky said. The Wagner Group's leader, dramatic death, which followed a short-lived rebellion that threatened the authority of Russian president, was a warning to be heeded, Zelensky suggested. So he's just saying that he's not going to, he doesn't want to pursue any kind of peace talks with Putin because he's a liar and he kills his enemies.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm like, bro, what are you...
That's the way to fucking peace, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the way to peace, is just to not do the peace talks at all. You're at war with another nation. I mean, the whole goal is to try to kill each other. And unless the leaders can be like, hey, we'll agree to stop this for whatever reason, whatever kind of lines we want to draw in the sand. But as to how successful this multi-month-long offensive is,
yes, I don't see them as many maps as I used to. I used to see maps all the time. Maps.
Because maps ain't great these days. Because it kind of indicates here. This is how
maps ain't great these days.
No, the battle maps ain't great these days. At least if you're somebody that wants to see the Russians pushed out of Ukraine, the maps don't help sell the story very well.
Right.
And then there will be much less public enthusiasm. Even it's at probably its lowest point to date at this point, anyways, because we're just going. People are feeling the pinch at home economically. Times are tough for almost everybody, and this continued boasting of sending hundreds of billions of dollars every other fucking month over to Ukraine for the war is not winning people many favors. But you can see on this map here, it starts February 2022, and that was right before the invasion was. You had one area here which was Russian-backed separatist held areas, and that was over in that eastern Donbass or whatever it was area. And then March of 2022, as soon as it's the big push from Russia, remember how close they got over to Kiev, and then the entire northern area, and then throughout the year, by November, they had all kind of basically fallen back. Ukraine kind of controlled most of everything else at this point. I don't know why some of these regions are this purple held or regained by Ukraine. I would assume at that point those regions are still kind of being fought over before they turn into what we see now in June of 2023, which is essentially the entire southeastern portion, all the way over to Kherson, and then like where Crimea already is. The entirety of that southeastern portion is still under Russian control.
Yeah.
And that has not changed since the beginning of the war. They have not been able to get anywhere near that. And so it's just kind of it's the standstill now. We're just fucking hanging out. These are the lines that have been drawn. And I think if you were to ask me what I would do if I was Mr. Putin at this point.
What do you think?
You wait until the Ukrainians have exhausted themselves from this offensive. You maintain the defense like you've been able to do for a long period of time.
Because you're willing to keep pulling convicts out and stack them on the line.
And there's reserves in the back. They're waiting to push. Wait until the offensive has died down, and then you just roll through and get whatever else you want to get at that point. Just go up and take whatever else you want.
They're just trying to see how far the U.S. is willing to throw, how much the U.S. is willing to throw at it, how much is NATO is willing to throw at it. So that's the last point I have to open up the open discussion is that there are now speculation reports of potential joint exercises between like China, Russia, and North Korea, right? There are discussions of some weapons or munitions dealings between North Korea and Russia, and obviously people are very upset about this. You know, the United States has already told North Korea, don't be fucking selling munitions to Russia, you know, don't be doing that.
Yeah, because that'll help.
Yeah.
Bad boy.
So the big kind of, I think, like the easiest open question to open the discussion is like, how did we get here? You know, and to this point where we have Russia now cooperating openly with China and with North Korea to get this going on, and like, you know, what's the path forward? You know, open discussion.
Yeah. How did we get here?
With North Korea in particular, right?
I think that was
because that's kind of a larger discussion that we've in the Biden administration, we've isolated these nations that we don't agree with to the point that they're now willing to just work with each other. You know, we don't have any open communication with them anymore. Where when Donald Trump was president, he's going to North Korea. He's in the demilitarized zone.
Dude.
He's willing to do that shit. He's meeting with Vladimir Putin. He's willing to have these discussions with him. You know, it's not a coincidence, in my opinion, that there was no Ukrainian invasion during the Donald Trump administration. No. Right? That's not a coincidence. That's
because despite what the corporate press would have you believe, it is very important for world leaders to meet with other world leaders, including the bad ones that you despise and don't like. Because otherwise, this fucking shit starts to happen. When you don't talk to these people, no matter how much you might despise them or how corrupt they are or how dangerous they are, when you're talking, you're not fighting.
right.
We'll put it that way. It seems about the easiest way to say
Even
it.
China's telling us to go fuck ourselves now.
Exactly.
Our military leaders can't meet.
Yes.
Well, they won't meet.
They won't meet. And that's a surefire way to only build up hostilities. And so, yes, as soon as the regime change in America happened and Biden got into office, we went back to standard uniparty fucking protocol of Russia bad and any of their friends are bad too.
And demanding concessions from nations like North Korea before we're willing to meet with them, justify their fucking existence on the global world, on the global table, you know?
We can't allow them to become a player on the global stage. They need to be a pariah state. Well, what happens when they're a pariah state? They fucking develop nuclear missiles and then launch them over fucking Hawaii by accident.
Right.
Or Japan and all this shit.
Oh, also, we launched an ICBM this week to
That's
prove
right.
that we could still fuck around, I guess. I don't know. Some dead missile just to be like, hey, we still got shit.
We still can launch, bro. It's such like 1970s
It's North
era
Korea
shit, man.
You're doing the same shit they're doing. Like, they're launching missiles to try and show us we got the shit. What did we just do? We're showing the rest of the world we still have missiles. They know that. We're fucking America. It's fucking America.
Yeah.
They know that.
Unfortunately, most of them are like on submarines and they're parked right off your fucking coast there, big guy.
I know that, Bagel. I know that. We know that. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows we have missiles.
Yes.
Not a fucking mystery.
No. And yeah, a show of force, quote unquote, is probably the worst thing you could probably do at this point because, I mean, the empire is spread thin enough already, man. We don't need to be fucking around like this and then stirring the rest of the pot, the other people that fucking hate us because our because our military bases are sitting in their fucking country somewhere.
We're doing dumb shit. We're acting a fucking fool. Conversation I was having with
Someone.
I'm going to protect his identity for the sake of his previous career and connections, but
Nice.
we met with him yesterday.
Okay.
And when I was discussing, he is not a politician, but
No.
with his experience,
He's been around the block inside the machine for
has
quite some time.
foreign relations and military experience and knowledge. So I trust his opinion
Yes.
when he's giving it to me. Right?
Decades of.
He was discussing with me the same time that we had this other discussion like 2 weeks ago about military preparedness in general, right? And he was expressing a very dark view about our generalized military preparedness from the way that it is structured, like from a political stance, the responses, right? He was addressing when you're seeing Chinese carriers and submarines and stuff like off the coast of Alaska. It's like when you see stuff like that needs to garner a response when you're trying to show that you have a strong military and a strong country that doesn't want to be fucked with. It's like you don't let people get that close to your country and not do anything. You don't let people launch missiles that close to your country and not fucking do anything about it.
Yes.
Right? So there's that element of it, that he doesn't feel that the generalized political response is even posturing in a position that we have a strong military. So we're not even presenting like we do.
Sure feels like that.
Outside of what the reality is. We're not even presenting like we have a strong military.
Yeah.
Especially with this ICBM shit. This is nonsense. Except that's North Korea shit. That's dog shit, right?
It's a throwback to like the Cold War era.
You know how many people it takes to launch a missile? Fucking like one guy.
Done.
It does, yeah. And you're not proving you got a bunch of dogs by launching a missile, right?
No.
When he's talking about the actual fighting forces, right? The way that they're trained. It's not okay. So on a larger scale, right? Our military and our fighting force has very much become accustomed and outfitted to the war that we fought for the last 20 years.
Yes.
That's not how a war in Europe is going to look.
No.
That's not how a war at home is going to look. That's not how a war anywhere else is going to look.
No.
Right?
It's not the way Ukraine looks right now.
And that is completely the way that it's outfitted now. Is for small, hit and run attacks and then, quick reaction forces, people saving your ass. That's not what actual modern warfare looks like between legitimate countries with real armies.
Yeah.
Right? So that isn't the way that we've structured ourselves, even in generalized response, right? Then he's talking about the individualized fighting forces, the way that they're trained. And I've told you, fucking Nate, he's a battalion ranger. He's brought out dudes that he serves with that are going out for other programs to shoot with the AMBL men, because he's telling them, if you want to be a gunfighter, this is better training than you're going to get on base with us. We're fucking civilians. Right? Why are you going to get a more in-depth training session with us than you're going to get somewhere on base unless you're in a unit like that?
Yeah.
Unless you're already operating like that. Then you're not going to train in a shoot house. You're not going to train like that. You're going to be on a standard range shooting a fucking range day with your platoon.
Yeah.
Right? That's not what you need if you're trying to operate, right? And I'm not saying like we're operating. That's not at all what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that it's sad that a battalion ranger feels that other rangers will get a better training session, more valuable training session with us as civilians than they will in the fucking base. Right?
And
That's what I'm saying. Not
And
that
that
we're
does-
operators. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now I know but for the fucking anybody in the future, we're not operators. I'm not claiming that, right? We've showed videos, we train very proficiently to a level that I think is very high for civilians, right? I'm very comfortable and very happy with what we do. We're not fucking Delta Force. We're not soft, we're not SF, we're not doing that shit, right?
But your average ground pounding infantryman is they're not getting that level of training even in their standard.
Even a battalion
career.
ranger, because that's who he's talking about, dogs that he serves with.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to blow up a spot. I'm not trying to tell
'cause
his
I
stories or anything, but it's just as an example. So I'm sorry, Nate, if I'm like calling you out or anything. I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable or use any of your experiences or anything, but just to like inform the overall preparedness of the military. Like they're fucking better off training with civilians a lot of times than they are on base.
Well, when you think about it too, there's reasons for that though, because good civilian training generally comes from the research from a lot of like former SF guys that make videos and make content about how to clear a room the right way and how to do this and how to do that. All these operators that were doing that shit day in and day out. The guys on the teams now that are over there doing that shit, they're still doing that stuff too. But like I said, the overall majority of the active duty forces are not getting anywhere close to that.
Right.
Much less, I mean, unless you're one of the teams and you're actively about to be a door kicker, why would we necessarily want to train you to do that job? Because of the way we conduct military operations for so long now, it's not, for lack of a better term, like total warfare. It's not an actual like army fighting another army. This has been fighting insurgencies since fucking Vietnam.
Right.
Like that's not, and that's the way the entire military structure has grown to operate over the last more than a few decades at this point. So it makes sense when the show of force and having the base in this particular country, and you go out and you do patrols or whatever, and then this maybe some humanitarian missions if it's a quiet place, or you're out there doing insurgency reduction, or I don't know, whatever it is. But like at the end of the day, you're running proxy wars, and you don't get the full force of your army involved, and so you don't train them like that.
Right.
Generations go by. Officers come up through that system, and then that's just the way it is now. And we're not, the entire military itself isn't structured in a way that would be cohesive to running a large-scale war anyways. You know, this was something I think Douglas McGregor brought up at one point. But when you think about World War II, how many, like, 5-star generals were there?
Right.
There was, like, you know, you had 2 admirals, one for each fucking ocean that ran everything in the Pacific and ran everything in the Atlantic.
Yeah.
And then you had an Eastern Command in the Army, and then you had like you had a European Command, you had a Pacific Command.
Right.
And that was it. These people just did their shit and they talked to each other, and you're on the phone and you call like 3 or 4 people and you get a good idea what the fuck's going on. Now there's like over 45 or some shit.
Right.
And they're all split up into all these different things. And just through the sheer bureaucratic nature of how the entire organization is structured now, you can't fight an actual nation-to-nation war like that. Not to mention the forces are already spread too thin anyways.
Right.
You're all over the goddamn world. You might be all right over in like Germany, but we just sent a shit ton more troops over to Germany because we're spread too thin. What's going on in the chat here?
Brian says the quality of our training is just better than what most soldiers can get. And I will say the way our training is, we do stuff in NTC, and YTC is more focused on 2 standing armies fighting. Right. And that's kind of what I'm like having to remind myself, because at first when I think about the shit we're doing being like better quality training than a standard soldier can get, I'm like bothered by that. Like, why? Why are they not doing the same shit that we're doing? But also, if I think about the job of like a standard soldier, they're not all going to be running and gunning. A lot of them are going to be standing out like guard on a particular place, or like going on a patrol. Like that's the type of shit that they're doing, which is going to be more small unit tactics, like escaping, bounding, like that type of shit, and not, you know, not that we're focused on training as individuals. Like we train as a group, and that's, none of us intend on being a live fire in our kits by ourselves, you know. But so I guess that it does make sense. I don't know. There's a small part of me that's still bothered by that, and I understand why it wouldn't be that way, but it makes me uncomfortable that the people whose job it is to defend the country. So I guess, okay, I got to reframe it for myself. I'm sorry, I'm not speaking in complete sentences. I'm thinking at the same time.
Yep.
So it makes me uncomfortable, but also makes me feel good individually that the people who defend the country are not training to the same standard that like quote unquote militias are. You know, that's not what we call ourselves. We're not a militia, but that's what the government would consider us. You know, that's if we were in fucking revolutionary times, that's what we would be considered. You know, the mere fact that we're training with military style arms, quote unquote, would consider us under that, even if we're not organized under a specific branch or anything. So I'm slightly uncomfortable with that, but it does make me feel good that we're training to that level. That's what we're doing. But
and then the armed forces as an organization doesn't exactly operate that way. So it may not require all those people to do that. But
very, very, very different.
But it is nice.
We also don't have mortars, and and that's yes.
Oh, Ma's in the chat.
It's a
Shout
very,
out, Ma.
very, very different thing.
Yeah, for sure. But it doesn't give me a warm fuzzy when I think
We're
about.
the VC is what we are.
I mean, did a good job kicking our ass.
Yeah, they had mortars and shit though.
Yeah, they did.
We gotta get some government funding from some wild ass nations for that.
So
that would be a fun thought experiment. What countries?
That's what I'm thinking. Let's
that
draw
would
some
be a
lines
fun
here.
Thought experiment.
India, I think, is going to be the new Switzerland. Although they got issues with China. They do got, they got their border disputes where they're out there with rocks
Beefing
and
up
sticks,
in the mountains,
beating the shit out of each other. Primarily, apparently, for water rights. I don't know about that, but yeah, who would
Let's
be?
pull up a map real quick. Let's take a look at the nations.
Let's take a look at the old nations here.
Yeah.
Boom. Whoop. Damn it! I always mean to zoom out before.
Don't worry about where we are.
All right. So good generalized view of the world right here. So
got the NATO countries.
We got the NATO countries who
Belarus sticking its fucking nose in there.
Who are getting pissed off at us lately, by the way. Poland's getting feisty. They're ready to start throwing down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not really in love with this whole thing, especially considering Belarus is their neighbor along with Kaliningrad, which is Russian. That's Russia right there.
That little fucking chunk.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. So, so they're surrounded. They got some enemies on the borders ready to roll because Belarus is Russia's homie.
Lithuania is going to have to be involved just because they're going to get blasted in the crossfire.
Well, Lithuania is a member of NATO.
They're a NATO country.
Yeah, same with Estonia and Latvia. Everybody's taking
all
at
up
this
that
point.
shit, huh?
The only one that ain't is fucking Ukraine, and Belarus has already sided with Russia. That's his homie.
Yep. So we got Russia, China, Belarus, North Korea.
Yep. And, South Africa's been getting in real tight with China and Russia because of the BRICS situation. Same with India.
Yep.
And
so they'll, at the very least, be financially involved. And as we know as a country, financial involvement slowly turns into military involvement if the war goes on long enough.
And that's the last thing in the world anybody needs is for South Africa to open up a front in fucking Africa.
Because if we're in active warfare in Europe like that, anybody who's financially involved with anybody we're fighting, we're going to fuck with. And so anything that we do with India now will be slashed to zero. Fuck you guys. If you're down with them, then we ain't doing shit with you.
And I would have a hard time thinking that India would, due to their involvement in the BRICS situation, would side with us.
Right.
Because they're essentially their entire economy is going to be it is gearing towards stepping away from the U.S. anyways, economically. So if push came to shove, it's kind of like Russia being friendly and, being a part of the Allies essentially because they had so much beef with Germany at that point, and then we turned around as soon as the war was over, then Russia's enemy number one. I could see something similar with China and India. Let's team up for this thing, and then we'll go back to fucking with each other after everything's said and done. Once we have the power, then we'll handle our business then. But I don't know, the Saudis maybe. Saudis might become homies. I mean, we've made them a very, very, very rich country, given them all of their weapons to fight their fucking massacre over in Yemen. So they might throw down with us a little bit, but I don't know. But they're going to go where the money goes.
I would also be concerned about what happens on the eastern border of China if that happens, because
South Korea, Japan,
they're going to get scared. If they're in active war fighting, even in Europe, right? If they're involved with what's going on in Europe, they're going to be like, we're not getting taken from the east. We're not letting you come from the east. We already have South Korea and Japan that are saying right there. North Korea is going to be there. North Korea probably goes down,
Yeah. Because we got bases in the Philippines. So we do have that going
We're
on.
all over that place. Taiwan. They
Yep.
move on Taiwan immediately if they fucking start fucking with Russia.
Oh yeah, because they got to secure the bag at that point and make sure that they have the technology ready to go. Doesn't
For
paint
sure.
a real good picture, man. Because Japan is, Japan fucks around, but not since we allowed them to only have a defense force.
They've been building up the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah. The last couple of years, there's been reports here of like, what the fuck are the Japanese doing over there? Mm-hmm. And that's part of why our shipyards are so big over there. You know?
Oh, yeah,
they're
that
into
makes
that.
sense,
They're
yeah.
into that shit. They like having us over there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what are you guys fucking? What are you
going
building
on
over
over
here?
there?
What does that look like? It's like a fucking warship, huh? Let me see how you
Yeah.
went about that.
Yeah, so then you got Australia, the homies.
Yep.
Indonesia, that whole island area. That's I don't know which way, but that would be an issue because there's so many islands and straits to. I mean, as far as naval warfare goes, that's problematic right there. But the Australians may be able to fuck around with that with their nuclear submarines that we're giving them. So
Right. Hawaii's fucked.
yeah. And the multiple islands going out there that you don't even see, but it's just
Little shit.
it's islands all over the place. Fucking Guam.
Privately owned islands and stuff.
I mean, islands. A lot of these things are like owned by
They're just
China
tiny
and all
nations?
that stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
tiny. Well, they're owned by.
Oh, right,
They're
okay.
like Hawaiian Islands, but for China, and a lot of them are just like a military base, basically.
Micronesia's its own place, yeah.
Look at that, dude. Micronesia. Yeah, they got to be probably like their own little kingdom. But I mean, the French fucked around in that
Those are
area
tiny
for so
islands
long.
down there in the Pacific. The fuck?
Oh yeah, man, tons of them. There's Samoa.
Some proud motherfuckers coming from those little ass islands.
Yeah,
God
dude.
damn.
Hardy folks, man. When a fucking wave can wash across your whole island and essentially damn near take out everybody, you got to be tough,
Yeah.
But
Good
what-
for them, dude.
Then we got our dear friends Canada. They're G's.
Yeah.
They'll throw down.
They do. They get down.
Yeah,
They were over there in Afghanistan.
yeah. Maybe.
Had their own beach over there. Fucking Normandy.
Yeah. I mean, we might piss off Mexico enough that they don't want nothing to do with nobody at this point. All their
Well, and
military's tied up fighting cartel. Anyways.
I would kind of expect anybody who can stay out would. Like, if you don't have to be involved, because this would be so bad with that many nations in active warfare.
Oh, yeah,
And
dude.
if you don't have to be involved in anything other than finances, because everyone will get brought in with money.
Yeah.
We're all too tied globally financially to not be involved that way. Even if you don't mean to, you're just already invested in another country, and they're like, hey, we're taking this and it's going to the fucking war fight now.
Dude.
But yeah, anybody who doesn't have to,
But when you think
won't.
about like powers that be, I mean, it's basically NATO versus anyone else that wants to go against it.
yeah.
And I hate to say it, but NATO's been pretty economically kneecapped since especially since Biden got in, but even before that, during the Trump administration, remember him going over there and talking shit about all their green initiatives and how stupid this is. And it's like, you guys don't understand, like the U.S. military hegemony is not as strong as it used to be. And if shit goes down, you guys are going to be kind of on your own. We can't be everywhere like that. Next thing you know, draft starts kicking in again, and shit gets fucking goes sideways here.
People
back
are
at
not
home.
going to be pleased about that.
No.
My wife will not be pleased,
No.
if they say, hey, your time has come.
Well, and depending on
The wives will not be happy.
the catalyst that would kick off said next world war, essentially, the United States may not participate very much because, depending on what the catalyst is, we might have our own conflict inside
Yeah.
to worry about, which is exactly what anybody else
Wants.
They would all want that because we still got the OG Navy. That's really the major power. You control the waters and the air. Then you don't need that many people on the ground.
My source was indicating that China's Navy rivals the U.S. at this point.
Yes. Yeah. I did a beer show one time looking at ship numbers.
Yeah. They have, more,
There's some,
they have more somethings than us. We have like more destroyers or something than them,
Yeah.
but they got some other shit.
they got some other stuff. But the argument is always, yeah, but it's Chinese tech. I mean, that might be kind of paper tiger ships. You know what I mean? You look at them the wrong way, they'll sink. But who knows? And we don't know what a modern day naval war would look like.
All they really got to do is shoot enough missiles,
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's missiles, missiles, missiles.
Right.
That's a bad time, dude.
They just have to shoot missiles. Like, that's...
Yeah. And nobody has fucking subs like we do.
Right.
Russia is the next. They're the next closest, I think.
Yeah.
But our sub power around the globe is pretty fucking dope.
Japan fucks around, too.
Yeah, for sure. I saw a picture of their newest
Yeah.
sub like launch. I was like, yeah, that thing looks dope.
Japanese subs fuck.
Yeah, they do. No one at this point, no one knows.
I have another military source who told me a story one time. I love having sources like this. It's
Yeah,
really great.
It's good shit.
Who told me a story that he could only be so detailed about, in which he was on a submarine and they were a place that they were not supposed to be, and they got pinged by whatever nation who was supposed to be there, and they had to turn everything off and just sit down at the bottom of the ocean and just sit,
Run silent, run deep, bro.
and not go anywhere for like a long time. He was like, that was the scariest thing I've ever personally experienced, because they was like, we were not supposed to be there.
That's some Hunt for Red October type shit.
Yeah. It's like, ooh, that's bad. Like, you guys are
that's
bad. You shouldn't be doing that. How are you doing?
Getting dirty like that.
It's like, you hear stuff like that and you're like, well, I guess I can't be surprised. But you're like, also, what are you guys doing? What the fuck are you doing out there?
We fucking around,
Like,
baby.
we're not supposed to be here, but we fucking here, dog. Like, what the fuck, man? What are you guys doing? You're all this shit, all this posturing you do all the time about like trying to keep peace around the globe and do all this stuff, but you're like, but as a part of that, we got to make sure we're tapped into fucking everybody all the time.
We got to fuck around, bud. We got to fuck around.
What are you guys doing?
Well, yeah, because if we're not everywhere, then we're nowhere. Let's go.
It's a scary thing to think about.
I'm not into it, dude.
Yeah, it's a scary thing to think about.
I don't know. Like,
That's
I
what
hate to
Eisenhower was saying, bro. That's what he was talking about.
That's it. That, the old beware of foreign entanglements. That's a problematic situation.
And I think the scariest part for me is that it's a legitimate discussion you can have for a long time about whether or not that's the right thing. Is this the best thing or is it not?
Yeah. Because
I don't fucking know, dude. We could do 7 hours on that. You know?
Because like in the libertarian world, it's like, no, of course not. We got to bring everything back, blah, blah, blah. And, no foreign wars. But also, you got to also take into account like the rest of the world. When you, on balance, you can have ideals and morals and all this, but we do live in a world
right
where a lot of people like to fuck around. And if you're not fucking around too, you just become an insignificant little speck that nobody cares about.
Look at some of the places that we ruined because they couldn't do what we were doing. Ruined them,
Yeah, wrecked them.
If you can't do what we're doing and you don't get along with us, we have ruined a lot of those people.
Oh, yeah. You think Ukraine would be a thought in anybody's eye if we didn't have interest in pushing back against Russia?
Even if you just think about during World War II, the European powers that were like strong economic powers before everybody's falling apart, even them couldn't fuck around.
Oh, dude.
They got fucked.
France fell real quick, as they usually do. But I mean, the UK was getting bombed.
Bombed to shit.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Fucking, yeah, nuts. Nuts, dude. Spain was bad. I mean, all over Africa.
Yeah.
Dude.
And even at the time, we was only our distance that saved us. Like, we weren't prepared for that. We just were able to spin the motherfucker up quick. That's the only reason
Yeah. That's wild shit. Because, if you really think about it, a similar thing has to happen again. Because we're not prepared for an all-and-out conflict like that. And there would be some, what is that, the National Defense Act or whatever? Sorry, y'all motherfuckers are spinning up tanks and ammunition and supplies, and, there's fucking rubbers going over the, the whole thing.
Metal worker Jeff would be stamping out bullets. He'd be punching out casings. Yep.
Dude.
Sorry, I can't make stays for you this week. I got to make a bunch of fucking steel case rounds.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't like thinking about it too much, but because it only gets dark. But the thing is, it's like you kind of got to keep it in the back of your mind at least, because closer, I mean, now is about the closest we've ever been since World War II to any kind of major conflict breaking out between major powers.
Yeah.
And it seems like the people that are driving the ships are driving directly toward each other with no concern for what happens afterwards. And I don't know, maybe that's just because they're all a fucking 1,000 and do not give a shit, and they're just here to make their bag and check out, and then to hell with the consequences. But the direction we're going, dude, only ends one way. And I don't see any off ramps at this point.
Right.
Unless you do a fucking throw the e-brake on real hard, and I hate to say it, but it's like, get some T-Dog in there who is just like, we're not doing this. Don't give a fuck. We out. And then maybe things calm down a little bit, but because I don't see it without the U.S. to push back against. I don't see a bunch of the other powers like Russia and China like looking to start a fight. They'll go back to more like economic manipulation and
They'll
shit like
take
that.
what they want, and then they'll be like, all right,
We're good.
we're
chilling.
cool for now.
We're chilling.
We'll see you again in 20 years.
Yeah. But yeah, it's easier to get aggressive when there's somebody to push back against you, because then you have somebody to fight against, and you get
And
your
more
populace
reason-
riled up. And
More ways to justify what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, that's a fucking uplifting little segment right there. How do you feel about the
This
situation?
is why we always try and avoid this shit.
Indeed.
It never feels good.
I
when
don't
you
like
leave.
breaking out the big world map and going, all right, who's on the Axis, who's on the Allies? Because our allies are the ones we have already, and everybody else is probably going to be like, nah, fuck off. We're not dealing with this. We'll do business with them.
That's the shit'll surprise us as like American citizens. We'll see the fucking new Axis powers getting drawn. We'll be like, those fucking guys are on their team?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Brazil.
Yep.
Brazil ain't going to be our friend in that.
Their president's gonna come out and be like, "Hey, we're with them, and this is why." And all the
Yep.
citizens will be like, we didn't know we were doing that. What the fuck? You didn't tell us that."
I didn't know we were doing that.
That'll be a good Gillis bit one day.
There you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, you didn't. That we didn't say that. We didn't know that. Yeah.
Well, any closing remarks on the glory that is Ukrainian situation?
I don't think so. It doesn't feel very good. No, that's all I have. That's all my notes. I'm
Okay.
ready to be grab bagged.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
We'll check out of this one, and we'll jump into the grab bag and have some good times on the way out. A non-drunkenly run grab bag.
I love that. I love that.
We'll
you're
see how
like,
it goes.
I hate the way that I sound.
Oh, dude, yeah. Going back and listening, I was like, sometimes you get a little slur action going on there, and you're like, oh, that's sloppy, bud. That's sloppy. But hey, grab bag's a sloppy
We
segment.
get sloppy sometimes. It is what it is.
Indeed.
We like it here. So with that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4 of Salt of the Streets, episode 156. Thank you guys for being here. Woo! So it was a great segment. I feel good about this. Obviously not good about Ukraine, but good about the discussions here. We'll be back in just a few minutes for part 4. Make sure that you like, subscribe, share this with everybody that you know, all your friends, all your family, everybody, even if they'll get upset about it. Just
All of them.
Show it to them.
All the people at the bar are in it. Look at that.
That's right. It'll work out well on the back end. You can follow us individually on our own social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. And you can find all this at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Executive produced by Zeke.
Shout out.
With that, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you very much.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Persons podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is Salt of the Streets, episode 156, part 4. Woo! My name is Donovan.
In Gino We Trust, I am Colin.
And we are thrilled to have you guys here today. We will grab
go.
bag. You threw me in the fire. I was like, I don't even know what's happening right now. We're in the grab bag. We're in the grab bag. We're in the grab bag. You can find us at our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. And Colin is at Big Bird Alfie on both of those things. You can find all this at saltofthestreets.com.
Quam.
Again,
You're fucking
with that,
Bostonian
it's the
today.
beers. It's the
Quam.
beers. Including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, subscribe, posting more better content just like this, just like Zeke, the executive producer.
That's right.
Make sure that you like, subscribe, share this with all of your friends. Help us keep bumping this up. We saw some good numbers last week. Let's keep it going.
Keep it going.
Okay. With that, this is the grab bag. This is Colin's segment.
Let's go.
I got fucking plate carriers up on my fucking thing. It's a whole deal. So let's.
As long as you have beers, we're good to go.
I'm ready. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm not distracted. I was talking to Nate about plate carriers. I need a new plate carrier. I'm in a bad way. I've reached the structural limitations of my plate carrier. We can talk about it. It's the grab bag. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Okay.
The structural integrity is the main concern.
This is a cheap carrier that I got here.
Gotcha.
So it's a condor carrier. It's not.
Yeah.
This is for airsoft. This shouldn't be
The
a thing.
plates themselves are still quality.
The plates are still just fine. The
and
plates
that's where
are
the money goes.
HESCO L210 plates. They're special threat plates. They'll deal with anything I, as a civilian, need to be immediately concerned about. There are better plates that I will get one day. Right now,
Level 3 pluses? Or no,
three-
level 4.
Fours are great. Fours are fantastic. That's as good as it gets. Fours as good as it gets. So that's great. The plate carrier, I'm just all right. The front, the placard, right there. It's only Maui on this front panel here. So most of the new accessories that come for this type of shit, like you see how yours at least has Velcro on the Maui,
Yeah.
or they have hooks like yours have up there. I don't have any hooks. I don't have any Velcro on the front. So any of the new placards that they make don't work on this.
Gotcha.
Because it's just Maui on the front. So this placard I have with this 3 magazines, that's like all that I can really have because it's just Maui on there. I could get like a Maui panel that had Velcro on it, and then I guess I could do that, but
At that
these are a
point,
lot
just
of
get
extra
another carrier.
shit. So I have to put a lot of stuff in my administration pouch. That's what this is called here, this admin pouch. I can only put so many things in here. I also need to be
Yeah.
able to lay down. So I don't want to put too much stuff in here or anything that's too valuable. So
Yeah.
I have these binoculars that I had in this general purpose pouch on my belt, but now there's too much stuff in here. It's too heavy.
Gotcha.
And so because of the limitations on the placard, all the stuff that I could have in a new placard that has 3 magazines and then like a decent sized admin pouch here, I have spread out all over my carrier. So I have like this Leatherman here, so inside of this radio pouch, because the radio pouch is too big, so I could get a smaller radio pouch or a different pouch to put in here, or like they make wings that also stick under here, but there's no fucking Velcro for it to stick to. So there's that, which would free up space on my left side. As I have this big medical kit here, which is good. I love this. It doesn't impact my movement at all, but I could get another general purpose pouch here that would take this off of my hips that I can fit here. There are like dangler pouches that I want to get for here.
Yep.
No fucking Velcro, right? There's other shit on the back. This carrier also doesn't adjust anymore. It needs to sit higher in the back and doesn't. So I also am exposed a little bit on the back. And I can't load it anymore because it'll just sit even lower if it's heavier. So I've reached the structural limitations of this carrier. And then that's the next deal. I gotta get a good holster for my pistol, and then I gotta start saving for a carrier. They have some carriers. They really only make like a slick carrier, and you can, the AC one. And so you can put some stuff on there, but it's not designed for you to like load up with a ton of shit.
Gotcha.
And that's kind of where I'm at with my next carrier. Is I don't need like a crazy plate carrier, I don't need anything that's like super structural and like anything like that, but I need something that will fit with modern accessories so that I can get placards to just consolidate some of my shit into one spot instead of having it on my belt and on my side and all that type of stuff. Free up more room, and then I'll be able to carry more medical like I want in the front and the back, and will be.
And the nice thing is now you've spent enough time with your carrier and getting trained to the point that you know what you want on it what you need. You,
Yeah.
you know what your needs are now.
Yeah, and my biggest concern is like, because I think about real life application. If I'm gonna wear that thing and be shooting people, what do I need? I want a lot of medical. That's what I'm like most concerned about. Is I want a lot of medical stuff.
Yeah.
I want multiple different things that I can hand to somebody that I don't have to be there, and it's not going to hinder me. And if they need it, I can give it to them and walk the fuck away.
Yeah.
That's the great thing about that big kid on my side. It rips off. If I need to give it to somebody, I can give it to them. And that's and less weight on here will allow me to finish up the medical kit that I'm working for the back, so that I can always have one for myself that's always on my belt that has all the same shit in it. You know,
Yep.
I have multiple tourniquets. I have another one on my belt, another one on my carrier. So I always have more of those. But the medical supplies for me will always be on my back, right attached to me. So you just have to lean me over. I can rip that thing out. So I'll have the dangler there with more kind of general purpose stuff, and then another medical tray that I can hand off to somebody. I'll have a roll one on the back I can rip out, hand to somebody else. If I don't need it, I can give it to somebody else and move the fuck on.
That's good.
And I'm terrified. I'm scared to bleed to death, and I'm scared to be around somebody who is dying, and we just don't have the stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we just don't have things.
Yep.
Like, that really scares me. So, that's a big focus for me, you know, is having the binoculars is a big thing for me, like being able to kind of sustain myself for a small period of time. That's a lot of the stuff in here is like batteries, a face covering, stuff for my radio, like just extra shit to make sure that my equipment will stay up and running. And if I need extra stuff, I can put it in a backpack and put it on my back.
In case you end up like one of them John Wick situations, right?
Yep. Yeah.
From that
Exactly.
interview the other day.
Exactly. Yeah, because I'd love to get another mag on my carrier too.
So what kind of like price point are we anticipating?
Probably like around 300 or so. Like
Okay.
3 or 350 is probably about what I'm looking for. Because some of there's a company called Cry that makes like a structured plate carrier that Nate was talking about. That's like a $600 plate carrier. I don't need something that's structured like that. You know, because anything that's crazy heavy, like I said, I'm gonna put in a backpack. That's gonna go in a bag on my back. You know, so I don't need nothing. That whole discussion started because Riley was talking about mounting like a fucking breaching tool on his carrier.
yeah.
Riley's a fucking, and so I was like, I'll get my new plate carrier. I'll put it on my back. You stack it behind me on the fucking door, and you can just breach, and we'll be good to go.
There you
know?
go.
So
That's funny as shit.
yeah.
The breaching tool, that's tough.
Yeah. Big ass crowbar with a couple of different fucking heads on it. And just,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the real question is, because it's a big investment, right? And then it's going to take time to replace all the bags and the battle belt,
The pouches and everything.
if
yeah.
we make, particularly if we make a change in color.
Yeah, which I will.
But we're going to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm torn between Ranger Green and multicam. Like, you got a good multicam, and in this area, multicam works really good.
Yeah.
Like it's not in all places, but here multicam happens to work very well pretty much all seasons.
The Evergreen State.
Yeah, it lends well to us, and Ranger Green does too. But just the camouflage obviously just breaks up your silhouette more, so it's just better. So I'll probably end up with a combination of the two, because they complement each other well, and that's of course I fucking. You know, I'm training most of the time, so I want to look good, obviously.
That's right.
So, yeah, so they work together well. So I'll end up, I don't know. I really like a Ranger Green carrier. So if I do get a Ranger Green plate carrier, then I'll probably get most of my pouches in multicam just to help
that would be
break
good,
up,
yeah.
you know, that.
And
So,
by the time it's all said and done, you'll look like mostly multicam anyways.
yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of brown and shit on my carrier.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time in the dirt over the last couple of years. So it's just getting, and it's, I mean, for all of it being cheap, it's all held up really well.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I'm going on 3 years of running this same gear, and it's all held up
And
well.
it's not sitting on a
Nothing-
shelf all the
No.
time.
No.
You're out there moving, doing the training.
Yeah, dozens
It's
of times.
It's
I've-
getting wear and tear.
Yeah,
You're
it's-
eating shit in the gravel.
It's got tens of hours of wear, actual up and down running, like
And it all looks in pristine order, as they
Yeah.
would say.
it's done. It's done its job, but it's time to move on. You know.
Time to upgrade.
Yeah, can become Jordan's
Moving on
range
up.
kit, you know, so
Oh,
she can
yeah.
have some shit to wear out on the range, and that'll be all good to
She'll
go.
look good in black too. We'll say that much.
She'll love it.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, for her needs, she won't need anything more than a fucking couple magazines.
No.
You know, that's medical kit on the side and back. She'll be
Exactly.
fine. So
Call it good. It's small enough you can just keep it in the car.
Yeah,
if
and
she needs to. You know
for
what I
the
mean?
type of training we do, I like the idea of just having a plate carrier on. You know, if you're out with multiple people on the range, it's a good idea to just have armor. So if
hurts.
something happens, not that it will, if it does, there's less ways for you to die. You know,
Like that.
that's a good idea for me.
Yep.
So just cut out the ways to die.
I mean, it seems like a good way to live life, to be
Yeah.
honest. I mean, shit. All right, let's get into it. This is a clip, actually, I meant to show you earlier when we were talking about Jan 6 stuff. Particularly some of the guys that got hemmed up for, like, moving a gate or, you know, the pole guy that is breaking windows or something like that.
With a riot shield.
This was during the BLM riots.
When they
And,
burned the church down?
I don't know if this was that particular night.
When they tried to burn the church down,
Yeah,
I should say.
but when you think about the Summer of Love, how many nights and how many cities did we have exact situations just like this?
Broke down barriers.
Yeah.
And
Get up
they're
there and
putting
start
another one in
fucking
there.
around with cops. There's like shit raining down on everybody too. I don't know what kind of shit. Bottles being thrown. None of these dudes get hemmed up at all.
Right.
None of them. This whole fight over the barrier thing, you tell me that's not like assaulting a police officer. I feel like they would probably throw the book at them. But I just wanted to show that in contrast to some of to remind us what we were really talking about here.
Well, that's like I said. I think that shit outside the federal courthouse. You know, some of the shit that we saw, the flaming munitions that were tossed. I mean, it's
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, literal multiple attempts of arson every single night.
Right.
Not good. You ever watch that 70s show growing up?
Of course.
And do you know about this guy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he got sentenced to 30 years to life in prison.
This guy's a Scientologist.
He is also a Scientologist. He is also scum of the earth, as they say.
You Scientologist fuck.
Well, yeah, the Danny Masterson, known as Hyde in that 70s show, sentenced to 30 years for raping 2 women back in 2001 and 2003.
In her sleep. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, it's real bad, real bad. So one of them, the first one was it was real Cosby style drugging and then assaulting her that way. The other one was while she was sleeping by shoving a pillow in her face and easily could have killed her.
What the fuck?
But so he's a piece of human trash and is going to jail for the rest of his life probably at this point.
Hopefully he gets raped too.
Yeah, I'm super into that concept.
I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube. I don't think I can wish violence on anybody. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, just do the old in Minecraft situation.
Yeah.
It's a new feature they added.
Allegedly.
Watch out with your kids. So you remember this guy? Good old Dick Cheney.
Okay.
The man with the power.
Vice.
And just remember his war-hungry, power-hungry past as he delivers you the message that is so important.
In our nation's 246-year history, there has never been an individual who is a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump.
Really? Are we sure, buddy?
Champion of the unitary executive theory in the White House. I love this.
It's like you did more to damage the republic than anybody to date. And you weren't even the actual president, bud. You tell me.
Christian Bale played you in a movie. What are we doing here?
What are we doing?
He tried to steal the last election using lies and violence to keep himself in power after the voters had rejected him.
Oh, sorry he didn't have the nation terrified of fucking terrorism around the globe.
While you spied on everybody.
To scare them into voting for them for a second term.
Imagine that. Just me, is this man just terrifying?
Yeah, maybe he should have plotted to destroy some fucking federal infrastructure to secure a second term, you piece of shit.
He's a coward. A real man wouldn't lie to his supporters.
Oh
he
my
lost his
God!
election,
What is happening?
It's fantastic.
What is happening right now? Am I in a different world? Did we go to a different planet for part 4? What the fuck is happening right now?
I'd like you could put almost anyone else that has ever served in politics before and give the same exact speech. You can't have Dick Cheney doing this.
I want to see Christian Bale give the same speech.
Ooh.
That's what I want to see. Christian Bale played you in a movie, you fuck.
Yeah, let's get Christian Bale all fatted up for a 26-second message.
Bring it back, Christian
Let's
Bale.
go.
Run it back. I know you can do it.
Somebody get on the AI. Let's do that. We don't even need that anymore. Let's just make it an AI movie. do Christian Bale in Vice as Dick Cheney gives Dick Cheney's actual speech. Somebody please make that and post it on the internet.
And then make him Batman again.
And then make him Batman after. And then at the end, cut away, I'm Batman. That's how we do that.
Big. I know it, he knows it, and deep down, I think most Republicans know it. And our nation's...
So that's a lovely
You
message
are
from...
just the worst.
Yeah, the nation's worst warmonger ever to exist. This is probably my favorite story I've ever come across. Colorado doctor busted on 82-foot yacht with guns, drugs, and prostitutes, held on $200,000 bail.
Good for him.
That's
It's
what I'm
fucked
saying.
up that
What's
it's
going
illegal
on
to
here?
have guns and drugs at the same time.
Can't have drugs and and prosties. What
No,
what
you
are we
get
talking about?
arrested just for having drugs and guns. Even if you're not doing anything like illicit other than possessing the two items,
Yeah.
you'll still get hemmed up for that. Not a fan of that. I don't like that.
I don't like
As
it at
someone
all.
who owns a gun and consumes drugs, I don't like that. Not a fan of this crime.
Just don't do it out at sea with some hookers.
Yeah.
Yeah, retired Colorado doctor who was busted on his yacht with guns, drugs, and prostitutes this week appeared in court Friday and was held on $200,000 bail, according to the report. Scott Burke, 69, of Inglewood, was arrested Wednesday after police received a call about a potentially overdosing woman who apparently did not feel safe on the 82-foot vessel.
All right, hold on. You might have been fucking up.
In Nantucket Harbor and wanted to leave. Yeah, cops boarded the yacht. Jess Cone, that's a con, and handcuffed Burke after finding cocaine, ketamine, 2 handguns, and ammunition on board. It's not much. Just got
Right.
you got some party drugs,
Handguns.
and you got some handguns on there. Not a big
Standard.
deal. So it's not like we're not going out and like blasting off AKs on the front of the bow of the boat.
If I
doing
was
party
rich, I
style.
probably would carry more than one gun too.
Yeah, and it's I
But
would
I'm
assume
poor, so I can only afford one.
because they arrested 2 people, and I'm assuming maybe this Jeff Kahn.
I think that's the name of the boat.
Oh, Jess Kahn. It could be. But either way, dude, nobody should be getting hemmed up.
Jess Kahn.
Yeah, there it is. You're out there just having a good old time, bro, in Nantucket Harbor?
Several prostitutes were along for that. So he even paid
That's
her.
fine. Of course he paid her.
Well, you don't get to leave if you got paid.
I mean, what if you're having an OD? I guess that's a tough
Call
tough
the paramedics
situation.
then, but you don't need to be arresting anybody.
Exactly.
We'll make sure that you're safe, but if you were paid to be here,
Yeah.
we have a financial agreement. It's fine if you don't want to be here, but
Yep.
I'm also not going to pay you for this endeavor.
Exactly.
If you'd like to leave with the paramedics, that is also acceptable, but leave the money at the door. I know.
Yeah. And my overall take, just like Philibante says, no victim, no crime.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't
Yeah, as
understand
long
what's
as he's
happening
not
here.
hurting anybody.
No,
I don't see
we
any
solved the
problem with
problem. Lady didn't die.
Yeah.
Everything's cool. Let me go back and party on my boat with my drugs and my other prosties, man.
this. Let her be safe. I don't
Come
like I said
on.
to fucking
That's just not fun. This is another example that is just driving me nuts. You were just stifling human ingenuity at this point. This is actually, we'll just jump to Timcast for the actual article here. Florida man, no surprise there, facing federal charges for attempting to run across the Atlantic Ocean in a floating hamster wheel.
Why is he doing this?
Because he's Florida man, first of all.
Does
So
he have a reason, or
this
he
should
just
not-
wants to see if he can do it?
He just wants to do it. So
Fucking idiot.
Ray Reza,
Just want to die in the
Bellucci,
water. It's not a big deal.
yeah, he was 51 years old, was arrested after a 3-day standoff near Tybee Island, Georgia, just 70 miles into his planned 5,000-mile journey. Bellucci is an Iranian national who lives in Florida. He was made.
God.
He has made similar attempts in 2014, 2016, and 2021. The hydropod was.
That's what I'm laughing at, not him being Iranian. The fact that he's already done this 3 times.
He's tried to do this 3 times, dude. And ideally, the long and short of it is, okay, so here's the actual.
I don't. Why is he doing this?
One's
I
great.
don't understand.
Because he just wants to be famous.
And they're just saying he's not allowed to do this.
The problem here is that he has constructed a non-registered water-going vessel. And that's what they're hemming him up with. You can't be doing this because this is not like a certified and registered vessel.
Because you have to register a boat before you put it in the water.
Yeah. And so that's why they hemmed him up. But shout out to Florida man.
Is that you, that tall guy? Is that you on the Coast Guard boat?
Nah, bro. Maybe 10 years ago.
You wear carriers like that when you do shit, though?
Yeah. If you're, because that'd be their with their law enforcement officers on there,
you get
the
all-
boarding team that has the certs and stuff like that. And
Kitted
so,
up to do Fed stuff.
yep, that's what you do.
Hey, get
your-
that piece of shit out of the water.
Get your Fed cop on. Let's go.
What would you say to that guy if they're telling you, hey, we got to go get this guy out of the water because he fucking, if you're the person who's assigned to go and stop this guy, what are you going to say when you approach him?
Oh. I would
Take it back 15 years to when you were in
I'd probably
Coast
say, what's the line? Basically, it's like a vast and like be prepared to be boarded, and essentially tie his ass off, and you just say, and he's not going to comply.
Right.
But I hate to tell you, bro, but we're going to be able to outmaneuver you in your
you have
little
like a
hamster
hook
wheel.
or something to throw onto his.
Yeah, you can gaff hook him, and there's lots of things that you can use to tie that thing up, and then you just tie it to the side of the boat, get down there, force his ass out on the small boat, throw him in handcuffs, and head back. And then you actually probably just call the authorities, the local authorities. They'll like an actual small boat out, and then they'll take him into custody. Yeah. Generally speaking, the Coast Guard doesn't like to take people into custody for too long because there's just too much paperwork involved.
Federal custody is
There's not a
different,
whole lot of. We don't have brigs on Coast Guard cutters, generally speaking.
Okay.
So it's
You got to take him to land.
we got to get him somewhere. Somebody's got to come pick him up.
What a fucking idiot.
But yeah, this is what you're doing, bro. You design this floating hamster ball, and the whole concept is to paddle your way by foot power across the ocean.
Fuck that guy.
Shout out Florida man, though.
Yep. Fuck you.
Love the ingenuity.
You're an idiot, and I'm not into it.
Yeah. The other day there was a Marlins game.
Okay.
And this is the
Miami Marlins.
worst attempt. This is the worst fail of a ball boy I've ever seen. So if, in your estimation, what would need to happen if you hit a ball, looked like it was close, but it was in, it wasn't a foul, so it didn't go over the foul line, and the ball boy runs out to the field and grabs it, and pulls it off the field, and then watch the video.
Freddie
Nice ball.
dumps
It's
one
in.
fair.
It's good. It's rolling.
Just inside the line. On the right field line.
Ball boy picks it
Oh,
up
the
and
ball boy
chucks it
thought
into the
was
crowd.
foul. He picked it up and threw it into the stands.
What do you do at that point?
Bubba, no.
Is it a home run? What happened?
Oh, no.
What do you do, dude? Oh man, that kid, dude. What's his response to that? Just sit there in just utter shame the rest of the game.
Oh, no. Oh, I hope he didn't lose his job. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Think about like Vegas, right? There are people with lots of money on the game or something like that. How many people are going to be like beaten up or like killed from fucking loan sharks because they want to argue that the game wasn't fair and this, that, and the other thing?
Oh, that's horrible.
Dude, the fallout from that one kid picking up that foul
bud.
ball could echo through
Oh, bud.
the universe.
What a terrifying job to have.
Yes. So
I
I
have
have
the tennis ones. You have to run across the fucking tennis court to
Oh,
pick up the balls.
dude.
Fuck that.
And
They
they
eat
gotta-
shit all the time.
all the time, and they got to stand there with it and then just fucking muscle it out.
Yeah.
So on the last episode, we discovered the depth of your, we'll say, distaste for birds,
Oh, God. Okay.
which was probably problematic. But I did find a bird you might be interested
If I
in.
come here and you fucking bought a bird one day, Colin, I'm going to kill it.
Don't worry, I would never do that. But I think this video illustrates a type of bird you might actually be into because there's a little utility involved. Whoa, we got to turn that down. Bird comes in.
Messenger bird? Is that
With-
money?
It's money.
Swag. The bird just brings money?
Yep. The bird is trained to go out, find money on the street, and then bring it back home.
Oh, that bird's welcome any day.
Let's go.
That's
and it's a
fucking
cool looking bird.
Sick.
It
It
looks
is
like
kind of it's little. They're all scary. All their eyes
Oh.
are scary. That's the thing that freaks me out is they all got fucked up eyes.
Yeah,
like none
they're
of
dinosaurs,
them,
bro.
Yeah, I don't like that shit.
It's a raptor.
Not cool, man.
And look, he's got a band on. He's owned in case he gets away. Somebody,
But
goes, "What's
also,
up?"
look at his talons, though. Like, that shit freaks me out, too. The talons.
Yeah, that'll just tear right into you.
Even a little bird has scary nails.
That's enough to mess up Fabio's face, bro.
I don't like it.
Big time.
Look at the dog. What if it fucks up the dog?
The dog and the bird are homies. They have to be.
They seem very chill. The dog is just curious. He's like, well, how much did you find today?
Yeah, exactly.
Little bird.
But just think about that, dude.
My dog would fuck that bird up.
You live in a city, right? And
it's pretty cool.
People are dropping dollars. There's money on the street all the time. And you just train this bird to go out there, fly around, fucking have a good time. Oh, there's some dollars. Let's bring it back home.
Look at that drawer full of cash he has. So he's just letting it build up, and then he'll go buy something.
Yeah, dude.
That's great.
That's a pet that is out there working, hustling, trying to like support the household.
And that's 100 whatever bill,
Yeah, 100 whatevers. It looks like there's some Mao Zedong on there, so maybe it's some Chinese dollars.
Oh, shit.
That's what I'm like.
You're allowed to use paper money in China?
They have. Whoa.
It is.
Maybe.
It's a yuan. That's Chinese money.
The yuan.
I didn't think you could spend paper dollars in China anymore. I thought it was all fucking. If you didn't have a phone, they just put a barcode on your hand.
Maybe
and they
why
just tell you. It's like the tickets at the fair. They just tell you how many you have left.
I'm sure there are places that will still take it, especially outside of the cities, maybe.
Right.
But also, maybe that explains why this guy's still alive. Because he's just collecting old collectibles. They're not worth. He can't do anything with it. The fucking CCP would watch. They'd see that bird coming in and out with dollars, and they would be on that motherfucker quick.
That bird is a CCP drone. That's not even a bird. That's a CCP drone.
That's a CCP drone. All right, so I'm trying to make this a recurring segment as well, but some more at-home training videos for self-defense. And so let's get your take on this one. Again, without the music.
The elbow, shoot him. Okay, punch him, shoot him again. Hit him with the gun, shoot him. Punch. How? Who are you fighting?
That's what I'm like. This is Bruce Lee in a kung fu movie?
Are you fighting a line of people? Because you've punched and shot elbow. Shoot him again twice. Hit him with the gun. Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. Look around him. Hook, shoot him.
Oh, there's some John Wick shit right there.
That gun's going to fall out of your hand. You try and shoot it like that. Just see him moving it back, too. Right up in the throat.
Bam. Just
He's
whack
fighting
him.
Superman. He's fighting Superman. Also,
He's
he
just
has
going
all
through the
bullets
motions.
in the world.
Yes,
Yep.
there it is. There's the John Wick movement.
That's not even the finisher, huh? Behind the headshot isn't even the finisher. Wow.
So
we gonna get that guy with the emblem in.
Yeah, we gotta talk to Riley. Get that into the training schedule. I think
I need to learn to shoot next to my head. That seems very safe,
dude. That's the dude's practicing to be John Wick. Is what that looks like.
Like it wouldn't hurt even with your protection on.
There was where the Whoopi
There's
video was
Whoopi.
hiding.
You were looking for it.
I was. It gets trapped. Oh, there's the governor of South Carolina, though I was talking about earlier, trying to
I
find.
don't want that guy leading me.
No. Oh, and I had a mask thing in here too. God damn it. I was looking for all these earlier. Okay. Have you ever heard of the legend of the two-headed cow?
No.
Because there's a two-headed cow.
This is a real animal?
This is a real animal.
Oh, God.
This is real, dude.
What are you doing to me?
I'm here to remind you that demons do exist on this earth. Just look at this thing. It's a two-headed cow.
That's a Brahmin.
It's a Brahmin. What's a Brahmin?
Google it.
Oh,
it's
God.
a creature from Fallout. That's a Brahmin. That's a cow that's evolving into a Brahmin.
I am
without
into
nuclear
that.
exposure. AHIM, I think. MIN. HMIN. Type in Fallout because Brahmin's a real creature too.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
That's a
I
Brahmin.
remember this. A Brahmin.
That is a cow evolving into a Brahmin without nuclear exposure.
That's problematic.
Peep that, Brian, if you're still here. That's what that is. That's really fucked up. Why are they letting that thing be alive?
I think it's probably some kind of religious situation.
It's painted and shit. It has to be.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, look at the open thing in the middle of its head.
Yeah. Don't look into its eye. Its third eye. That's how you go. That's how you reach enlightenment.
I wonder if there was an eyeball there at one point, or if it's just always been an open
I don't know,
asshole
man.
inside of its forehead.
It's just because from the side it just looks kind of like
Creepy.org. What are you doing to yourself?
I make sacrifices for the show.
That's really
So
fucked
yeah,
up.
there are real life Brahmins. There you go. Look at that. Welcome to the world. Your take on this?
Oh God.
This is just. I'm curious your thoughts about how this works. So to just put it lightly, a man in Australia sexually assaulted a intruder that broke into his house, and now he's going to go to jail for that.
You come into my house, I'm dispensing justice however I see fit.
That's how that goes.
That's
I feel
how
like
it's
if you
going
break
on.
into my house, it's time to. You better not let me catch you.
Who knows what happened? You know, who knows what's going to happen? Supposedly, you get like 8 boners throughout the night. You better hope that I don't wake up with a boner. Who knows what's going to happen?
Also, knowing you, dude, you'd hear something like somebody's breaking into my house. Oh, that happened quick. Let's go do this.
Slap the bolt closed. Let's go.
Let's go. So no issues with that. Morally, ethically, everything's cool.
Fuck it, dude.
All right, I like it.
If that dude's trying to fuck you, fuck him. That's how I feel.
There you go.
If you're into that, I'm not saying
Sometimes literally.
If you're into that, I got some shit that I sent back and forth between our Instagrams too. If we can go into like the DMs between Salt of the Streets and mine,
Okay.
and I sent some videos back and forth there that we can look at too.
Perfect. This
I
is a
forgot
video.
about that until now.
Tell me when you think this is going to go wrong. How long is she going to be able to
she's
go?
going fast. Oh, stop.
Oh, no. Oh. Got me too, bro. Got me. I kept waiting for this to go real bad. And I was like, oh, you've done this before.
I mean, good for her.
That was
Holy
dope.
shit.
But terrifying, though, man. You think about that? You fall off that thing, you're eating shit.
That thing's cooking too.
Yeah.
She's
And then
really, and that's she's been working on that.
Yeah, that's a
I
killer
think
move,
that's-
dude.
I think like if you surf, you probably could do that. That might be like
There's palm trees there.
Yeah,
that would make
might
sense.
be a deal to, because that's like cutting on a board. That's what that looks like.
Yeah. All I'm going to ask with this one is, would you do that? If you could fit. There's a giant tractor in front of these people in their little car. But the wheelbase on this thing is probably like 10 feet apart.
Oh, no.
And there's enough clearance to literally drive your car through it. I don't know if I'm doing that, dude.
That's kind of sick.
I don't know if I'm doing that at all.
And how do you know for sure?
Yeah, dude. And then what happens if they move just a little bit?
They're in an Audi, so they're in a real short car then.
Oh, yeah.
That's so funny.
That just seems like a really bad idea to me. You got a whole lane. Just go around him. Just go around him, bro.
Because what if you scare the piss out of that guy and he
Exactly.
yeah.
And then you're dead. That thing weighs 1 billion fucking pounds.
Right.
That'll just crush you like an ant.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll just drive right over you.
Yes. One of the coolest things I've ever seen in my whole life. In Wisconsin, Wisconsin's Lake Chippewa, there is a, quote, floating island that locals often have to push back into place when it blocks the bridge that is the only passes between the east and west parts of the lake. The island is technically a 40-acre flowage, but it's got fucking trees on it and it's everything. And it's just this loose island that occasionally a shit ton of local people in their boats have to get out there and push it back somewhere.
What the shit?
People out there with pontoon boats and shit, just, this is obviously sped up, but they're just
Right.
trying to push it out of the way.
What the fuck?
It's a wild deal, dude. Look at all those boats, man.
That's crazy.
Yep. Just kind of push it back into place every so now and again. The world is a crazy place. That's all I got to say about that.
America.
America. You ever play some Giant Jenga?
Yeah.
Giant Jenga is great, and this dude, he got a little advice from his homie, but he solved the unsolvable problem. You know that when it's the last turn, this thing is teetering. Every joint is tight. There's nothing you can do. It's like no matter what I do, this is falling this round.
Yeah.
This guy Found the loophole. Gets a little advice from his buddy, and then makes a miracle happen.
Wow.
Nailed it, dude. That was it. That's
Good
the
for
move.
him.
That's the move.
I like it.
I may or may not have to try that one night when I'm really drunk and it's not going to work out and I'm just going to smash the whole thing.
Trenton would do some shit like that and it would work.
You know,
He'd be like, I saw this on
would.
TikTok, and I'd be like, it's not going to work. I would tell him it's not going to work.
not gonna work, dude.
It's fucking the internet. That's not real. It's not going to work.
The
And he would do it.
internet's
I'm
not
like,
real.
fuck you. I'm leaving. I don't want to play anymore because I'm going to lose now, and I don't want to do this.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. All right, this is probably the most chill guy ever to potentially almost ruin a wedding and then completely save it and keep the party going. Sparklers are out at the wedding. It's a barn wedding. Yay, we're dancing, having a good time. Uh-oh. He lights on fire one of the end tables, one of the end pieces. Looks at it, still kind of party. He's definitely hammered. He goes, you know, we're just gonna fix this problem and stomp it out. And we're back to the party, everybody!
Oh my god!
The one.
What a savage!
This is proof that alcohol can also do good things for people.
Like, it'll be fine.
It's like, it's fine, dude, it's fine. Everybody starts freaking out. He's like, no, just wipe it off. It's fine. We'll get it down on the ground, and then I'll stomp it out, and we can go back to partying. What a G, dude. What a G. All right. There's subtitles here for a reason because he's a little Irish boy. But
sloppy over here.
He nails his mom on this one.
If you were in a car driving down the road and the old man and a baby went in front of you and the baby was by itself crawling and the man was walking by himself, what would you hit?
So you're driving down the
They're
road.
on opposite sides of, like, on either side of the road.
You're driving down the road, and all of a sudden, there is a crawling baby in front of you and an old man walking across the road in front of you. You're going to hit one of them. The trolley problem. Which one are you going to hit?
Okay.
Right? He says, you can only pick one, Mommy.
You can only pick one, Mommy.
The old man.
Why?
He lived his life.
I would hit the brakes.
He's like, no, I just hit the brakes,
You
man.
cheeky fucker. That's hilarious.
Adorable little Irish kid, dude. That's it. That is it. Okay, we did discuss that we need to talk a little bit about stand-up. And I wanted to make sure you understood all the references in Shane's new stand-up special, which is Good Dog.
Yeah.
Beautiful
like
Dog.
that.
Beautiful Dog. Beautiful Dogs. Now available on Netflix. It's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, when he did the kangaroo moves, he actually nailed all the poses. I had to go back and check it out, and thankfully somebody put it together for me, and there it is.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So funny.
So, yeah.
If you've seen that video, you know how good that impression is.
Exactly. He wasn't wrong.
So let me spin you my theory about stand-up comedy really quick.
Okay.
Because I told you that Tyler said he didn't enjoy the
Indeed.
last special, right? So this is the theory that I had for why that might be. I've
been waiting to hear this.
I believe in the era of prolific stand-up comedy podcasts, we are at a disadvantage as consistent viewers and consistent listeners because as these comedians are constructing their specials and they are doing podcasts, they are also doing their job. We are hearing them construct these bits.
Yes.
So it can be good or bad depending on how much you enjoy them, how you view it, right? But if your deal is I want to piss my pants at the special, but you've been listening to them do podcasts once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week, depending on whose show they're on for the last 2 years,
Indeed.
like Gillis, you heard him begin to craft some of these bits. You heard them start.
Yes.
right? So when you hear them at the end, when you hear them in the special, they may or may not hit as hard as they should, quote unquote, because you've heard the seeds of them, right?
Yeah.
So like I said, if your deal is I want to really piss my pants at the special, you maybe shouldn't listen to these comedy podcasts because it's gonna kind of spoil some of the bits for you if that's what your thing is, and especially us like Shane and Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, right? That's what they're doing. They're doing comedy the whole time. It's the same deal with Tuesdays with Stories. If you're listening to that, they're building bits.
They're literally, they have a whole section in the show called bits, and then they
That's
just try
what
to
they're
work on
doing.
bits.
So I think that might be why he didn't enjoy it as much, because when Tyler watched the first special, he didn't know who Shane Gillis was. None of us really knew who he was. We had just started to learn about him. So all of his material was new to us.
Yep.
We've since learned about him and listened to him on every show he's on for the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
So we heard a lot of this. So the stuff with George Washington, like all this stuff, like we heard a lot of these stories, you know, that he pumped up a little bit and then turned into a full bit for the special.
Yep.
That was great. I really enjoyed this special. I told you, compared to Norman's special, Joe List special, Dave Smith, I thought this was the most complete that I enjoyed throughout. You know, the other ones at the end, I was like, that was a great bit. The last 20 minutes was fire. The first little bit was good. This I thought was great the whole time.
I thought so too. There was, but again, comedy is very subjective too, and so you and I are both huge fans of Shane Gillis, and I just appreciate his style of comedy.
Yes.
And then the biggest difference for me, because this was like, it didn't feel like it felt when I watched Razzle Dazzle.
Right. And I haven't watched Razzle Dazzle, so I can't compare and contrast with you. I really don't like Burt Kreischer.
Yeah, well, that's kind of Carolina probably left because she just heard that because she's not a huge fan and she loved that special. But Shane,
I'll watch it next week. Remind me.
It's a really good special.
I'll watch it at work,
and I will help argue for you too that you might actually like it. But with Shane particularly, like we exposed, he's not that much different in his special than he is on his other shows, right?
Right.
He's just kind of, he's him doing him.
It's loose.
Some of the subject matter might be different or whatever, but like, you know, the bits are whole and complete, but he's doing his Shane thing. One of the things I really, really liked about this one that you don't usually get on a lot of his podcasts and things and the episodes that he's on is all the what do you call that? Like the physicality of it. All his
physical comedy.
Yeah, the physical comedy aspect.
He's always sitting down on the fucking couch holding the microphone.
Exactly.
He's never doing anything.
No, and he is very animated.
Yes.
The look on his face, you know, his expressions.
The camera's set so far away in their podcast, you can't really see his
all
face
that
even
stuff,
if you
man.
watch it.
Yeah, and that was to me what really, really got me. I mean, half the time he's just doing like that, you know, and I'm like, that shit just gets me, dude.
Yeah.
It really, really does. But yeah, I mean, from Tyler's perspective, if that is indeed his perspective,
City felt like it wasn't as polished, like it wasn't as put together as the other one. And to me, that feels like he's falling more into what his style is, you know, that in the first one, he's doing not like his interpretation of stand-up comedy because he's been doing it for a couple of years, but that's now that he's more experienced, he's just more confident in himself and his material and what he's doing, that he's just doing his thing.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
That's the same deal that Mark Norman's stand-up is way different than this or Joe List. Like Norman's is boom, 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 boom.
It's fast. It's hard.
Joke,
quick,
joke,
quick,
joke,
quick.
joke. That's when a lot of these are more stories. Like that's Gillis, like a stories. You know, he's telling stories still, and Joe List is kind of stories, but still a lot of small jokes mixed in and like crowd work and stuff, and like very not high energy, but like anxious almost. You know,
yes.
They're
it's
all
Joe
very
List.
different. You know,
He's very nervous all the
I
time.
love it
Like he's got
so
much nervous energy. And he's just got that awkward little dweeb look.
He touches the wall.
Funny.
A ton when I love his specials so much.
It is really good.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What do you think of my theory?
I think that it is with Shane. I would believe that a little bit because I don't know how much does Tyler really like Shane Gillis. Does he watch him on a lot of things?
I don't know if he watches like Matt and Shane's or anything.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, because other than the bits themselves, which you definitely nobody's heard in full,
right?
But you know when he's going to place or not because he is still being him. You watch Matt and Shane's, That's the same Shane Gillis, except it's just more animated.
Yeah.
Right? And the bits are full practiced out and everything like that, but still lots of good crowd work and all that. But yeah, that would make sense if he watches a bunch of his stuff.
Yeah.
If not, I mean, it was different than the last special, but I don't think you could say it wasn't as polished. It was way more polished than the last one. You could hear the fucking music in the dance club next door, and it like throws him off for a minute, you know. And it's still great. He plays it fantastically, but you know, maybe it was the subject matter was definitely way different. I mean, he didn't quite get as, you know, in the old special when he starts talking about like the Down syndrome kids and like coaching the Special Olympics and all that stuff. Like he crosses a lot of lines in there that it's just absurd and hilarious and like real. Didn't really hit something that hard, I think, this time.
Right.
You know, the whole kids are sexy thing that he had in his last special, it carries throughout the whole bit, and it just kills it at the closer.
Ty also said he felt like he's like, we've heard him talk about, you know, like Down syndrome people and tits before, and like this before and this, and like I didn't feel like it was like.
It was new
recycled,
stories.
you know. Yeah,
No.
I didn't feel like it was recycled at all. You know, similar themes, but
yeah, and the fact that like the reason he talks about Down syndrome stuff is because he has Down syndrome people in his family,
right?
And so like he's a part of that world.
It's a consistent theme in his life.
Yes, so he's talking about stories from his life. So that's going to be a consistent thing in his comedy because he's done that forever.
Well,
so it's like, I'm sorry, bro, but that's his life, man.
That bit was so funny about them being out to dinner and his uncle's dad being like, he's fucking making him at night. I know he is. It's fucking so funny.
The fucking the pocket grilled cheeses is
Where'd you get
dude.
that?
What? It's so good, dude. And again, like if you were just listening to it or something, you had to see his facial expressions when he does that. Because he's, you know, he jokes about it in the special, but he like, you know, if somebody was to be like, look at Shane Gillis and be like, yeah, there's touchdowns in there, right?
In the mask when he's what?
Yeah, dude. So yeah, I mean, that's fine. I can watch a special and think it's the greatest thing on planet Earth, and somebody was like, yeah, I didn't really dig it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Then that wasn't for you.
Right.
That's fine.
Like
You know?
I liked Joe List's first two specials more than this third one, but I still really enjoyed the third one. You know?
Oh, yeah.
That's the first two. I fucking pissed my pants the first two.
Yeah.
And especially I think it was the second one when he had the big ass sign made. He talked about the sign a ton behind him. You know, it's like this was a mistake.
It was a mistake.
That he talked for like almost 5 minutes. He did that sign, and I was dying. Like it's so fucking stupid.
Dude. And I didn't even notice the sign until he brought it up because that's what Joe List does.
Yes.
He's like, hey, you know what's really awkward that you didn't notice until now, but now I'm going to point it out and make you understand how awkward I feel about this thing being awkward and you not thinking it's awkward, and now everything's awkward.
Dude, he's so fucking funny.
Because he was on, it was Joe List was on with Louis C.K. on Rogan when they were talking about that movie they did, right? And he's like, am I tanking this? I'm screwing this up. I was like, fuck, Joe, stop, dude. Just stop.
And I remember being annoyed with him then because that was kind of the first time I'd ever heard of him. And then finding out he was on with like Mark Norman and stuff. And I was loving Norman at the time. So that's when I got in Tuesdays with Stories. It was like, this is just who this man is.
Yeah.
This is just no different on the biggest platform in the world than on his own show.
Yes. I love that so much, man, because I didn't get in Joe List for a while because
it took you a while
because that interview annoyed me so much. I was like, I don't fucking like that guy. I'm not going to do that. Phone's gonna die.
We love you, Brian.
Later, buddy.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, bud. So let's talk about this new thing Gas Digital did, which was the half-hour specials.
Right.
I've seen 3 of them now.
Okay.
I saw Dave Smith's. I saw Metzger's and Louis Gomez's.
You watched all 3?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And they're all good. Again, I haven't seen Metzger do stand-up before, so that was the first time being exposed there.
You liked his, though?
It was pretty all right. You know, there were some good laughable moments. May not fully be my favorite style of stand-up, but that's fine. I like him on everything. He's just a funny dude in life anyway. So
co-host Jimmy Dore, which I like him on Jimmy Dore.
Man, he was on.
He's very quick.
Yes, he's very quick. Him and Tony are in the same league.
Yeah,
I think. I do think, and you could tell when he was on Kill Tony recently because I think Tony was gonna be like, "You're stealing my thunder,"
right?
Because Metzger was just quick as fuck.
I bet Hinchcliffe's stand-up is really good too.
I cannot wait because he's got a special sometime.
He's touring
soonish.
now, so I think he's putting out a special soon. Yeah,
that would be nice.
Which is gonna be
because I've never seen any of it.
But he's goddamn hilarious.
Yeah, and Yeah, Dave Smith's was good, I thought. And then Louis Gomez, I've never seen before. It was good. I liked it. But I'm not into the 30-minute special.
No,
it
it's
doesn't,
old school. Comedy
doesn't
Central
work.
used to do the half hours a ton, and it was it was on par with other specials that they were doing, but not quite up there with like HBO. If you got HBO special, but yeah, I don't like the 30-minute thing. It feels too short because I'm accustomed now to the hours.
Yeah.
You do hour-long podcasts, you do hour-long specials. Everything you do is 1 hour. So to only get half of that for what you're saying is your special, I want to see all of it.
I want it all, man. There's got to, because the first 10 minutes I feel like on all of them, it took me a while to get into it, and then I was committed, and then it ended real quick.
Yes.
Even Shane's hour is not an hour. It's around 48 minutes or something like that.
And that's pretty standard, too. Around 50 minutes is pretty standard.
Yeah, but that felt whole and complete.
Yes.
I never felt like I was waiting for more at the end. I did want more because that's just, I want Shane to go for 8 hours. Please, just go. But it felt like a completed special to me. And the 30 minutes one, I just always felt choked off. And I'm not all about it, man.
I can't wait to see McCusker with you at the end of the month.
That's going to be fantastic.
I'm super excited.
Yes.
I get to see Joe List in January now. Which I'm very excited about. So
Matt's special was pretty great when it came out, dude.
It was fucking great.
I had never really heard his stand-up either.
No,
that was
me
fucking
either.
great.
Loved the dad material. I loved the dad
dude.
material.
Even as not a dad, I really appreciated it, man. He is a funny fucking dude,
so
man.
funny.
Okay, so Bert Kreischer.
Okay.
To address Tyler's point, your perspective on why Tyler may not have liked it, right? Because you are exposed to Bert a lot because he's out there a lot. He's always on stuff. Two Bears, One Cave.
I don't watch Two Bears because I can't fucking stand Bert.
Okay. So, the thing about...
Bye, Kevin. Love you.
Bye, Kevin.
Can I get a shout out for Javon? He was just sworn in the Marines and leaves for boot camp. Shout out, Javon! Good luck, buddy. Stay safe. Man. Protect the country. Stick strong with your morals. I'm going to say something, and then you give him advice because you're the only one here that's been in the military.
Go ahead.
What he can do. So
no pressure.
Stick to your morals. Do what you know is right. Follow your heart, and you're going to do just fine. If you stick to the founding ideals of America, you defend the Constitution, you defend what you know to be right, I think you'll be just fine.
Marine boot camp is the most difficult boot camp ever to exist in the nation's history. You're going to want to quit a lot because that's just the nature of boot camp. Just don't. You have to go. You got to find weird things every day to keep on going. And it sounds ridiculous when I say this right now because it was ridiculous when I was there. But the days are long, but the weeks fly by. By the time it's over, you're like, wait, how many weeks was that? It felt like a couple weeks.
Yeah, because it's like 10 weeks, something like that, right?
Yes, I forget what Marines is, but it's a longer one.
Yeah.
And it's rough. It's every day is the longest fucking day of your life. But the days are long, but the weeks fly by.
Keep pushing.
Just keep pushing. Keep your nose down. Don't volunteer for anything that somebody asks you to volunteer for. Until you're told to do something, don't volunteer for shit.
And this is something that I've heard from a lot of people
Puts you in the target.
Who've served. Don't ever feel like you have to take something because you won't get another opportunity. Don't rush yourself into a job in the military, into an opportunity because you're scared that you're going to miss it.
Yes.
If you're not ready, and that doesn't mean don't push yourself. Find what your limits are for sure. You know? But if you don't...
There's a lot of bonuses out there that people like to dangle in front of people to take specific jobs.
Yes.
Stick to your guns. If
More
you know what you want to
opportunities will
do,
come.
if you know what you want to do, pursue that.
Yes.
Stick to your guns because when it comes time to re-up, that $20,000, $30,000 bonus they got you, and you blew because you're a dumb kid, and that's what we all do, and that's what we all did.
You got to get that Dodge Charger.
You did something. When it come time to re-up, if you like the Marine Corps, you're going to want to stay in the Marine Corps, but you fucking hate your job in the Marine Corps, it's a career killer.
Yeah.
Stick with what you want to do and just do that and be fucking the GOAT at it. And you'll be fucking great.
Shoot straight.
So, shout out, buddy.
You got this, brother.
Yes, Bert. The nice thing, and I'll use Carolina as a point there, because she says, I didn't used to like him, but that special was super hilarious, and I wasn't even tipsy. So yeah, it was a whole thing. The nice thing about Bert Kreischer is when he does go on podcasts and shows and stuff, because I can tell you this because I even watch Something's Burning sometimes, like depending on who the guest is.
I've watched that show before.
You know,
I like that show.
It's guest dependent. It's pretty good. But Bert talks about himself, his life, what he's got going on in his crazy head. But as far as Razzle Dazzle went, that entire special, I've been mainlining Bert Kreischer for a year at that point, at least. Nothing. There is no ounce of like stuff he talks about in podcasts and all that would have tipped me off to anything in the special whatsoever. He is a true showman, and who he is on podcast is not who he is on stage. It was one of the starkest differences I've ever seen. If you're uncomfortable watching a man with a fat guy on stage with his shirt off, you can get past that.
Yeah.
Because it's about that. It's not about that. And the stories he tells
just who he is at this point.
Are so fucking good. Every single one of them, man, is like top tier, some of the best bits I have ever heard constructed and carried out. It is just fun. It is one of the best specials I've ever seen in my whole life. And I'm like, objectively, I was like, this shit is fucking hilarious.
Okay.
Give it a shot. I don't think you'll regret it. And I think that's all I had on comedy bits. I
didn't have much. All I had was a theory, you know.
It's a good theory.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me.
Do you want to go through, it's just a couple of videos
we can do that.
DMs really quick?
Is that, boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, if you just go to Instagram, then I'm just going back and forth between me and Salt of the Streets.
Ba, ba, ba. Let's see here.
Yep. And you can scroll. This is the video I was talking about. That's a clip I posted, so we can go up from there because that's a tag. That's a tag. There you go. So we can go up a little bit because I send them back and forth, like depending on whatever account I'm on. So just keep going up.
I've seen a couple
so,
of
right,
these.
so let's start there.
This one?
Yeah.
All right. So let's do this. Boom.
This is the guy. This guy's print, shoot, repeat. It's a big 3D print guy.
Okay.
And I think he made this music actually. So
kettlebell workout.
Yeah.
On the range.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, that's actually a really good idea.
Yes. Up into the truck. Get in the truck.
That's a nice truck, dude.
Yeah, it was like a whole event that he went to. You know?
Oh, okay.
So rucking part of it. Going out doing pistol. You got to be standing on this 1 foot.
Yo,
Sick
on
ass,
a board
yes.
like that, dude. Balancing on a board.
Crawl under here. Do some shooting at a VTAC barricade.
Dude.
Throw this fucking sandbag over.
Oh.
Hit some pistol shots over here. Fucking cool ass shit that he did.
Dude.
Yeah.
That is legit.
Very, very cool stuff.
This is to illustrate how training should go instead of those bullshit ones that I keep finding, dude. I love the fat redneck training videos, though, with their airsoft guns.
Fucking sick, though.
I
Right?
love that.
Yep.
What do we got here? What do we got here?
You got to get the sound for this.
Where you gonna head it at? Where? Right here. Where you throwing it? Where? Over the hoop. Oh, I want to see that. Hold up. Let me see.
Yo.
Let me see this.
Oh, dude.
Into the street runs.
Where you gonna head it at? Where? Right here.
Because he just
where you throwing it?
Where showed up. Yeah.
Oh, I want to see that. Hold up. Let me see.
Like it's nothing. He's on the phone.
Dude.
Let me see this.
Innocent bystander, too.
Oh,
what in the world, dude?
He's in Tim's. That guy's in fucking Tim's.
Yeah, dude.
I love it so much.
That is awesome.
Yes.
Dude, the look on his face, too. He's so confused.
Yes.
Like, what are you talking about, dude? Oh, what do we got here? What do we got here?
Yeah.
Oh, this is not going to end well. Somebody's kicking up a pan. Oh!
Yeah.
Kicks a porcelain pan. Must be with his, like, steel-toed boots or something. And just...
Blast the guy holding the plate.
Dude. Because his foot goes into
Good?
That's rough, dude.
Just cracked him.
You know these guys are legit because he's wearing sunglasses inside.
Headband on, dude.
Dude.
Red, white, and blue.
That's
blast him.
That's
Yes.
ridiculous.
You got to hear this.
I
moment.
saw this one.
Oh
yeah.
my god, this lady had me dying.
You got a second?
What's up?
I need to talk to you.
What do you need?
There's a complete emergency going on. In...
Oh, shit.
You got a second?
What's up?
I need to talk to you.
What do you need?
There's a complete emergency going on and you don't believe me. And you need to go home, put on your air conditioner, keep your family safe.
Are you
Tell
safe?
everybody you know.
Are you
and
safe?
Call the news station.
Are you safe?
No, not yet.
No.
Okay.
Not yet. Go. I gotta hurry up.
Yes.
All right.
Pray
I
for
need
Jesus.
you, buddy.
We need
I'm
Jesus.
counting on you.
I'm going home.
You've been called.
Yes.
Your mission is now.
Thank you.
Go.
Let's go!
I don't know I could stick
Drugs
with
are
it if
bad,
this woman
dude.
came and said
What's
this
up?
shit to me. I don't know if I could stick. She
Dude.
works at 7-Eleven, this woman. She
Oh,
has a
yeah.
7-Eleven name tag on.
I mean, of course. Go home, turn your air conditioner on, protect your loved ones. You're being called. Your mission is now. It's like- it got super creepy until the build up, and I was like, oh, yes, I'm in.
Yeah.
We're here. What was that?
What?
That was the dog.
At its root, crime is a socioeconomic problem. Nobody just commits crime because they want to.
Why the fuck are there crackheads outside?
At its root, crime is a
So the first one says like average 20-year-old, and the second one says average adult in their 20s after they acquire any form of property. It's so funny.
Oh, that's good. You left the door unlocked.
What the f*** are you doing?
Where were you?
At the bar.
You went to the bar. You didn't invite me.
Yeah, is that my bourbon?
Yeah, I went inside to help myself. You left the door unlocked.
I can call the cops. That's B&E.
B&E?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you LMO'd. What's the difference?
What is LMO?
Left me out. And that's way worse than B&E. That carries a life sentence of you.
That's not real.
What are you talking about? That's not real. You ditching me?
Yeah, that's not illegal.
Yes,
to
it's
ditch
illegal.
You.
You can't ditch your friend.
It's not illegal to ditch you.
But it's illegal for me to go in your house when you're not home?
Yeah, it's
I
very
know
illegal.
you.
Yeah, it's very illegal.
Oh, dude, that is a one-sided relationship. That dude thinks he and him are like the tightest homies.
It's a B&E.
What is that? LMO. You left me out, man.
So funny.
Dude, it's illegal for you to
That's
like
way worse. Carries a life sentence of fuck you.
That dude is fucking hammered. How do you solve that situation at that point?
So funny, dude.
Oh man, that is not
Come
cool.
inside. Let's have a drink. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One day we'll have us a boat and some land, and we won't have to do all this here. What we call it, Cash?
Trespassing.
You were supposed to say pond hopping.
Trespassing. Well, you were supposed to say pond hopping there, bud. Incriminate me on the interwebs.
Do you not know bowling alley etiquette?
I do.
Number one, you're supposed to be in appropriate shoes.
These are PBA approved.
I don't care.
Well, you
Comment
bowling
that
for
you
money.
made about a 230 average as an amateur. You don't know nothing about bowling if you think that is an amateur average.
I mean, I average a 280, so like I'm just tough
You
like that.
average 280? I don't believe you. Do you know how you carry a 280 average?
You gotta be him. I'm him. I'm slash him.
You are not him. You are not him. No. You are not him.
No, I'm not him. I'm just him.
No, you're an idiot.
You are not him. She says, pointing at this guy. You are not him.
No, I'm not saying. Jeez, man. That lady, her eyes too, the whole time,
dude,
bugging out.
You are not him.
Oof, that is aggressive. That's an aggressive bowling alley.
All right, $20.92 is your total. Would you like to round up to fight kids with cancer? Sure, yeah. All right, 8 cents gets you 3 minutes in the ring, and Billy is back there waiting on you. I bet. All right, $20.92 is your total. Would you like to round up to fight kids with cancer? Sure, yeah. All right, 8 cents gets you 3 minutes in the ring, and Billy is back there waiting on you. I bet. All right, $20.92 is your total. Would you like?
Great.
I think there's just a couple more if you scroll down a little bit more.
Oh my God, that's fantastic. Ooh, these look promising.
Yep. Yeah, right there.
Throwing things at my roommate until they figure out what it is. Part 1. Throwing things at my roommate until they figure out what it is. Part 1. Throwing things at my roommate until they figure out what it is.
The little girl sitting on the couch.
No, Daddy,
so fucking funny.
My God, that's hilarious. Oh, this looks good.
On a rope in front.
Oh, jeez.
Holy shit!
On a rope in front.
There, dude. Oh. You guys get
Holy shit!
How can nobody see this coming?
On a rope in front.
This is how this works, man.
Holy shit!
Oh,
He could have fell into the rudder too, which would have been really fucked up.
That's right, there's no rudder.
No rudder on it? Oh, just
Jet
shoot the
propelled.
water out the back?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's a-
jet ski, that makes sense.
There we go. But yeah, that
Makes
would have
sense.
been real bad.
That's the fucking cake on top of everything.
Perfect. Icing on the cake to
Yeah.
end the show.
The
Let's
cake
go.
on top of everything.
8,000 people, they all want you to lose.
Oh, this one's too quiet. We gotta crank it up and redo.
There we go. This one is gold.
Lose. But as long as you got your 26,
No, we gotta hear everything.
you walk into a stadium, 8,000 people, they all want you to lose. But as long as you got your 26 guys ready to kick ass or kick butt, you're gonna be all right. I heard a fan offer free Dippin' Dots if I blew it, which the price of Dippin' Dots with inflation is just unreal. So for a brief moment, I was like, damn, Dippin' Dots sound good. But also, I thought in the back of my head, we win today, we win tomorrow, or tonight. We're going to be here another day. That's more per diem. So that means I can buy my own Dippin' Dots and be a winner.
And
I
be a
think
winner.
3 words every time I'm out there. The first one's a swear word, starts with F. Second word's attack. Third one's win. And I just repeat that to myself. Unless, you know, there's a breach in the system and I walk a guy and I got to tell myself I'm a few different things that isn't a winner.
Does anything make you nervous?
Caves. Mainly. You walk into a stadium, 8,000
Caves, mainly?
Caves. Mainly.
Oh, man.
He's been watching too much of that cave Instagram, bro. Get off of them
Caves,
things.
mainly. So
Dude.
fucking funny, dude.
My God. That was...
I could buy my own Dippin' Dots.
Dude, excellent selection. Good sir.
Thank you very much.
That was fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Oh, all right. Let's wrap it up, baby.
That's right. With that, I believe that we are done with this episode 156 of Salt of the Streets. This is the last episode formally in this studio. That does not mean we will not be back. We will be here. Colin will be making
yes.
content. We'll be back here to do other stuff.
Indeed.
There's some late night things that we need to do or whatever.
Yep.
But all regular episodes from here on out, exceptions aside, will be
shifted to the
out
other
of
studio.
the Bremerton studio, Studio 2.0. So we will
Let's
see you
go.
guys next episode in 2 weeks in a brand new studio, in a new surrounding with new art around us.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be good.
In my fucking house.
Let's
It's going to be great. So we'll see you guys next episode in 2 weeks for 157, first out of the Bremerton office.
Let's
It'll
go.
be fantastic. We love you guys. It's been a fantastic episode. Of course, like, share, subscribe to this with everybody. You can follow us on our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin's at Beer Bradolfi on both of those things.
All the things.
You can find all of this at saltofthestreets.com, including our own personal social media, which I already just said. You can go to patreon.com/saltofthestreets. You can subscribe and you can become an executive producer just like Zeke. You can also gain access to the various articles that we've done and all kinds of stuff
Indeed.
there, including the full new studio walkthrough, which will be a Patreon exclusive. So you can see all the art, all the decorations, the work that I put into it, all the things that go into it, the table, all the stuff. It's going to be great. I believe that's everything. So
Yeah.
with that, we'll see you guys in 2 weeks in the new studio. We love you. Be smart, be strong, be safe, and be free.